Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Revenger What If. Today's narrative adventure is titled What If Naruto Was Reborn in Mystic Falls and His Blood Was the Only Cure for Every Vampire and Werewolf. We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, Stranger in a Familiar World. Naruto Uzumaki woke to the sound of birds chirping and the rustle of leaves in the wind. The soft ground beneath him was damp with morning dew. He blinked against the harsh sunlight filtering through the canopy of trees above. What the hell, he mumbled, pushing himself up to sitting. His head throbbed with a dull ache. The last thing he remembered was fighting alongside Sasuke against Kaguya, the blinding light of their combined attack, and then, nothing. Now he found himself in an unfamiliar forest that definitely wasn't the battlefield where he'd been moments before. Naruto checked himself over. His orange and black jumpsuit was intact, if a bit dirty. His weapons pouch still hung at his side, and he could feel his chakra, though something about it felt different, almost electric in a way he couldn't quite explain. He stood, stretching muscles that felt oddly stiff, as though he hadn't used them in days. The forest around him was peaceful, too peaceful. No signs of war, no evidence of the cataclysmic battle that should have been raging. "Sasuke," he called out. "Sakura. Kakashi-sensei." Only the echo of his own voice answered him. With a deep breath, Naruto closed his eyes and reached for the familiar presence within him. "Kurama. I'm here, Kit." The fox's voice resonated in his mind, somehow clearer than before. "Something's happened. This place, it's not our world." "Not our world? What does that mean?" "The chakra here feels different, wild, untapped. Almost no humans here can use it, but it exists in everything around us. We've been transported somewhere else. Another dimension, perhaps." Naruto opened his eyes with a frown. "Great. So now what?" "First, we figure out where we are. Then we figure out how to get back." Naruto nodded and leapt into the trees, bounding from branch to branch with practiced ease. At least his abilities seemed intact. The forest soon gave way to clearings, and in the distance, he spotted something that made him pause, a road. Not a dirt path like he was used to, but a smooth black surface with painted lines. He jumped down and approached cautiously, just as a metal contraption roared past at incredible speed, leaving him coughing in its wake. "What the hell was that thing?" "Some kind of transportation," Kurama replied. "This world is different from ours. More advanced in some ways, perhaps." Naruto followed the road, keeping to the tree line. After about an hour of travel, he came upon a sign, "Welcome to Mystic Falls." "Mystic Falls," he repeated. "Never heard of it." The town that emerged before him was unlike anything he'd seen before. Buildings of strange design lined clean streets. People walked about in unusual clothing, and more of those metal contraptions, cars, his mind suddenly supplied, though he wasn't sure how he knew that, moved through the streets. Naruto realized he needed to blend in. His bright orange jumpsuit would draw too much attention. He created a simple transformation jutsu, altering his appearance to match what the locals wore, jeans and a plain t-shirt, before stepping out onto the sidewalk. The town buzzed with activity. People talked on small devices they held to their ears. Music played from buildings. Screens displayed moving images in windows. It was overwhelming. Naruto's stomach growled loudly, reminding him he hadn't eaten in what felt like forever. He patted his pockets and found something unexpected, a leather wallet containing paper money of unfamiliar design and several plastic cards. One had his photo and the name, Naruto Uzumaki, printed on it. "That's convenient," he muttered suspiciously. "Too convenient," Kurama agreed. "Whatever brought us here seems to have provided some means of integration." Naruto spotted a small restaurant across the street, Mystic Grill, according to the sign. His stomach growled again, making the decision for him. Inside, the grill was busy with locals. Naruto slid onto a stool at the counter, trying not to look as disoriented as he felt. "What can I get you?" asked a young man with sandy blonde hair, wiping down the bar in front of him. Naruto scanned the menu quickly. "A burger and fries?" The words came naturally, though he wasn't entirely sure what he'd just ordered. "First time at the grill?" The bartender smiled. "I'm Matt, by the way. Haven't seen you around before." "Naruto. Just got into town." He found himself returning the smile, grateful for the friendly face. "Well, welcome to Mystic Falls. Not exactly the most exciting place, but we have our moments." As Matt moved away to put in his order, Naruto observed the restaurant's patrons. His senses, always sharp, picked up something unusual. Most of the people seemed normal enough, but a few gave off an energy that felt wrong somehow. Cold. Predatory. "They're not human," Kurama warned. "Not entirely. They feel dead, yet alive." Before Naruto could process this, Matt returned with his food. The burger was a revelation, juicy, flavorful, and entirely unlike anything in Konoha. He devoured it enthusiastically, drawing amused glances from nearby customers. "Hungry, huh?" Matt chuckled. "This is amazing," Naruto mumbled between bites. "We don't have food like this where I'm from." "Where is that, exactly?" Naruto hesitated. "It's pretty far from here. Small village, you wouldn't know it." "You have family in Mystic Falls?" "No, I'm on my own." Naruto finished the last of his fries. "Do you know anywhere I could stay for a while? And maybe find work?" Matt considered this. The boarding house on the edge of town sometimes takes tenants. As for work. He glanced around. "We could actually use some help here. Nothing fancy, just bussing tables and dishwashing to start." "Really? That would be great. I'll talk to the manager. But fair warning, Mystic Falls has a weird habit of drawing in trouble. If you're looking for a quiet life, you might want to keep moving." Naruto grinned. "Trouble and I are old friends." After settling his bill, the currency system still confusing him despite suddenly knowing what dollars and cents were, Naruto stepped back outside. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the town square. He decided to explore further, wanting to get his bearings in this strange new place. As he walked, he noticed a growing discomfort from Kurama. "What's wrong?" he asked quietly. "Something's following us. Has been since we left the restaurant." Naruto casually turned down a side street, pretending to look at shop windows while extending his senses. Sure enough, he detected a presence moving parallel to him, keeping to the shadows. "What do they want?" "Nothing good. They smell of blood. Old blood." Naruto continued walking, leading his stalker away from the populated center of town. When he reached a deserted playground, he stopped and turned. "You can come out now," he called. "I know you're there." A figure materialized from the shadows with unnatural speed. A woman with pale skin and dark hair, beautiful in a predatory way. Her eyes held a hunger that made Naruto's skin crawl. "Well, aren't you observant?" she purred, circling him slowly. "Most people never notice me until it's too late." "I'm not most people," Naruto replied, tracking her movements. "What do you want?" "Just a taste." Her eyes darkened, veins appearing beneath them as her face transformed. "You smell different. Powerful." She lunged at him with blinding speed, but Naruto was faster. He sidestepped her attack effortlessly, years of ninja training making her movements seem almost sluggish to him. "What are you?" she hissed, circling again. "I was about to ask you the same thing." She attacked again, this time managing to graze his arm with unnaturally sharp nails, drawing blood. The scent seemed to drive her into a frenzy. She charged with renewed intensity, but Naruto was done playing. He caught her by the throat, his enhanced strength surprising her. "I don't want to hurt you," he warned. "But I will if I have to." What happened next shocked them both. Where his blood had smeared on her arm from the scratch, her skin began to change. The pale, marble-like quality faded, replaced by a healthy, human flush that spread rapidly up her arm. What are you doing to me?" she gasped, panic replacing hunger in her eyes. Naruto released her, stepping back in confusion. The woman staggered away, staring at her arm in horror as the transformation continued, spreading throughout her body. She clutched at her chest, falling to her knees. "My heart," she whispered. "It's beating. It's actually beating." "Your heart wasn't beating before?" Naruto asked, bewildered. She looked up at him with wide, terrified eyes. "I'm a vampire. Or I was." She pressed trembling fingers to her wrist. "I'm human again. How is this possible?" "I didn't do anything," Naruto protested, though the evidence suggested otherwise. "Your blood." She stared at the small cut on his arm, which was already healing. "Your blood cured me." Before Naruto could respond, a shout echoed across the playground. "Anna!" A young man rushed toward them, his movements carrying the same unnatural speed. He stopped short when he saw the woman's face. "What happened to you?" he demanded, looking between her and Naruto with growing alarm. "Jeremy," Anna said, her voice shaking. "I'm human again. His blood, it changed me back." Jeremy's expression cycled through disbelief, wonder, and suspicion. "That's impossible. There is no cure for vampirism." "Apparently there is." Anna stood shakily, her legs unsteady. "And he has it." Both of them turned to Naruto, who raised his hands defensively. "Look, I don't know what's happening either. I just got here." "We need to talk," Jeremy said firmly. "Not here. There are others who would kill for what you apparently have." "Others like you?" Naruto asked cautiously. "Vampires, yes. And they won't all be as nice as Anna." Jeremy helped steady Anna, who was still adjusting to her newly human body. "Come on. I know somewhere safe." Naruto hesitated. "Should we trust them, Kurama?" "We need information," the fox replied. "And if they try anything, they're no match for us." "Lead the way," Naruto agreed, following them into the growing darkness. Jeremy led them to a large, stately house set back from the road. The Salvatore boarding house, according to Jeremy, though he warned that its owners might not be thrilled about unexpected visitors. Especially ones claiming to have a vampire cure, he added as they approached the front door. Before they could knock, the door swung open. A man with dark hair and intense blue eyes blocked their path, his gaze immediately fixing on Naruto. "Jeremy." "Anna." His eyes narrowed as he took in Anna's appearance. "You look different." "She is different, Damon," Jeremy said. "She's human again." Damon's eyebrows shot up. "That's not possible." "Apparently it is," Anna replied, still sounding dazed. "His blood did it." She nodded toward Naruto. Damon's focus sharpened. "Inside. Now. Before anyone else sees you." The interior of the boarding house was impressive, high ceilings, antique furniture, and walls lined with books. Another man waited in what appeared to be a living room, his expression grave. "Stefan," Jeremy greeted him. "We have a situation." Stefan, who shared enough features with Damon to suggest they were brothers, studied Naruto with open curiosity. "Who's your friend?" "This is Naruto," Jeremy explained. "And he apparently has miracle blood." "My blood didn't do anything," Naruto protested. "At least, not on purpose." "Purpose or not, I'm standing here with a beating heart when I haven't had one for over a century," Anna countered. "Something in your blood cured me." Damon circled Naruto, predatory and calculating. What are you? Witch? Werewolf? Some new creature we haven't encountered yet? I'm human, Naruto answered, deciding a partial truth was safer than the full story. Just, not from around here. That much is obvious from the accent, Stefan commented. But ordinary humans don't have blood that cures vampirism. Test it, Anna suggested. If you don't believe me. Damon exchanged a look with his brother. And how do you propose we do that without risking the same fate? No offense, Anna, but some of us prefer immortality. There's a vial of vampire blood in the basement, Stefan suggested. We could mix it with a sample of his blood, see what happens. Naruto held up a hand. Hold on. I'm not giving anyone my blood until someone explains what's going on. What are vampires? Why are you so surprised that my blood affected her? And most importantly, why should I trust any of you? The room fell silent. Finally, Stefan stepped forward. Fair questions. Vampires are immortal beings who feed on human blood to survive. We're faster, stronger, and more durable than humans. There's never been a cure, once you're turned, it's permanent. Or it was supposed to be. He glanced at Anna. As for why you should trust us, you probably shouldn't. But right now, we're the only ones who can help you understand what you've stumbled into. And keep you alive, Damon added. Once word gets out about what your blood can do, and it will get out, every vampire in the region will be hunting you. Some will want your blood to cure themselves. Others will want it destroyed to protect their immortality. Naruto considered this. If he was stuck in this world for now, he needed allies who understood its rules. Fine, he agreed reluctantly. You can test my blood. But only a small amount. Stefan retrieved a vial of dark red liquid from somewhere in the house. Naruto allowed Damon to take a small sample of his blood, watching carefully as they mixed the two substances in a clear glass. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Naruto's blood seemed to consume the vampire blood, turning it from dark red to a healthy crimson before their eyes. That's... Stefan trailed off, staring at the transformed blood. Impossible, Damon finished, his expression unreadable. Yet apparently happening right in front of us. The front door opened again, and a girl around Jeremy's age entered. She stopped short at the scene before her, Anna standing there looking human, the brothers gathered around a blood sample, and a stranger with bright blonde hair watching it all with wary blue eyes. What did I miss? She asked. Elena, Stefan moved to her side protectively. This is Naruto. He's different. Elena studied Naruto with intelligent brown eyes that reminded him painfully of Sakura. Different how? His blood cured me, Anna explained. I'm human again. Elena's eyes widened. That's not possible. Yeah, we've established that, Damon interrupted. And yet, Exhibit A. He gestured to Anna. Elena approached Naruto cautiously. Where are you from? Far away, he answered truthfully. I'm not exactly sure how I got here. He just showed up in town today, Jeremy added. No history, no connections. Elena's expression softened slightly. That must be disorienting. Something in her kindness reminded Naruto of home, of friends he might never see again. He felt a lump form in his throat. Yeah, he managed. It is. Their moment was interrupted by the sound of Damon's phone ringing. He answered it, his expression growing darker by the second. Trouble? Stefan asked when he hung up. Word spreading, Damon confirmed grimly. That was Alaric. He says there's unusual vampire activity all over town. They know something's happening, even if they don't know what yet. How could they know so quickly? Jeremy demanded. Damon's gaze shifted to Anna. A vampire suddenly turning human doesn't exactly go unnoticed in our circles. The balance shifts. Other vampires can sense it. We need to get him somewhere safe, Elena decided, nodding toward Naruto. The lake house maybe. Too obvious, Stefan disagreed. If vampires are already looking, that's the first place they'll check. I can take care of myself, Naruto assured them. I'm not defenseless. Damon snorted. No offense, Blondie, but you have no idea what you're up against. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination. I think you're the ones who don't know what you're dealing with. Before anyone could respond, the windows imploded. Glass shattered inward as dark shapes hurtled through the openings. 3 vampires, faces transformed into predatory masks, launched themselves into the room. Give us the cure, one of them snarled, lunging for Naruto. Stefan and Damon moved with preternatural speed to intercept, but they were outnumbered. Jeremy pushed Elena and Anna behind him protectively, but a 4th vampire crashed through the front door, heading straight for them. What happened next left everyone frozen in shock. Naruto moved faster than any vampire present, his hands forming unfamiliar signs before a blast of wind knocked 2 attackers across the room. A 3rd vampire reached for him, only to find himself fighting a perfect duplicate of Naruto that had appeared from nowhere. What the hell? Damon gasped, momentarily distracted from his own opponent. The vampire charging Elena and the others suddenly found his path blocked by Naruto, who hadn't been there a split second before. With frightening ease, Naruto delivered a palm strike that sent the vampire crashing through a wall. Stay back, he ordered them, his voice commanding in a way it hadn't been before. Gone was the confused stranger, in his place stood a warrior. One of the vampires, realizing they were outmatched, made a desperate lunge for Naruto, teeth bared. Naruto's hand shot out, a swirling blue energy forming in his palm. Rasengan. The spiraling sphere caught the vampire in the chest, sending him crashing through furniture and into the far wall with devastating force. The remaining attackers retreated, moving with desperate speed back through the windows and into the night. Silence fell over the room. Everyone stared at Naruto, who stood amid the destruction looking barely winded. So, he said with a slight smile, about those vampires I supposedly can't handle. Damon was the first to recover, letting out a low whistle. What the hell are you? Like I said, not from around here. Naruto's transformation jutsu had dissolved during the fight, revealing his orange and black jumpsuit. Where I come from, we call people like me shinobi. Ninja. Ninja, Stefan repeated skeptically. With wind powers and energy balls. Chakra, Naruto corrected. Life energy. Everyone has it, but where I'm from, we're trained to use it. Elena stepped forward cautiously. You said you're not sure how you got here. What did you mean? Naruto hesitated, then decided that after the display he'd just put on, there was little point in hiding the truth. I'm from another world, he said simply. Another dimension, maybe. I was in the middle of a battle, and then I woke up in your forest. Another dimension, Damon deadpanned. Sure, why not? Vampires, werewolves, witches, what's one more impossible thing? It would explain the blood, Stefan reasoned. If he's not from our world, his biology could be fundamentally different. I can help you, Anna said suddenly. All eyes turned to her. If your blood can cure vampirism, it's too valuable to ignore. But you need to understand this world, its rules, its dangers. I can teach you. We all can, Elena added. If you're willing to trust us. Naruto looked around at these strangers who were offering help, albeit help motivated by their own interests. But he was alone in this world, lost and without direction. They're our best option for now, Kurama advised. At least until we learn more about this place and how to get back. Alright, Naruto agreed. But no more trying to take my blood without permission. Fair enough, Stefan nodded. You can stay here for tonight. It's not safe for you to be alone, especially with vampires already hunting you. As the others moved to secure the house and clean up the destruction, Elena approached Naruto again. "Thank you for saving us," she said quietly. "Those vampires would have killed us all." "I'm used to fighting to protect people," Naruto replied, memories of past battles flashing through his mind. "It's kind of what I do." "Who were you protecting, in that battle you mentioned? Before you came here?" "Everyone," Naruto said, his voice heavy with memory. "My friends, my village, my whole world, really." Elena studied him with those perceptive eyes. "You must miss them." "Yeah." The weight of his situation hit him suddenly. "I don't even know if they're okay, if they won without me." She touched his arm gently. "We'll help you figure this out. How to control what your blood does, and maybe, how to get you home." Their conversation was interrupted by a crash from upstairs, followed by Damon's cursing. "More vampires?" Naruto asked, tensing. "No," Stefan replied, appearing in the doorway. "Worse. Werewolves." Night had fallen completely now, the moon rising over Mystic Falls, a moon that looked the same as the one over Konoha, yet felt worlds away. Naruto followed Stefan upstairs, where Damon was engaged in a standoff with a dark-haired man whose eyes glowed an unnatural yellow. "Tyler," Elena gasped from behind them. "What are you doing here?" Following the scent, Tyler growled, his voice rough and animalistic. "Something's happening. The balance is shifting." His gaze landed on Naruto. "And it has something to do with him." "Back off, Lockwood," Damon warned. "This doesn't concern your furry friends." Tyler's lips curled in a snarl. "A vampire returning to human form concerns every supernatural being in Mystic Falls." Word spreading fast. "How do you even know about that?" Stefan demanded. "The wolves always know," Tyler replied cryptically, his glowing eyes never leaving Naruto. "We feel the shifts in the natural order. And whatever he is." He inhaled deeply. "He doesn't belong here. That makes two of us agreeing on something." "Remarkable day," Damon said dryly. "I'm not here to fight," Tyler insisted, his features slowly returning to normal. "I'm here to warn you. The werewolf packs are gathering. They've caught wind that there might be a cure for their curse too." "Is that true?" Jeremy asked, looking at Naruto. "Could your blood cure werewolves too?" Naruto shrugged helplessly. "I didn't even know I could cure vampires until an hour ago." "There's only one way to find out," Tyler said, a dangerous edge to his voice. "Not happening tonight," Stefan interjected firmly. "We've had enough excitement for one day." "The full moon is in 3 days," Tyler warned. "When it comes, every werewolf in the region will be hunting for him. You might want to figure it out before then." With that ominous prediction, Tyler left as suddenly as he'd arrived, disappearing into the night. "Well," Damon drawled into the tense silence. "Vampires want him, werewolves want him. Anyone taking bets on how long before the witches show up?" "Not helping, Damon," Elena chided. Stefan turned to Naruto. "You should rest. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight." "I can help with that," Naruto offered. He formed a hand sign, and suddenly 5 perfect copies of himself appeared in the room. "My shadow clones can keep watch while the rest of us sleep." Damon stared. "That's, actually pretty convenient." As the others dispersed to secure the house and prepare for the night, Naruto found himself alone with one of his clones. The clone looked at him with knowing eyes, the same uncertainty, the same fear reflected back at him. "We'll figure this out," the clone said quietly. "Yeah," Naruto agreed, not entirely convinced. "We always do." From a distance, unseen by any of them, a figure watched the Salvatore house. Ancient eyes, cold and calculating, observed the new arrival to Mystic Falls with intense interest. "So," the figure murmured, "the dimensional barriers grow thin. The chakra bearer has arrived." A smile curved across lips that had not known joy in centuries. The waiting is finally over. The figure melted back into the shadows, patient as only the truly immortal can be. The game had only just begun. Inside the Salvatore house, Naruto drifted into an uneasy sleep, dreaming of home and battles left unfinished. In his mind, Kurama watched over him, troubled by the strange energies of this new world and the feeling that something ancient and dangerous had taken notice of their arrival. Dawn arrived too quickly. Naruto woke to the sounds of voices downstairs, urgent, concerned. He made his way down to find Stefan, Damon, and Elena in deep conversation with two newcomers, a young woman with caramel skin and an older man with a serious expression. Bonnie, Alaric, Stefan was saying, "This is Naruto. The one we told you about." Bonnie's eyes widened as they fell on Naruto. "You weren't exaggerating. His aura is. I've never seen anything like it." "So you're the miracle cure," Alaric said, studying Naruto with academic interest. "Any idea how it works?" "None," Naruto admitted. "Where I come from, vampires and werewolves don't exist. At least, not that I know of." Bonnie approached him cautiously. "May I?" she asked, raising her hand toward him. Naruto nodded, and she placed her palm just above his chest, not quite touching. Her eyes closed in concentration, then flew open in shock. "There's something inside him," she gasped. "Something powerful. Ancient." "She senses me," Kurama rumbled, sounding impressed. "That would be Kurama," Naruto explained. "The nine-tailed fox. He's a part of me." "A fox?" Damon asked skeptically. "Like, an actual fox." "A fox spirit," Bonnie clarified, still staring at Naruto with wide eyes. "A being of pure chakra. I can feel it." "You know about chakra?" Naruto asked, surprised. "All witches do," she replied. "It's the foundation of magic in our world, though we call it different things. But yours is unlike anything I've encountered. Wild, untamed, and impossibly dense." "That explains a lot," Stefan mused. "If his chakra is fundamentally different from ours, his blood would carry those properties. And act as a reset button for supernatural conditions," Alaric concluded. "Fascinating." The academic discussion was interrupted by a commotion outside. Damon moved to the window, cursing under his breath. "We've got company." "Lots of it." Naruto joined him at the window. The driveway of the Salvatore house was filling with people, some moving with vampire speed, others approaching more cautiously. Their expressions ranged from hopeful to menacing. "Word travels fast," Elena murmured. "What do they want?" Naruto asked, though he already knew the answer. "You," Damon replied grimly. "Or more specifically, your blood." Stefan joined them, his expression resolute. "We need to get him out of here. The back way, through the tunnels." "And go where?" Alaric challenged. "They'll track him wherever he goes." "I'm not running," Naruto decided, his voice firm. "I never run." "This isn't the time for heroics," Damon snapped. "There are at least 30 supernatural beings out there, all wanting a piece of you." "Then I'll talk to them," Naruto insisted. "Find out what they want, what they're willing to do for it." "That's suicide," Stefan argued. Naruto smiled, a confident grin that transformed his face. "Trust me. I'm pretty good at changing people's minds." Before anyone could stop him, Naruto strode toward the front door. Bonnie and Elena exchanged alarmed looks, while the Salvatore brothers moved to flank him protectively. "If you're determined to do this," Stefan said, "we're with you." Naruto nodded gratefully, then stepped outside to face the gathering crowd. The reaction was immediate. Vampires tensed, some hissing as they caught his scent. Others pushed forward eagerly, eyes filled with desperate hope. "Is it true?" a voice called out. "Can you cure us?" My blood seems to have that effect on vampires, Naruto confirmed, his voice carrying across the gathered supernaturals. I don't know about werewolves yet. We'll test that soon enough, growled a rough-looking man, clearly a werewolf from the wild energy he emanated. Nobody's testing anything without consent, Naruto stated firmly. My blood is mine to give or withhold. A murmur rippled through the crowd. One vampire, older than the others judging by the respect they showed him, stepped forward. You have something precious beyond measure, he said. Something many of us have sought for centuries. The chance to be human again. And others of us would kill to prevent that cure from spreading, countered another vampire, her eyes cold. Some of us embrace what we are. The crowd shifted, dividing along invisible lines, those who wanted the cure versus those who feared it. Stop, Naruto commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. I understand both sides. But threatening me or fighting each other won't solve anything. Then what do you propose? The elder vampire asked. Naruto considered the question carefully. I need time to understand what my blood can do, how it works, and what the consequences might be. I won't hand it out randomly, and I won't let anyone take it by force. He created a shadow clone beside him, drawing gasps from the crowd. Another appeared on his other side, then another, until 5 identical Narutos stood in a row. As you can see, he continued, I can protect myself. But I'd rather be your ally than your enemy. Pretty words, scoffed the female vampire. But they change nothing. Your blood threatens our very existence. Only if you see humanity as a threat, Naruto countered. From what I understand, not all of you chose to become vampires. Don't those people deserve a choice? The crowd fell silent, considering his words. Even the most hostile vampires seemed to hesitate. 1 week, Naruto declared. Give me 1 week to learn about this world, about what my blood can do. Then I'll make a fair decision about how to proceed. And why should we trust you? Challenged a werewolf from the back of the crowd. Because I give my word, Naruto answered simply. And I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way. Something in his sincerity reached them. The intensity in the air lessened slightly. 1 week, the elder vampire agreed reluctantly. But we'll be watching. The crowd began to disperse, though many lingered, casting long looks at Naruto. The confrontation had been averted, but the tension remained. That was either the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever seen, Damon muttered as they retreated into the house. Both, Stefan suggested with a hint of admiration. Definitely both. Inside, Elena approached Naruto with newfound respect. How did you know they would listen? Naruto shrugged. People are people, no matter what world they're from. Everyone wants to be understood, to have their pain acknowledged. For someone who just arrived here, you handled that remarkably well, Alaric observed. I've had practice, Naruto replied, thinking of pain, of Gaara, of all the enemies he'd turned into allies through understanding rather than force. Lots of practice. Bonnie, who had been quiet since the confrontation, suddenly spoke up. I might be able to help you understand your blood better. With the right spell, I could see how it interacts with vampire and werewolf physiology. That would be helpful, Naruto agreed. There's something else, she added hesitantly. While you were talking to them, I felt something. A presence, watching from a distance. Something ancient and powerful. Naruto frowned. Hostile. I couldn't tell, Bonnie admitted. But it was definitely interested in you. We're being hunted, Kurama growled inside Naruto's mind. Something in this world recognizes our chakra. Great, Naruto sighed. So on top of vampires and werewolves, there's something else out there that wants a piece of me. Welcome to Mystic Falls, Damon said dryly. Where the supernatural shit never stops hitting the fan. The rest of the day passed in a blur of explanations and preparations. Alaric, who turned out to be a teacher and vampire hunter, gave Naruto a crash course in the supernatural history of Mystic Falls. Elena and Bonnie helped map out safe locations around town. The Salvatore brothers argued strategies for dealing with the various factions now interested in Naruto. By evening, Naruto's head was spinning with new information. Originals, doppelgangers, hybrids, travelers, this world had layers of supernatural complexity he was still struggling to grasp. "You're handling this remarkably well," Elena commented as they sat on the porch, watching the sunset. "I've seen some pretty crazy things," Naruto replied with a small smile. Giant toads, reanimated dead, a goddess trying to enslave humanity, dimensional travel is just the latest weirdness. "Do you think you'll find a way back?" she asked softly. Naruto gazed at the darkening sky. "I don't know. But I have people counting on me. I can't give up." "I understand that," Elena said, and something in her tone made him believe she truly did. "Having people you do anything for." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, two people burdened with responsibilities beyond their years. "If I can help you get home," Elena offered, "I will." "Thanks," Naruto said sincerely. "But first, I need to figure out this blood situation. I can't leave a mess behind." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a sleek black car. A man in an expensive suit emerged, his presence immediately setting Naruto on alert. There was something dangerous about him, a predatory grace that surpassed even the Salvatore brothers. "Elena Gilbert," the man greeted, his accent British. "Always a pleasure." His eyes shifted to Naruto, narrowing with interest. "And you must be the miracle cure I've been hearing so much about." "Elijah," Elena acknowledged, tension evident in her voice. "I wasn't expecting you." "News travels fast in our circles," Elijah replied smoothly. "Especially news of this magnitude." He extended a hand to Naruto. "Elijah Michael's-son. I believe we have much to discuss." Naruto shook the offered hand cautiously, immediately sensing the immense power contained within this seemingly civilized exterior. "Be careful with this one," Kurama warned. "He's older and stronger than the others." "Much stronger." "Naruto Uzumaki," he introduced himself. "And I'm getting tired of being the center of attention." Elijah's lips curved in a small smile. "I imagine you are. May I come in?" "I believe this conversation would be better conducted privately." Elena hesitated. "I should get Stefan and Damon." "That won't be necessary," Elijah assured her. "I come in peace. Merely seeking information." "It's okay," Naruto told Elena. "I can handle this." Reluctantly, Elena led them inside, where the others reacted to Elijah's presence with varying degrees of wariness. "An original," Damon muttered. "Perfect. Just what we needed." "I assure you, I'm not here to cause trouble," Elijah stated, taking a seat with casual elegance. "Merely to understand the situation. A vampire cure is significant." "So I keep hearing," Naruto said. "Though I still don't fully understand why." Elijah studied him with ancient eyes. "Many vampires have sought a way to become human again for centuries. Others have fought equally hard to ensure such a cure never exists. The balance of power among supernaturals has been maintained partly by the permanence of the condition. Your blood changes everything." "I didn't ask for this," Naruto pointed out. "Few who change the world do," Elijah replied philosophically. "Nevertheless, here you are. And now you must decide what to do with the power you possess." "What would you do?" Naruto asked directly. "If you had the choice to be human again?" Something flickered in Elijah's eyes, longing, perhaps, or regret. "After 1,000 years? I scarcely remember what humanity felt like. But there was a time when I would have given anything for that choice. And now? Now I recognize that some choices, once made, cannot be unmade without consequences. My family, my siblings, our immortality binds us. For better or worse. Before Naruto could respond, the windows darkened suddenly, as if night had fallen in an instant. Everyone tensed, Elijah included. "What is this?" Stefan demanded, moving to the windows. "Magic," Bonnie whispered, her eyes wide with alarm. "Powerful magic." A voice echoed through the room, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Chakra bearer," it intoned, ancient and female. "You do not belong in this world." Naruto stood, his senses on high alert. "Who are you?" "I have many names, across many dimensions," the voice replied. "In this one, I am known as the Hollow. And you have something I want." "My blood?" Naruto guessed. A cold laugh echoed around them. "No, child of prophecy. Your power. The beast within you. The chakra that could open the gates between worlds." "She knows what I am," Kurama growled. "She wants my chakra." "The nine tails," the voice confirmed. "Such power, such potential. With it, I could break free of my prison, travel between dimensions at will." "That's not going to happen," Naruto declared, chakra beginning to swirl around him visibly. "We shall see." The darkness intensified. 1 week, as you promised the others. 1 week before I come for what is mine." The darkness receded as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving the room in stunned silence. "Well," Damon said finally. "I think we just met something else," Bonnie sensed. Elijah's expression had grown grave. "The Hollow is an ancient evil, one even my family fears. If she has taken an interest in you, Naruto Uzumaki, then your blood is the least of your concerns." Naruto looked around at the faces watching him, Elena's concerned, Stefan's resolute, Damon's calculating, Bonnie's frightened, and Elijah's grave. In just 1 day, he'd become the center of a supernatural storm, with forces he barely understood converging around him. "So," he said with forced lightness, "anyone else want a piece of me, or is that it for today?" No one laughed. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. Whatever Naruto had stumbled into when he arrived in Mystic Falls, it was only getting more complicated by the hour. Outside, the sun finished setting, plunging the town into darkness. Somewhere in that darkness, ancient eyes watched and waited. The clock was ticking. 1 week until the full moon. 1 week until the Hollow came for Naruto. 1 week to understand his power in this new world and decide how to use it. For a boy who had saved his own world more than once, it should have been just another challenge. But as Naruto gazed out at the unfamiliar stars of this strange dimension, he couldn't shake the feeling that this time, he might be in over his head. Chapter 2, The Politics of Blood. Morning light filtered through the curtains of the guest bedroom where Naruto had spent a restless night. Despite the comfortable surroundings of the Salvatore boarding house, sleep had come in fragments, punctuated by dreams of Konoha and the battle he'd left unfinished. Each time he woke, the reality of his situation hit him anew, stranded in an unfamiliar world, his blood suddenly the most valuable substance around. Naruto sat up and created a shadow clone without thinking, a morning ritual from his world. The clone nodded and moved to the window, keeping watch while Naruto stretched. "Any movement outside?" he asked. "A few vampires lurking at the edge of the property," the clone reported. "They're being careful not to get too close, but they're definitely watching." "Great." Naruto dispelled the clone with a sigh and headed for the shower, letting the hot water clear his mind. "You need a plan, Kit," Kurama rumbled inside him. "This week you've bought won't last forever." "I know," Naruto muttered. "But I still don't understand enough about this world to make good decisions." "Then that's your priority. Learn everything you can about these vampires, werewolves, and this Hollow that wants my power." When Naruto made his way downstairs, he found Stefan and Damon in the middle of a heated discussion with a group of unfamiliar people. They fell silent as he entered, all eyes turning toward him. "Morning," he greeted cautiously. "Naruto," Stefan nodded. "These are members of the Mystic Falls Founding Families Council. He gestured to the assembled group. Sheriff Forbes, Mayor Lockwood, and Dr. Fell. A blonde woman in a police uniform stepped forward, her expression professional but wary. I'm Sheriff Forbes. I understand you've caused quite a stir in our town. Not intentionally, Naruto replied. I'm still trying to figure things out myself. That's precisely what concerns us, said Mayor Lockwood, a stern-looking man with a political smile. An unknown entity with unknown abilities, drawing supernatural attention to Mystic Falls. I've been here less than 2 days, Naruto pointed out. And I didn't exactly advertise my arrival. Nevertheless, here you are, Dr. Fell commented. She studied him with clinical interest. And your blood apparently has properties that could change the supernatural balance forever. Naruto crossed his arms defensively. So what does this council want from me? The 3 council members exchanged glances before Sheriff Forbes spoke. Primarily, we want to ensure the safety of our town. Mystic Falls has seen more than its share of supernatural violence. We also want to understand what you are, Dr. Fell added. Your abilities seem to go beyond the typical supernatural categories we're familiar with. And of course, Mayor Lockwood concluded with a politician's smile, we need to establish protocols for how your gift will be managed. Managed? Naruto repeated, a note of challenge entering his voice. My blood isn't a resource to be managed. It's part of me. Which is why we're discussing this civilly, Sheriff Forbes assured him. No one is suggesting otherwise. Damon snorted. Except for the dozen or so factions that would happily drain him dry given the chance. Which is precisely why we need a unified approach, the mayor insisted. Structure. Rules. Naruto felt his patience wearing thin. Politics had never been his strong suit, even in Konoha. Here's a rule, my blood, my choice. I'll decide who gets it and who doesn't. The tension in the room thickened. Stefan stepped forward diplomatically. Perhaps we should focus on more immediate concerns, he suggested. Like keeping Naruto safe until we better understand his abilities. That's fair, Sheriff Forbes conceded. What do you propose? For now, he stays here, Stefan decided. The boarding house is defensible, and between Damon and myself, we can handle most threats. And what about the hollow? Dr. Fell asked. From what Elena told me, this entity poses a significant threat. We're working on it, Damon replied evasively. Mayor Lockwood clearly wasn't satisfied but seemed to recognize he had limited leverage. Very well. But the council expects to be kept informed. And Mr. Uzumaki, he fixed Naruto with a pointed look, I hope you understand that your actions here will have consequences for everyone. After the council members departed, Naruto turned to the Salvatore brothers. They don't like me very much. They don't like anything they can't control, Damon corrected, pouring himself a morning bourbon. And you, Whiskers, are definitely outside their control. They're not wrong about the danger, though, Stefan pointed out. Every supernatural being in the region is fixated on you now. Before Naruto could respond, the front door opened, and Bonnie entered, carrying several ancient-looking books and a bag of supplies. Morning, she greeted, her expression determined. I've been researching all night. There's almost nothing in the grimoires about dimensional travelers, but I found a few references that might help us understand Naruto's blood. Naruto perked up at this. Really? Maybe. Bonnie set her books on the table. I need a fresh sample to work with. Naruto obligingly let her take a small vial of blood. As she worked, mixing it with various herbs and powders, he studied her with curiosity. So you're a witch, he said. In my world, we didn't have witches exactly, but we had people who could manipulate natural energy. That's not too different from what I do, Bonnie replied, not looking up from her work. I channel the energy of nature, of the elements. But there's something different about your energy, it's like it has its own rules. Chakra, Naruto explained. It's the life force that flows through everything, but where I'm from, we learn to control it, shape it. Like this? Bonnie asked, gesturing to the mixtures she was creating. Not exactly. More like this. Naruto formed a small Rasengan in his palm, the swirling blue energy illuminating the room. Bonnie's eyes widened. That's incredible. I can feel the power from here. She hesitated, then asked, would you mind if I touched your chakra? Just to understand it better. Naruto let the Rasengan dissipate. I'm not sure how that would work, but we can try. Bonnie placed her hands near his, not quite touching. She closed her eyes in concentration. It's like nothing I've felt before. Wild but controlled. And there's something else, something ancient. She senses me again, Kurama observed. That would be Kurama, Naruto explained. The nine-tailed fox spirit sealed inside me. Bonnie's eyes flew open. You have a spirit sealed inside you? How is that possible? It's a long story, Naruto smiled ruefully. But where I'm from, there are nine-tailed beasts, massive creatures of pure chakra. I'm what's called a Jinchuriki, a human container for Kurama. That's why your blood affects vampires and possibly werewolves, Bonnie realized. It's not just your chakra, it's Kurama's influence too. The power of a spirit being that exists outside normal natural law. Can you use that to help us understand how it works? Stefan asked. I think so, Bonnie nodded. But I'll need time. And probably more supplies. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Elena and Jeremy, both looking worried. We have a problem, Elena announced. The Augustine Society has called an emergency meeting. They're discussing Naruto. Damon's face darkened at the name. How do you know this? Dar. Maxfield reached out to me, Elena explained. He thinks their intentions aren't good. Who's the Augustine Society? Naruto asked. Vampire researchers, Damon spat the words like venom. They capture vampires and experiment on them. I spent 5 years as their lab rat. They're scientists, Stefan clarified, more measured. Morally questionable ones. And now they want my blood, Naruto concluded. Great. Not just your blood, Jeremy added grimly. From what Dr. Maxfield implied, they want you. Your whole body, your abilities. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. This world's dangers were proving different but no less threatening than those of his own. When and where is this meeting? He asked. Tonight, at Whitmore College, Elena replied. But you can't possibly be thinking of going there. Actually, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Naruto said, a plan forming. If I want to understand the politics of this world, I need to see how these groups operate. It's too dangerous, Stefan objected. Not if I don't go as myself. Naruto formed a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A perfect duplicate appeared beside him. Then, with another hand sign, the clone transformed into an entirely different person, an unassuming college student with brown hair and glasses. My clone can infiltrate the meeting, Naruto explained. Whatever it sees, I'll know when it dispels. That's, actually brilliant, Damon admitted. But risky, Bonnie cautioned. If they have witches present, they might sense the disguise. Then we'll need a distraction, Naruto decided. Something to keep their focus elsewhere while my clone gathers information. I could help with that, came a silky voice from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a dark-haired woman leaning casually against the frame, a smirk playing on her lips. Despite never having met her, Naruto immediately noticed her uncanny resemblance to Elena. Catherine, Damon growled. Just what we needed. Is that any way to greet an old friend? Catherine pouted dramatically. Especially when I come bearing such valuable information. What information? Stefan demanded. The kind that's worth a vial of miracle blood, she replied, her gaze shifting to Naruto. You must be the dimensional traveler everyone's talking about. I have to say, you're not what I expected. Naruto studied her cautiously. And what did you expect? Someone more impressive. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. Though I'm told you have some interesting tricks. What do you want, Catherine? Elena asked impatiently. Same thing everyone wants these days. Catherine strolled into the room, her movements predatory and graceful. A chance at the cure. But unlike our friends outside, she gestured toward the windows, I'm willing to trade for it. What could you possibly offer that would be worth my blood? Naruto challenged. Catherine smiled, slow and dangerous. Information about the hollow. About what she's really after, and how you can stop her. The room fell silent. Even Damon seemed to be taking her seriously now. How would you know anything about the hollow? Bonnie asked suspiciously. I've been around a long time, little witch. You learn things. Catherine examined her nails casually. And right now, what I know could save your new friend's life. Naruto crossed his arms. Tell us what you know first. Then we'll talk about payment. Catherine laughed. That's not how negotiations work. 1 vial of blood, and I'll tell you everything I know about the hollow and her plans for you. Half now, half after your information proves useful, Naruto countered. Catherine studied him with new respect. You drive a hard bargain for someone new to our world. She extended her hand. Deal. Naruto hesitated, then shook it firmly. Deal. Under Bonnie's watchful eye, Naruto allowed a small amount of blood to be drawn into a vial. Catherine watched the process hungrily but maintained her distance. Now, Naruto said, as Bonnie secured the vial, your information. The hollow isn't just interested in your fox spirit's power, Catherine began, settling into a chair like she owned it. She wants to use it as a key, to unlock the barriers between dimensions. We already knew that, Damon pointed out impatiently. But do you know why? Catherine countered. It's because she's collecting counterparts of herself from other dimensions. Every world has its version of her, some kind of primal evil. By absorbing them, she grows stronger. That's insane, Elena whispered. That's immortality, Catherine corrected. True immortality, beyond what vampirism offers. And your arrival, she nodded to Naruto, triggered something. A weakening of the barriers that normally keep dimensions separate. How do you know all this? Stefan asked skeptically. I have sources, Catherine replied vaguely. Witches who owe me favors, spirits willing to talk for the right price. The supernatural world is buzzing with this information. If what you're saying is true, Bonnie said slowly, then the hollow isn't just after Naruto's power. She wants to use him as a conduit to reach other dimensions. Give the witch a prize, Catherine drawled. And here's the part you'll find particularly interesting, she's been collecting artifacts. Ancient objects with dimensional properties. The last one she needs is in Augustine possession. Naruto's eyes widened. So that's why they called a meeting. Now you're catching on, Catherine smiled. The hollow has agents everywhere. Some know what they're serving, others are just convenient puppets. Either way, that artifact can't fall into her hands. So you're suggesting we steal it first, Damon concluded. I'm suggesting you have a bigger problem than deciding who gets cured, Catherine corrected. Because if the hollow completes her collection, none of you will live long enough to enjoy humanity again. The implications settled heavily over the room. Naruto processed this new information, trying to fit it into what he already knew about this world. This changes our plans, he decided. My clone shouldn't just observe the Augustine meeting, it needs to identify this artifact and, if possible, secure it. Too risky, Stefan argued. I'll go with the clone, Catherine offered unexpectedly. When everyone stared at her in surprise, she shrugged. What? I want the hollow stopped as much as anyone. Immortality isn't much fun if there's no world to enjoy it in. You just want the other half of your payment, Damon accused. That too, she admitted shamelessly. I don't trust her, Elena stated flatly. You don't have to, Catherine replied. But I know Augustine's security inside and out. Your little ninja doesn't. Naruto considered their limited options. She's right. We need someone who knows their way around this Augustine place. Then I'll go too, Bonnie decided. My magic can help detect the artifact, and I can keep an eye on Catherine. Sounds like a plan, Naruto nodded. But first, let's hear everything Catherine knows about this artifact. What are we looking for exactly? Catherine leaned forward. They call it the Ascendant. It's a mechanical device, almost like a clockwork compass, but with magical properties. Legend says it was created to allow travel between prison worlds, pocket dimensions created to hold particularly dangerous supernatural beings. And the Hollow thinks this could help her travel between actual dimensions? Bonnie asked skeptically. With the right modifications and power source, Catherine confirmed, her gaze shifting meaningfully to Naruto. Say, the chakra of a dimensional traveler who already crossed over once. So we steal this Ascendant, Naruto summarized, and keep it away from the Hollow until we can figure out how to send her back to whatever hell she came from. Or, Catherine suggested, you could use it yourself. Find your way home. The thought sent a jolt through Naruto. Home. Konoha. His friends. The idea that this artifact might be his ticket back was tempting, almost too tempting. Don't be fooled so easily, Kurama cautioned. If this device could truly traverse dimensions as she suggests, the Hollow wouldn't need your chakra at all. One problem at a time, Naruto decided aloud. First, we secure the artifact. Then we figure out what to do with it. As they finalized their plan for infiltrating the Augustine meeting, a knock at the door interrupted them. Stefan opened it to reveal Tyler Lockwood, looking tense. We have a situation, he announced without preamble. Klaus is coming to Mystic Falls. Klaus. Naruto repeated, noting how everyone in the room tensed at the name. Klaus Michael's son, Elena explained grimly. Elijah's brother. The original hybrid, half vampire, half werewolf. And the most dangerous person you'll ever meet. He's heard about you, Tyler continued, looking at Naruto. About your blood. And he's very, very interested. Why? Naruto asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Because Klaus has been trying to create hybrids like himself, Stefan explained. But they keep dying. If your blood can cure vampirism and possibly the werewolf curse, then it might help his hybrid survive the transition, Damon finished. Catherine's expression had grown serious. If you thought the politics were complicated before, just wait. Klaus doesn't ask for what he wants, he takes it. When will he arrive? Bonnie asked Tyler. Tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Tyler's jaw tightened. And he's bringing his entourage. Perfect timing, Damon muttered sarcastically. Augustine meeting tonight, Klaus tomorrow. Any other apocalyptic events we should pencil in? We stick to the plan, Naruto decided firmly. The Augustine meeting first, then we deal with Klaus when he arrives. As the others dispersed to prepare, Bonnie pulled Naruto aside. There's something I've been working on that might help. A locator spell modified to detect dimensional energy. If the Ascendant has properties like Catherine described, this should lead us right to it. That's brilliant, Bonnie, Naruto said with genuine admiration. She smiled, a hint of shyness breaking through her serious demeanor. I've never encountered anything like your chakra before. It's fascinating to work with. In my world, there were people who could sense and manipulate chakra in ways similar to your magic, Naruto told her. You remind me of them, smart, determined. You must miss your home, she observed. Naruto's smile faltered. Yeah. I had people counting on me there. Friends, teachers, an entire village. And I left them in the middle of a battle. We'll find a way to get you back, Bonnie promised. Once we deal with the Hollow. The sincerity in her voice touched him. In just 2 days, he'd somehow found allies in this strange world, people willing to help him despite the danger he'd inadvertently brought to their town. Thank you, he said simply. Evening approached faster than Naruto would have liked. As darkness fell, he, Bonnie, and Catherine gathered in the Salvatore living room, finalizing their plan. My clone will enter as a student, Naruto explained. Bonnie will accompany it as herself, since she has legitimate access to Whitmore. Catherine will provide backup from the shadows. And what will the real you be doing? Catherine asked. Creating a distraction, Naruto replied with a grin. Something to keep security focused elsewhere. Just remember, Stefan cautioned, these people are scientists. They'll be looking for logical explanations. Your abilities won't be easily dismissed as vampire tricks. Which means they'll want to study you even more if they realize what you can do, Elena added worriedly. They won't catch me, Naruto assured them. I've infiltrated more secure facilities than a college campus. With final preparations complete, they departed for Whitmore College. Elena and the Salvatore brothers would remain in communication via cell phone, a technology Naruto was still getting used to, though he had to admit its usefulness. Whitmore's campus was quieter than Naruto expected, most students having returned to their dormitories for the evening. A few security guards patrolled the grounds, but otherwise, the place seemed peaceful, deceptively so, knowing what was happening beneath the surface. The Augustine meeting is in Whitmore House, Bonnie explained, pointing to an elegant building across the quad. It's their headquarters on campus. Security? Naruto asked. Human guards at the entrances, Catherine replied. But there will be vampires inside, and possibly witches. Then let's get started, Naruto decided. He formed a shadow clone, which immediately transformed into the unassuming college student they had planned. You know what to do. The clone nodded and joined Bonnie, the two of them heading casually toward Whitmore House. Naruto turned to Catherine. Stay close to them, but don't reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary. Catherine smiled dangerously. Darling, stealth is my specialty. With that, she vanished into the shadows with vampire speed. Alone now, Naruto moved to his position near the campus power station. The distraction needed to be timed perfectly, enough to draw attention but not cause a campus-wide panic. He studied the building, identifying the main junction box. Are you sure about this? Kurama asked. We're trusting the doppelganger vampire with quite a lot. We don't have much choice, Naruto replied quietly. Besides, I've gotten pretty good at turning enemies into allies. Just be careful. This world's rules are different from ours. Inside Whitmore House, Bonnie and the disguised clone were being escorted to the meeting room by a young research assistant. The house's interior was elegant but clinical, with subtle security measures that the clone's trained eye easily detected. Dr. Maxfield will be presenting his findings to the full society, the assistant explained. The discovery of this dimensional artifact has caused quite a stir. I can imagine, Bonnie replied smoothly. Has he determined its origin? Not yet, but with the new subject they're tracking, he hopes to make a breakthrough. The clone and Bonnie exchanged a subtle glance. The new subject was almost certainly Naruto. The meeting room was already filled with about 20 people, some clearly academics, others with the unmistakable aura of vampires. At the front of the room, a display case held what must be the Ascendant, a complex device of metal and crystal, almost like a mechanical compass but with arcane symbols etched into its surface. Dr. Maxfield, a handsome man in his 30s, was setting up a presentation. He nodded to Bonnie as she entered but looked curiously at her companion. I don't believe we've met, he said to the clone. Alex Chen, the clone replied with the practiced ease of a veteran infiltrator. I'm assisting Professor Shane with his research into ancient artifacts. Atticus didn't mention sending an assistant, Maxfield noted, suspicious. Last-minute arrangement, Bonnie interjected smoothly. Professor Shane thought the Ascendant might relate to his work on expression magic. Maxfield seemed satisfied with this explanation and turned back to his preparations. The clone noted the security around the artifact, 2 guards and what appeared to be a witch stationed nearby, her attention focused on the display case. Outside, Naruto waited for the right moment. Through his clone, he could see the meeting was about to begin. Time for the distraction. He formed a small Rasengan, focusing it tightly, and directed it at the junction box. The controlled burst of chakra caused a cascade failure in the electrical system. Lights flickered across campus before going dark completely. Inside Whitmore House, the sudden blackout caused immediate confusion. Emergency lights activated, casting the room in an eerie glow. Security breach, someone called out. Secure the artifact. Several guards moved toward the display case, but in the commotion, Catherine made her move. With vampire speed, she incapacitated the witch guarding the Ascendant, while the clone used the distraction to approach the case. Now, Bonnie, the clone whispered. Bonnie began chanting quietly, her hands moving in intricate patterns. The lock on the display case clicked open. The clone reached in and grabbed the Ascendant, slipping it into a pocket just as Dr. Maxfield turned around. Stop them, he shouted, realizing what was happening. The room erupted into chaos. Augustine vampires moved to block the exits, while security personnel drew weapons. The clone created a smoke bomb from its pouch, a ninja tool that Naruto had fortunately still had with him when he arrived in this world. This way. Catherine hissed, appearing beside them and pointing to a side door. The 3 of them slipped through, Catherine leading them down a service corridor. Behind them, shouts and footsteps indicated pursuit. We need to split up, the clone decided. I'll create a diversion. Catherine, get Bonnie safely back to the cars. What about the artifact? Bonnie asked urgently. The clone pressed the Ascendant into her hands. Keep it safe. I'll find my way back. Reluctantly, Bonnie and Catherine continued down the corridor while the clone turned to face their pursuers. It created 5 more copies of itself, each heading in different directions to confuse the chase. Outside, Naruto sensed his clone's situation through their mental link. The plan was working, but not without complications. Augustine's security was more prepared than they'd anticipated, and now his clone was surrounded. He moved quickly across campus, keeping to the shadows. The blackout had drawn campus security to the power station, away from Whitmore House, exactly as planned. But it wouldn't be long before they realized the true target. Inside, the clone fought its way through 3 Augustine guards, using taijutsu rather than flashier jutsu to maintain some semblance of cover. It was nearly at an exit when Dr. Maxfield appeared, holding what looked like a tranquilizer gun. Fascinating, he said, studying the clone's fighting technique. You're not a vampire, yet you move like one. What exactly are you? Someone you shouldn't have messed with, the clone replied, dropping into a defensive stance. Maxfield fired the tranquilizer, but the clone dodged with ease. What it didn't anticipate was the second dart, fired by a guard from behind. The dart struck true, and immediately the clone felt its chakra network disrupting. A specialized compound, Maxfield explained, approaching the struggling clone. Designed to interrupt supernatural energy patterns. It seems effective on your kind as well. Interesting. The clone fought against the spreading numbness, knowing it needed to dispel itself to transfer its information back to Naruto. With its last bit of strength, it formed the release sign and poofed out of existence. Outside, Naruto staggered as his clone's memories flooded back to him. The Ascendant was secure with Bonnie, but Augustine now had samples of his chakra from the tranquilizer dart, and they were far more prepared for supernatural threats than expected. He needed to find Bonnie and Catherine quickly. According to his clone's memories, they had headed for the east parking lot. Naruto moved in that direction, staying vigilant for pursuit. He found them beside Catherine's car, Bonnie clutching the ascendant tightly while Catherine kept watch. "Did you get it?" he asked, though he already knew the answer through his clone's memories. "Yes," Bonnie confirmed, showing him the device. "But your clone got hit with some kind of supernatural tranquilizer before it dispelled," Naruto finished. "They have a sample of my chakra now." Catherine cursed. "That complicates things. Augustine with access to your energy signature is bad news." "We need to move," Bonnie urged. "They'll be searching the campus." They drove away from Whitmore in tense silence, Catherine pushing her sleek car well beyond the speed limit. Once they were safely on the highway back to Mystic Falls, Bonnie examined the Ascendant more carefully. "It's definitely got dimensional properties," she confirmed. "I can feel it resonating with different energies." But Catherine was right, alone, it's not powerful enough to cross between actual dimensions. It would need an enormous power source. Like Kurama's chakra, Naruto concluded grimly. Or a sufficiently motivated ancient evil with access to multiple dimensions worth of power, Catherine added from the driver's seat. "Can you use it?" Naruto asked Bonnie directly. "To help me get home?" Bonnie's expression grew troubled. "Maybe, with time and the right spell. But Naruto, using this would require channeling your chakra through it in exactly the right way. It could be dangerous." "I'm willing to take that risk," he replied. "My friends need me." "Let's focus on keeping it away from the hollow first," Catherine suggested pragmatically. "Then we can worry about interdimensional travel plans." When they returned to the Salvatore boarding house, they found Elena pacing anxiously while the brothers argued over a map of Mystic Falls. "You're back," Elena said with evident relief. "Did you get it?" Bonnie held up the Ascendant in answer. "Excellent," Damon grinned. "One ancient artifact secured, one ancient evil thwarted. At least temporarily." "There's a problem," Naruto told them, explaining about the tranquilizer and the sample of his chakra now in Augustine possession. "That is concerning," Stefan admitted. "If they can analyze your energy signature, they might find a way to track you. Or replicate the effects of your blood," Elena realized with growing alarm. "I doubt that," Bonnie countered. "What makes Naruto's blood special is the combination of his chakra and Kurama's essence. They can't replicate that. But they can study it," Damon pointed out. "And in my experience, Augustine scientists studying something never ends well for the something. We have bigger concerns right now," Stefan reminded them, gesturing to the map. "Klaus will be here by morning, and we need to be prepared." "What's his play likely to be?" Naruto asked. "Direct confrontation or subterfuge?" "With Klaus, it could be either," Elena sighed. "He's unpredictable and ruthless, but also strategic when he wants to be." "He'll want to assess you first," Tyler contributed, entering from the kitchen where he'd apparently been listening. "Size you up, determine if you're a threat or an asset. And then?" Naruto pressed. "Then he'll offer you a deal that seems reasonable on the surface but benefits him completely," Tyler replied bitterly. "That's his pattern." "What kind of deal?" "Protection," Catherine suggested. "He'll offer to keep you safe from all the factions that want your blood, in exchange for exclusive access to it. Which we obviously can't allow," Damon added. "Klaus with the ability to create successful hybrids is the last thing this town needs." Naruto considered this information carefully. "What if we use his arrival to our advantage? While everyone's focused on Klaus, we could work on understanding the Ascendant better." "That could work," Bonnie agreed. "I'll need time to study it anyway, figure out its mechanisms. And I need to understand more about my blood's properties," Naruto added. "If it can cure vampirism, what exactly is it doing? And would it work the same way on werewolves?" "There's one way to find out," Tyler suggested, his expression resolute. "Test it on me." "Tyler, no," Elena protested immediately. "We don't know what would happen." "Exactly," he countered. We need to know. And I'm volunteering. It's dangerous, Stefan warned. If Anna's transition back to human is any indication, the process is intense. I've been through worse, Tyler insisted. The werewolf transformation isn't exactly a walk in the park. Naruto studied Tyler thoughtfully. Why would you volunteer for this? Don't you want to keep your abilities? Tyler's expression darkened. Being a werewolf was never my choice. It's a curse, triggered when I accidentally killed someone. Every full moon, I have to chain myself up and break every bone in my body. If your blood can end that, it's worth the risk. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Tyler's words. Naruto found himself sympathizing with the werewolf's plight. To be cursed through no fault of your own was something he understood all too well. We should do it under controlled conditions, Bonnie suggested after a moment. I can monitor the process magically, see exactly what happens. And I'll be there as a doctor, said a new voice. Dar. Fell stood in the doorway, apparently having let herself in. If we're going to experiment with supernatural cures, you should have medical supervision. How did you know what we were discussing? Damon demanded suspiciously. Dr. Fell smiled thinly. The council has ears everywhere, Mr. Salvatore. But in this case, I'm here independently. As a doctor, I'm fascinated by what Mr. Uzumaki's blood can do. And as someone who's seen too many supernatural casualties, I'm hopeful. Naruto looked at Tyler, seeing the determination in his eyes. Are you absolutely sure about this? Positive, Tyler replied without hesitation. Then let's do it, Naruto decided. But carefully, and with everyone ready in case something goes wrong. They moved to the Salvatore cellar, a fortified space that could contain Tyler if the unexpected happened. Dr. Fell set up basic monitoring equipment, while Bonnie prepared for a spell that would allow her to observe the metaphysical aspects of the transformation. A small amount first, Dr. Fell advised, drawing a vial of blood from Naruto's arm. We'll increase the dosage gradually if needed. Tyler sat on a cot, his expression a mixture of apprehension and hope. Whatever happens, thank you for trying. Naruto nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility. Just remember, we don't know exactly what this will do. Dr. Fell administered the blood intravenously, while Bonnie began chanting softly, her hands glowing with magical energy. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Tyler gasped, his eyes flashing yellow. It burns, he gritted out, his body tensing. Like fire in my veins. Dr. Fell monitored his vitals with growing concern. Heart rate elevating rapidly. Blood pressure spiking. His aura is changing, Bonnie reported, her eyes unfocused as she observed energies the others couldn't see. The werewolf curse is fighting back. Tyler cried out, falling to his knees as his body began to shift, not to wolf form, but something in between. Bones cracked and reformed, his face partially elongating before snapping back to human. What's happening? Elena demanded, watching in horror. The curse is deeply ingrained in his DNA, Bonnie explained urgently. It's not just a supernatural overlay like vampirism. It's part of who he is. Tyler screamed again, his body contorting unnaturally. Dr. Fell moved to intervene, but Naruto held her back. Wait, he said, an idea forming. He knelt beside Tyler, placing a hand on his shoulder. Kurama, can you help him? Perhaps, the fox replied. But it will require more than just blood. I'll need to channel my chakra directly into his system. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on drawing out Kurama's chakra. The red energy flowed from his hand into Tyler, surrounding the werewolf in a glowing aura. What are you doing? Bonnie asked in awe. Kurama's helping, Naruto explained, maintaining his concentration. The blood alone isn't enough, the curse is too integrated. But Kurama's chakra can separate it from Tyler's essence. The process continued for several tense minutes, Tyler's transformation fluctuating between human and partial wolf as Kurama's chakra worked through his system. Finally, with a last agonized cry, Tyler collapsed, the red aura dissipating. Dr. Fell rushed forward, checking his vitals. He's stable, but unconscious. Did it work? Stefan asked quietly. Bonnie knelt beside Tyler, her hands hovering over his still form. The curse is dormant. Not gone entirely, but suppressed to the point where it can't activate. He won't transform, but the werewolf is still part of his genetic makeup. So not a complete cure, Damon observed. More like a permanent remission, Dr. Fell suggested, fascinated despite her concern. Remarkable. Tyler's eyes fluttered open, his expression dazed. What happened? Did it work? Partially, Naruto told him honestly. You won't transform anymore, but the werewolf is still part of you, just dormant. Tyler sat up slowly, examining his hands as if seeing them for the first time. I can feel the difference. The rage, the constant edge I've lived with since triggering the curse, it's quieted. How do you feel otherwise? Dr. Fell asked clinically. Exhausted. Sore everywhere. A slow smile spread across his face. But free. For the first time in years, I feel free. The relief in the room was palpable. Though not a complete cure, the result was still significant, proof that Naruto's blood, combined with Kurama's direct chakra, could fundamentally alter supernatural conditions. This changes things, Dr. Fell said, making notes. The process is different for werewolves than vampires. More complex, requiring direct chakra intervention. Which means I can't just hand out my blood to werewolves and expect it to work, Naruto concluded. Each one would need personal treatment. And it would drain you significantly, Bonnie added, noting Naruto's evident fatigue. You can't treat everyone. The implications hung heavy in the air. Naruto's blood was even more valuable than they'd thought, but also more limited in application. The politics surrounding it had just become even more complicated. We need to keep this development quiet for now, Stefan decided. At least until Klaus arrives and we see what he wants. Too late for that, came a cultured British voice from the top of the cellar stairs. A handsome man with dirty blonde hair and cold blue eyes leaned against the doorframe, smiling dangerously. I believe I've seen enough. Everyone tensed as Klaus Michelson descended the stairs, his movements casual yet menacing. Fascinating display, he commented, eyeing Naruto with undisguised interest. Chakra, was it? I haven't encountered that particular energy in 1,000 years. How long have you been watching? Damon demanded. Long enough, Klaus replied dismissively. I arrived early, I do so hate being predictable. His gaze returned to Naruto. You must be the dimensional traveler. I've heard such interesting things. Naruto stood his ground, meeting Klaus's predatory stare without flinching. And you're Klaus. I've heard interesting things about you too. None of them good. Klaus laughed, seemingly delighted by Naruto's boldness. Spirited. I like that. His expression turned calculating. I believe we have much to discuss, you and I. A mutually beneficial arrangement, perhaps. I'm not interested in making deals with people who threaten my friends, Naruto replied firmly. Who said anything about threats? Klaus spread his hands innocently. I'm merely offering an alliance. Your unique abilities, my resources and protection. Together, we could reshape the supernatural world. Or you could use his blood to create an army of hybrids, Tyler spat, struggling to his feet. Klaus's smile never wavered. That too, of course. I am nothing if not transparent in my ambitions. The answer is no, Naruto stated flatly. Don't be hasty, Klaus advised, his tone hardening slightly. You're new to our world, unfamiliar with its dangers. The Augustine Society, for instance, did you know they've already begun analyzing the sample of your energy they collected tonight? Naruto's eyes narrowed. How do you know about that? I have spies everywhere, Klaus replied casually. Just as I know about the artifact you stole, the Ascendant, I believe it's called. And the ancient entity known as the Hollow who seeks it. What's your point? Stefan demanded. My point, dear Stefan, is that our friend here is caught in a web of supernatural politics he barely comprehends. I'm offering guidance. Protection. A path through the minefield. At what price? Elena asked suspiciously. A modest supply of his blood, and occasional access to his, what did you call it? Kurama's chakra. Klaus smiled at their surprised expressions. Yes, I heard that part too. Fascinating creature, this nine-tailed fox spirit of yours. Naruto felt Kurama stirring angrily within him. I don't like this one, Kit. He reminds me too much of Madara, calculating, powerful, and utterly self-serving. I need time to consider, Naruto said carefully. Of course, Klaus agreed magnanimously. Take until morning. But do consider carefully, my offer of protection extends to your new friends as well. His gaze swept meaningfully around the room. Or not, depending on your answer. With that thinly veiled threat, Klaus turned and ascended the stairs, pausing at the top. Oh, and do keep that fascinating artifact safe. The Hollow isn't the only one interested in dimensional travel. He disappeared from view, leaving a tense silence in his wake. Well, Damon said finally, that could have gone worse. Could it? Bonnie challenged. He knows everything, about Naruto's blood, Kurama, the Ascendant, even the Augustine sample. We have to assume nowhere is safe now, Stefan concluded grimly. Klaus doesn't make idle threats. Or idle offers, Elena added. He wants something specific from you, Naruto. Something beyond just your blood. The question is what, Naruto mused, troubled by the encounter. Klaus radiated power and danger, but also intelligence, a combination that made him far more threatening than simple brute force. We should move the Ascendant, Bonnie suggested. Somewhere Klaus wouldn't think to look. Already on it, Damon replied, pulling out his phone. I know a place. Not even Klaus knows about it. As the group dispersed to secure their position, Naruto remained in the cellar with Tyler, who was still recovering from the procedure. Thank you, Tyler said quietly. Even if it's not a complete cure, you've given me something I never thought I'd have again. Control. I just wish I could have done more, Naruto admitted. In my world, I've been able to help people overcome their inner demons completely. Different world, different rules, Tyler shrugged. But what you did, it's enough. More than enough. Dr. Fell approached them, her expression serious. The council needs to know about this development. The partial nature of the werewolf cure changes our understanding of what's possible. Can it wait until we deal with Klaus? Naruto asked. Briefly, she conceded. But not for long. Too many people are watching, waiting for information. The politics of blood, Naruto sighed. In my world, I fought enemies I could see, threats I could hit. Here, the danger is in whispers and schemes. Welcome to Mystic Falls, Tyler said wryly. Where the real battles happen in council meetings and private deals. As night deepened, Naruto found himself on the Salvatore house roof, seeking solitude to process everything. The stars above were familiar yet strange, the same stars, perhaps, but viewed from a different angle than in Konoha. Bonnie joined him sometime later, settling beside him in comfortable silence before finally speaking. I've been studying the Ascendant. It's tuned to specific frequencies, dimensional harmonics. With the right spell and power source, it might actually be able to send you home. Naruto turned to her, hope rising. Really? It's not that simple, she cautioned. The power required would be enormous. And without knowing the exact frequency of your home dimension, we'd be guessing. But it's possible, he pressed. Bonnie nodded slowly. Theoretically. With time, preparation, and a massive chakra expenditure. But Naruto. She hesitated. The same properties that might send you home could also be used by the Hollow to bring other versions of herself here. It's dangerous. That's why she needs both, the Ascendant and my chakra, Naruto realized. One without the other isn't enough. Exactly. Which means keeping them separated is our priority. Naruto gazed at the stars again, thinking of home, of Sakura, Kakashi, Sasuke, and all the others who might be wondering what happened to him. I'll find a way back eventually. But first, I need to make sure I'm not leaving this world in danger because of me. That's very noble, Bonnie observed with a small smile. Not really. Just responsible. He returned her smile. In my world, I was going to be Hokage, leader of my village. That means putting others first, even when it's difficult. You would have made a good leader, Bonnie said quietly. Before Naruto could respond, a sharp whistle from below caught their attention. Damon stood in the yard, gesturing urgently. We've got company, he called up. And not the original hybrid kind. Naruto and Bonnie hurried down to find the Salvatore living room occupied by a delegation of vampires. At their center stood a severe-looking woman in an elegant suit, her posture radiating authority. Naruto, meet Trish, head of the Augustine Society, Stefan introduced grimly. She's here to make us an offer we apparently shouldn't refuse. Mr. Uzumaki, Trish acknowledged with a cold smile. Your infiltration of our meeting was impressive, if ultimately futile. We got what we needed. Which was? Naruto asked warily. Confirmation that you're not from our world. Your energy signature is unlike anything in our considerable database. Her smile widened slightly. And a sample of your blood, courtesy of the tranquilizer that hit your clone, was it? Naruto tensed. What do you want? The same thing everyone wants, understanding. Access. Control. She placed a folder on the coffee table. Inside is our proposal. Regular blood donations, periodic examinations of your unique physiology, and consultation on the development of new technologies based on your chakra energy. And if I refuse? Naruto challenged. Then we'll be forced to acquire our samples through less cooperative means, Trish replied matter-of-factly. We have resources you can't imagine, Mr. Uzumaki. And the ability to find you anywhere. You're threatening him in our house? Damon asked incredulously. That's bold, even for Augustine. Not a threat. A reality check. Trish stood. You have until tomorrow to consider our offer. After that, we proceed regardless of your answer. As the Augustine delegation departed, Naruto picked up the folder. Inside were detailed scientific analyses of his blood sample, along with projections of its applications, most of them weaponized. They work fast, he commented, disturbed by what he was seeing. Augustine doesn't mess around, Damon confirmed grimly. And they usually get what they want. So now we have Klaus offering protection with strings attached, Augustine demanding blood samples, the Hollow hunting for the Ascendant, and the Council expecting updates, Stefan summarized. Anyone else want to join the party? Don't forget Catherine, Elena added. She's still owed the second half of her payment. One problem at a time, Naruto decided, closing the folder. Augustine first, since they've given us a deadline. Then Klaus. And the Hollow? Bonnie asked. She said she'd give us a week, Naruto recalled. Let's hope she keeps her word while we deal with the more immediate threats. The night grew later, but sleep eluded everyone as they strategized. Augustine's threat couldn't be ignored, yet giving in would set a dangerous precedent. Klaus's offer was similarly double-edged, protection with invisible chains attached. What we need is leverage, Damon suggested around midnight. Something Augustine wants more than your blood. Or someone Klaus fears more than he wants hybrids, Stefan added. There's always my mother, Bonnie said hesitantly. She has connections to powerful witch covens. They might be able to help shield Naruto from Augustine tracking. And against Klaus? Elena asked. We call Elijah, Damon proposed. Brother against brother has worked for us before. Naruto listened to their suggestions, grateful for their help but increasingly troubled. These were their enemies, their conflicts, that he'd stumbled into. Yet they were risking themselves to protect him. No, he said finally, stopping the discussion. I'm not letting you put yourselves in danger for me. I'll handle this my way. And what way is that? Stefan asked carefully. Naruto smiled, a determined gleam in his eyes. The way I always do, head on. Morning brought no respite from the tensions of the night before. As dawn broke over Mystic Falls, Naruto stood in the Salvatore yard, practicing forms to center himself. The others watched from the porch, concerned but respecting his need for space. He moves like nothing I've ever seen, Bonnie observed. Not vampire, not werewolf, something else entirely. Fighter's instinct, Tyler noted with appreciation. He's been trained since childhood, I'd guess. For what? Elena wondered. War, Stefan replied quietly. You can see it in how he carries himself. He's a soldier. Naruto completed his kata and approached the house, his mind clearer than it had been since arriving in this dimension. I've made my decision about Augustine and Klaus. We're listening, Damon said, handing him a cup of coffee. I'm going to meet with both of them, together. Stunned silence met this declaration. That's... Stefan started. Insane? Damon suggested. Bold, Elena finished diplomatically. It's the only way to balance the scales, Naruto explained. Get them competing against each other instead of both targeting me. It could work, Tyler admitted thoughtfully. Klaus hates Augustine for their experiments on hybrids. And Augustine fears Klaus's power. Exactly, Naruto nodded. I'll offer limited cooperation to both, with strict conditions. If they refuse, I make it clear that I'll ally exclusively with the other. Playing them against each other, Bonnie realized. It's risky. Everything about this situation is risky, Naruto pointed out. But this way, we control the narrative. After some discussion, they agreed that Naruto's approach, while dangerous, offered their best chance at navigating the complex politics surrounding his blood. Arrangements were made for a neutral meeting ground, the old Lockwood property, which had been abandoned after the previous mayor's death. As noon approached, Naruto prepared himself mentally for the confrontation ahead. He wouldn't be going alone, Stefan, Damon, and Bonnie would accompany him, while Elena and Tyler remained at the boarding house with the Ascendant, protected by protective spells Bonnie had cast. Remember, Stefan advised as they drove to the meeting, Klaus is over 1,000 years old. He's seen every trick, every negotiation tactic. Don't underestimate him. And Augustine has technology beyond what you've seen so far, Damon added. They've been studying supernatural phenomena for generations. I understand, Naruto assured them. But they're underestimating me too. They see a strange kid with unusual blood. They don't know what a Jinchuriki is truly capable of. Just be careful, Bonnie urged. If either side feels threatened, they won't hesitate to attack. The Lockwood property came into view, a large, stately home fallen into disrepair. Two groups already waited in the overgrown front yard, Klaus and 3 hybrids on one side, Trish and her Augustine delegation on the other. The tension between them was palpable even from a distance. Showtime, Damon muttered as they parked. Naruto exited the car with deliberate confidence, flanked by his allies. He approached the central point between the two factions, stopping at equal distance from both. Thank you for coming, he greeted formally. A bold move, bringing us together, Klaus observed, his tone amused but his eyes calculating. I assume you have a reason beyond the entertainment value? Efficiency, Naruto replied simply. Both of you want something from me. I'm here to establish terms that work for everyone. This is hardly a negotiation, Trish countered coldly. We made our position clear yesterday. As did I, Klaus added. Protection in exchange for reasonable access to your unique abilities. And I've considered both offers, Naruto acknowledged. They're inadequate. A dangerous silence followed this statement. Klaus's hybrids tensed, while the Augustine representatives exchanged glances. Perhaps you misunderstand your position, Klaus suggested, his smile not reaching his eyes. You're alone in a world you barely comprehend, surrounded by forces beyond your experience. Am I? Naruto challenged. Or are you both facing something you don't understand, with powers you can't predict? To demonstrate his point, Naruto created a shadow clone beside him, then another, and another, until 10 perfect copies surrounded the original in a protective circle. Fascinating, one of the Augustine scientists murmured, reaching for what looked like a scanning device. Put that away, Naruto ordered sharply. No tests without consent. That's my first condition. You're not in a position to set conditions, Trish began, but Klaus interrupted her. Let's hear him out, the original hybrid suggested, his interest clearly piqued. I do enjoy negotiations with spine behind them. Naruto nodded. Here's my offer to both of you. Augustine Society, I will provide 3 vials of blood per month for your research, and participate in non-invasive examinations quarterly. In exchange, you will share all findings with me and destroy the samples you currently possess. Before Trish could respond, he turned to Klaus. To you, I will help develop a modified treatment for your hybrids that doesn't require my direct intervention for each one. In exchange, you will guarantee protection for me and my allies from all supernatural threats, including the Hollow. Both parties considered his words. Klaus looked grudgingly impressed, while Trish's expression remained unreadable. And if we refuse these generous terms? Klaus inquired, a dangerous edge to his voice. Then I offer the rejected party's terms exclusively to the other, Naruto replied calmly. Either Augustine gets all of my cooperation and Klaus gets none, or vice versa. The implicit competition sent a visible ripple through both groups. Klaus laughed suddenly, the sound genuinely amused. Well played, Mr. Uzumaki. You understand leverage better than I expected. He studied Naruto with new respect. Your terms are acceptable, with one addition. I want a demonstration of this Nine-Tails power I've heard about. And Augustine requires a minimum of 5 vials monthly, not 3, Trish countered immediately, unwilling to be outmaneuvered. Naruto considered both demands carefully. 4 vials, no more. And a limited demonstration of Kurama's chakra, under controlled conditions. The negotiations continued for another hour, details being hammered out on both sides. By the end, an uneasy truce had been established, neither Klaus nor Augustine fully satisfied, but both receiving enough to forestall immediate conflict. As the meeting concluded, Klaus approached Naruto directly. Impressive diplomacy for someone so young. You remind me of someone I knew centuries ago, another who walked between worlds. What happened to them? Naruto asked, curious despite himself. Klaus's smile turned enigmatic. That would be telling. But I look forward to our collaboration, Naruto Uzumaki. I suspect it will be educational for us both. As Klaus and his hybrids departed, Trish lingered behind, her clinical gaze fixed on Naruto. You've bought yourself some breathing room, but don't mistake this for freedom. We'll be watching. I'd expect nothing less, Naruto replied evenly. But remember, I'll be watching too. Once both parties had left, Damon let out a low whistle. I can't believe that actually worked. It won't last, Stefan cautioned. This is a temporary solution at best. But it buys us time, Bonnie pointed out. Time to study the Ascendant, understand Naruto's blood better, and prepare for the Hollow. Naruto nodded, though a weight still pressed on his shoulders. He'd navigated the immediate crisis, but the fundamental problem remained. He was still stranded in a foreign dimension, his blood still coveted by forces he was only beginning to understand. Let's head back, he suggested. Elena and Tyler will be worried. As they drove away from the Lockwood property, none of them noticed the figure watching from the tree line, a woman with ancient eyes and a calculating smile. Well played, little fox, she murmured. But the game has only just begun. At the Salvatore house, Elena greeted them with evident relief. It worked. They actually agreed. For now, Stefan confirmed. Though I wouldn't trust either side to honor the agreements for long. It's a start, Naruto said, accepting the sandwich Elena offered. He hadn't realized how hungry the negotiation had left him. Where's Tyler? Upstairs, resting, Elena replied. The transformation affected him more than he let on. But Dr. Fell checked on him earlier, she says he's stable, just exhausted. And the Ascendant? Safe, Elena assured him, leading them to a hidden panel in the library where the device was concealed. No one's approached the house while you were gone. As they settled in to discuss next steps, a knock at the door interrupted them. Damon answered it warily, then returned with an unexpected visitor, Anna, the vampire Naruto's blood had cured on his first day in Mystic Falls. Anna, Jeremy greeted her warmly. How are you feeling? Human, she replied with a small smile. It's adjustment. But that's not why I'm here. She turned to Naruto, her expression grave. Word spreading through the vampire community about what happened at the Augustine meeting. People are taking sides, those who want the cure versus those who want to destroy it. That was fast, Damon commented. We just left there a few hours ago. Information travels quickly when immortality is at stake, Anna replied. But there's more. Catherine Pierce is gathering allies, vampires who want to remain vampires. She's positioning herself as the leader of the anti-cure faction. Catherine? Elena repeated incredulously. But she helped us steal the Ascendant. Classic Catherine move, Stefan sighed. Play all sides, then choose the most advantageous position. She never intended to take the cure herself, Bonnie realized. She just wanted to know if it was real. And now she's organizing resistance, Damon concluded grimly. Naruto absorbed this new complication with growing frustration. The politics of this world were exhausting, layers upon layers of agendas and alliances shifting like quicksand beneath his feet. Why are you telling us this? He asked Anna directly. Because I owe you, she answered simply. Your blood gave me a second chance at humanity, something I'd lost hope of ever experiencing again. Others deserve that same chance. Even if they don't want it. Stefan challenged. Anna hesitated. That's complicated. But choice matters. Everyone should have the option, at least. The philosophical implications hung in the air. Naruto had been so focused on the immediate threats that he hadn't fully considered the ethical dimensions of his blood's properties. Was it right to cure someone who didn't want to be cured? Who should decide who received the cure when supplies were limited? This just keeps getting messy, Naruto sighed. Welcome to the supernatural world, Damon said dryly. Where nothing is ever simple and everyone has an angle. That evening, as the others strategized countermoves against Catherine's faction, Naruto slipped away to the back garden, needing space to think. The politics of blood had grown far beyond what he could have imagined when he first arrived in Mystic Falls. He sensed rather than heard Bonnie's approach, her footsteps nearly silent on the grass. Mind some company? Not at all, he replied, making room for her on the stone bench. How are you holding up? She asked after a moment. Really? Naruto considered the question seriously. Overwhelmed. In my world, conflicts were usually straightforward, fight the bad guys, protect the good guys. Here, it's all gray. And you miss home, Bonnie observed. Every minute, he admitted. I keep wondering if my friends are okay, if they won their battle, if they're looking for me. I've been studying the Ascendant more closely, Bonnie said after a pause. With your chakra as a power source, I think it could create a pathway back to your dimension. But there's a risk. What kind of risk? Opening a dimensional portal, even briefly, could give the hollow exactly what she wants, access to other dimensions. She could follow you through, or worse, pull other versions of herself into our world. Naruto frowned. So even if we find a way to send me home, we might unleash something worse in the process. Possibly, Bonnie admitted. Though I'm still working on modifications that might prevent that. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion from inside the house. They rushed back to find Catherine standing in the Salvatore living room, looking disheveled and agitated, very unlike her usual composed self. "We have a problem," she announced without preamble. "The hollow has made her move." "What happened?" Stefan demanded. "She approached my allies, offered them immunity from the cure in exchange for their loyalty." Catherine's expression was grim. "Most accepted. Immunity?" Naruto repeated. "How would that even work?" "She claims to have a spell that can make vampires resistant to your blood's effects," Catherine explained. "Whether it's true or not, they believe her." "Why come to us?" Damon asked suspiciously. "Weren't you just organizing against us?" Catherine shot him an exasperated look. "I play all sides because that's how you survive. But the hollow is different. She doesn't want to rule the supernatural world, she wants to destroy it and rebuild it in her image." "So now you want our help," Elena concluded. "I want to survive," Catherine corrected. "And right now, that means stopping the hollow before she gains too much power." Bonnie looked troubled. "If she's recruiting vampires and offering protection from the cure, she's accelerating her timeline. She's not waiting the full week she promised. Which means we need to accelerate our plans too," Naruto decided. "Catherine, what exactly do you know about the hollow's current location?" "She's operating from the old Fell property on the edge of town. Heavily guarded by her new vampire allies. And the artifacts she's been collecting? All there, according to my sources. She needs just one more to complete her collection." "The Ascendant," Bonnie concluded. "Precisely," Catherine nodded. "And she knows you have it." The implications were clear. The hollow would be coming for them, for the Ascendant, and for Naruto's chakra, likely sooner rather than later. "We need to move the Ascendant again," Stefan decided. "Somewhere she wouldn't expect." "No," Naruto countered, a different strategy forming in his mind. "We need to confront her directly. Take the fight to her before she's ready." "That's suicide," Damon objected. "She's an ancient evil with vampire allies and who knows what other powers." "And I'm a Jinchuriki with the nine-tailed fox," Naruto replied with quiet confidence. "In my world, I've faced gods and demons. I won't hide and wait for her to get stronger." His determination seemed to resonate with Catherine, who smiled slightly. "Bold. I like it. But you'll need help, inside information about her defenses, her vulnerabilities. Can you provide that?" Naruto asked directly. "I can," she confirmed. "For a price." "The cure," he guessed. "You want the option to become human again someday." "Insurance," Catherine clarified. "I like being a vampire, but 500 years is a long time. Options are valuable." "Done," Naruto agreed. "Help us stop the hollow, and you'll have your insurance." As the others began planning the confrontation with the hollow, mapping out the Fell property and discussing strategy, Bonnie pulled Naruto aside. "Are you sure about this?" she asked quietly. "Taking on the hollow directly is risky, especially with Catherine's questionable help." "It's the right move," Naruto insisted. "In my experience, powerful enemies are often most vulnerable when they think they're winning. The hollow believes she's outmaneuvering us, we can use that confidence against her." Bonnie studied him thoughtfully. "You've done this before, haven't you? Turned the tables on someone who underestimated you." Naruto smiled, memories of past battles flickering through his mind. More times than I can count. It's kind of my specialty. Their planning continued late into the night. Catherine provided detailed information about the Fell property's layout, the Hollow's vampire allies, and the artifacts already in her possession. Each artifact, it seemed, represented a different dimensional property, one for time, one for space, one for matter, and one for energy. The Ascendant would complete the set, allowing for controlled travel between dimensions when powered by a sufficient energy source. Like Kurama's chakra, Naruto concluded. She needs both, the complete set of artifacts and my power. Which gives us an advantage, Stefan noted. She can't move forward without both elements. So we keep them separated, Damon suggested. Naruto goes nowhere near the Ascendant during the confrontation. But we bring it, Bonnie countered. As bait, to draw her out. By dawn, their plan was set. They would confront the Hollow at sunset, a time when her vampire allies would be at full strength, but before she might expect an attack. Bonnie would bring the Ascendant, protected by a boundary spell that would prevent the Hollow from sensing its presence until the critical moment. Naruto, meanwhile, would approach from a different direction, flanked by the Salvatore brothers. Catherine would play her part by feeding misinformation to the Hollow's allies, suggesting that their attack would come the following day instead. This false intelligence would hopefully leave the Hollow's defenses less prepared than they might otherwise be. As the others made final preparations, Naruto spent an hour in meditation, communing with Kurama in his mindscape. This plan has many vulnerabilities, the fox observed. You're trusting the vampire who's already betrayed you once. Catherine's self-interest aligns with ours for now, Naruto replied. That's often more reliable than altruism. Perhaps. But this hollow entity has powers we don't fully understand. She knows about me, about our chakra. That suggests knowledge beyond what should be possible in this dimension. Which is why we need to face her before she gets stronger, Naruto insisted. Before she completes whatever ritual she's planning. Then we should not hold back, Kurama decided. Full access to my chakra from the beginning. No saving strength for later, there may not be a later if we fail. Naruto nodded in agreement. Full power it is. When he emerged from meditation, he found Elena waiting for him, a concerned expression on her face. Bonnie told me your plan, she said without preamble. It's dangerous, Naruto. The Hollow isn't like other enemies you faced. Neither was Kaguya, he replied. Or Pain, or Madara, or any of the others who underestimated me. I'll be careful, Elena, but I can't hide while others fight my battles. Elena's expression softened. You remind me of someone I used to know. He always had to be the hero too. What happened to him? He saved everyone, she said simply. At great cost to himself. Naruto understood the warning in her words. I'm not planning on sacrificing myself. I still need to find a way home. Just come back safe, Elena requested. All of you. As sunset approached, they gathered one final time to review the plan. The Ascendant, carefully concealed in a spelled container, would be carried by Bonnie. Tyler, still recovering but insistent on helping, would accompany her as protection. Stefan and Damon would create a diversion at the front of the Fell property, while Naruto and Catherine approached from behind. Remember, Stefan cautioned, the goal is to eliminate the Hollow's ability to travel between dimensions. Destroy her artifacts if possible. And if not, Damon added grimly, destroy her. Easier said than done, Catherine commented. She's existed for centuries. Killing her may not be possible in the conventional sense. Then we seal her, Naruto decided. I know a few techniques that might work. With final preparations complete, they moved out in 2 vehicles. The tension was palpable as they drove toward the confrontation, each person lost in their own thoughts. For Naruto, the situation felt both familiar and strange. Once again, he was heading into battle against a powerful enemy threatening everything he cared about. But this time, he was fighting for a world not his own, alongside allies he'd known for only days. Yet somehow, it felt right. Whether in Konoha or Mystic Falls, protecting people from those who would harm them was what he did. It was who he was. As they neared the fell property, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. Darkness gathered around them, bringing with it a palpable sense of menace. "She knows we're coming," Bonnie whispered, her witch senses detecting the shift in energy. "Good," Naruto replied, his eyes glinting with determination. "Let's not keep her waiting." Chapter 3, The Hunter's Moon. The fell property loomed ahead, a crumbling Victorian mansion reclaimed by shadow and vine. As night descended fully, the windows flickered with an unnatural blue light that cast long, distorted shadows across the overgrown lawn. Naruto crouched in a tree lean with Catherine, studying the perimeter where vampires patrolled in loose formation. 12 guards outside, Catherine whispered. More inside. The hollow will be in the central chamber with her artifacts. Naruto nodded, extending his senses. Years of shinobi training had honed his ability to detect chakra signatures, or in this case, the supernatural energies of this world. The vampires registered as cold flickers against the background warmth of natural life. And the others are in position, he confirmed. The Salvatores should be creating their diversion any moment, Catherine replied, checking her phone. Bonnie and Tyler are approaching from the east with your precious ascendant. Right on cue, an explosion rocked the front of the property. Fire bloomed against the night sky as several vehicles in the driveway erupted in flames. The patrolling vampires rushed toward the commotion, shouting in alarm. That's our cue, Naruto said, rising to a crouch. Remember the plan, get me to the hollow while the others secure the artifacts. Catherine's lips curved in a predatory smile. Just try to keep up, fox boy. She vanished in a blur of vampire speed. Naruto channeled chakra to his legs and followed, moving through the shadows with the silent efficiency that had made him an elite shinobi. They reached the rear entrance unchallenged, the guards drawn away by the Salvatore's distraction. An ornate door stood before them, sealed with symbols that glowed faintly in the darkness. Warding spells, Catherine explained quietly. Designed to keep out anyone not invited. Naruto studied the symbols. They were nothing like the sealing techniques of his world, but the principle seemed similar, energy barriers constructed from written formulas. Stand back, he instructed, forming hand signs in rapid succession. Fuinjutsu, seal disruption technique. Chakra flowed from his hands, blue energy interacting with the magical wards. For a moment, the symbols flared brighter, resisting his foreign power. Then, unable to recognize or counter the chakra signature, they flickered and faded. Catherine's eyes widened slightly. Impressive. Basic academy technique, Naruto replied with a shrug, though it wasn't entirely true. He'd modified a standard seal-breaking jutsu on the fly, adapting it to this world's magical constructs. They slipped inside, entering a long hallway lined with antique furniture and faded portraits. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy that raised the hairs on Naruto's neck. Be cautious, Kit, Kurama warned within his mind. This place reeks of corrupted natural energy. The hollow's been performing rituals here, Catherine whispered, seeming to sense the same wrongness. Gathering power. They moved deeper into the house, following the strengthening pulse of malevolent energy. From somewhere ahead came the sound of chanting, a low, rhythmic drone in a language Naruto didn't recognize. As they approached the central chamber, the chanting grew louder, interspersed with what sounded like pleas or cries. Catherine held up a hand, stopping at a corner. Something's wrong, she whispered. The ritual shouldn't have started yet. She doesn't have the ascendant. Naruto peered around the corner. The hallway opened into a vast room, once a ballroom perhaps, now transformed into an occult workspace. Circles of symbols covered the floor, surrounding a raised dais where 4 artifacts hovered in mid-air, arranged in a square formation. In the center stood a woman, or something that appeared female, her back to them as she conducted the ritual. Surrounding the circle were at least 20 vampires, their eyes vacant, expressions entranced. And at the edge of the ritual space, shackled to stone pillars, were 3 werewolves, struggling against their bonds as dark energy pulsed around them. She's using them as sacrifices, Catherine realized. Channeling their life force to power the artifacts. We need to stop her now, Naruto decided. Before she kills them. Catherine grabbed his arm. Wait. This isn't right. She needs all 5 artifacts, including the Ascendant. This must be a preliminary ritual or a trap, Naruto finished, realization dawning. She knew we were coming. The woman at the center of the circle turned slowly, revealing a face of terrible beauty, ageless, with eyes that seemed to contain galaxies of darkness. The hollow smiled. The fox arrives at last, she said, her voice echoing unnaturally. How kind of you to join us. The entranced vampires turned as one, their vacant eyes fixing on Naruto and Catherine. Bring me the fox, the hollow commanded. Kill the traitor. The vampires surged forward with supernatural speed. Catherine cursed and adopted a fighting stance, while Naruto's hands blurred through seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen copies of Naruto appeared in puffs of smoke, each armed and ready. They engaged the oncoming vampires, buying time for the original to assess the situation. Catherine moved with lethal grace, centuries of survival instincts making her a formidable fighter even against superior numbers. Free the werewolves. Naruto called to his clones. Break the ritual circle. Bold strategy, the hollow commented, seemingly amused. But futile. Your companions have already fallen into my web. She gestured to the side of the room, where Damon and Stefan were being dragged in by more vampires, both brothers showing signs of a brutal fight. Moments later, another group entered with Bonnie and Tyler, the latter unconscious and bleeding from a head wound. One of the vampires triumphantly held up a small container, the spelled box containing the Ascendant. No, Naruto breathed, momentarily distracted. A vampire took advantage of his lapse in attention, lunging with bared fangs. One of Naruto's clones intercepted the attack, dispelling in a cloud of smoke as fangs tore through it. Your tricks are fascinating, the hollow observed. But this was always going to end one way. The 9 tails will be mine, and the dimensional barriers will fall. She gestured, and the container holding the Ascendant flew to her outstretched hand. With a casual motion, she destroyed Bonnie's protective spell and extracted the device, which rose to join the other 4 artifacts in their hovering formation. Now, she said with terrible satisfaction, we begin. The artifacts began to rotate, picking up speed until they blurred into a circle of light. The shackled werewolves howled in agony as energy visibly drained from them into the ritual. Naruto's mind raced. His friends captured, the Ascendant in the hollow's possession, and hostages being drained of life force, the situation had deteriorated faster than he could have imagined. Conventional tactics wouldn't work here. He needed something unexpected, something the hollow wouldn't anticipate. She wants me, Kurama growled within him. Let's give her a taste. Naruto understood immediately. He ceased fighting, standing straight as his remaining clones continued battling around him. Stop, he called out, his voice carrying authority. You want Kurama's chakra? Take it. The fighting faltered as all eyes turned to him. The hollow's expression shifted from triumph to wariness. You surrender so easily? She questioned, suspicious. Not surrendering, Naruto corrected, a faint smile playing on his lips. Making a point. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had transformed, red with slitted pupils, fox-like and fierce. Orange-red chakra began to emanate from his body, forming a visible aura that swirled and bubbled around him. Naruto, don't. Bonnie cried out, struggling against her captors. That's what she wants. Trust me, Naruto replied, his voice overlaid with Kurama's deeper growl. The hollow's eyes widened with naked hunger. Yes, she breathed. The power of the nine tails. Give it to me. She extended her hands, dark energy flowing from her fingers to connect with Naruto's chakra cloak. The connection formed, and Kurama's chakra began streaming toward her, exactly as they had anticipated. What the hollow didn't understand was that chakra was not merely power to be taken, it was life energy with its own properties, its own nature. And Kurama's chakra, in particular, carried the essence of the fox spirit himself. As the chakra flowed into the hollow, Naruto and Kurama executed their plan. Rather than resisting the drain, they accelerated it, pushing chakra toward her in a focused stream. But this chakra was carefully modified, infused with Kurama's consciousness and Naruto's intent. The hollow's expression shifted from triumph to confusion, then alarm as the chakra invaded her metaphysical form. What she had intended as a simple power drain became something else entirely, a battle for control within her own being. What is this?" she gasped, trying to sever the connection. Chakra isn't just energy, Naruto explained, maintaining his focus. It's life force. Consciousness. Will. And Kurama's will is very, very strong. Inside the hollow, Kurama's channeled consciousness attacked the ancient entity's control over her own power. It was like a virus in a computer system, disrupting commands, creating chaos in carefully ordered processes. The ritual faltered as her concentration broke, the artifact's rotation becoming erratic. Naruto seized the opportunity. Now, he shouted to his allies. Catherine, who had been biding her time, launched into action. She targeted the vampire holding the spelled container that had housed the Ascendant, ripping it from his grasp before he could react. Stefan and Damon, understanding Naruto's plan, broke free from their distracted captors and moved to free the captive werewolves. Bonnie began chanting, her eyes closed in concentration as she tapped into the magical energy saturating the room. The symbols on the floor began to glow with a different light, not the sickly blue of the hollow's magic, but a clear, bright white. "What are you doing?" the hollow shrieked, struggling against Kurama's influence within her. "Turning your own ritual against you," Bonnie replied, her voice resonating with power. "You've been channeling energy here for days. I'm just redirecting it." The magical circles inverted their flow, power that had been gathering in the center now pushing outward. The hovering artifacts shuddered in their formation. The Ascendant, newest to the array and least integrated, was the first to fall, dropping from the air toward the floor. Naruto released his chakra connection to the hollow, who stumbled backward, momentarily weakened by the internal assault. He dashed forward at shinobi speed, catching the falling Ascendant before it could shatter on impact. "No!" the hollow screamed, her voice distorting with rage. "The ritual is incomplete. You have no idea what you've done." The other artifacts began to fall as well, their mystical connection disrupted. As each one struck the ground, it released a pulse of energy that shook the foundations of the old mansion. Plaster rained from the ceiling, and cracks spread across the floor. "The place is coming down," Damon shouted, supporting one of the weakened werewolves. "We need to move. Take them and go." Naruto called back. "I'll finish this." The hollow was recovering quickly, darkness gathering around her as she drew on her considerable reserves of power. Her form seemed to flicker between solid and shadow, human and something decidedly not. "You think you've won?" she hissed. "This is merely a setback. I have waited centuries, I can wait longer. And now I understand your power better." Her lips curved in a terrible smile. "Next time, the nine tails will be mine." Naruto formed hand signs, preparing a sealing jutsu that might at least temporarily contain her. But before he could complete it, the hollow made a slashing gesture with her hand. Reality itself seemed to tear, creating a rift in the air beside her, a portal of some kind, showing glimpses of a dark void beyond. "Until we meet again, fox child," she said, stepping backward into the rift. And we will meet again. The portal closed behind her with a sound like thunder, leaving Naruto facing empty air as the building continued to collapse around him. He grabbed the fallen artifacts, no time to examine them now, and raced for the exit. Outside, his allies had gathered at a safe distance, watching as the fell mansion crumbled in on itself. Relief washed over their faces as Naruto emerged from the dust cloud, artifacts clutched in his arms. Cutting it close, Stefan remarked, though the tension in his shoulders eased visibly. "Did you get her?" Bonnie asked urgently. Naruto shook his head. "She escaped through some kind of portal. But we disrupted her ritual and got these." He held up the artifacts, including the Ascendant. "She won't be opening dimensional gates anytime soon." "Don't be so sure," said one of the rescued werewolves, a woman with striking amber eyes and intricate tattoos visible on her arms. "The Hollow is resourceful. And patient." "You know her?" Catherine asked sharply. "My pack has been tracking her movements for months," the werewolf replied. "I'm Jade, Alpha of the Crescent Moon Pack. And you," she turned to Naruto, "are something we've never encountered before." "It's a long story," Naruto said wearily. "And one better told somewhere safer than here." As if to emphasize his point, the remaining walls of the fell mansion gave way completely, sending up a plume of dust and debris. In the distance, sirens wailed, local authorities responding to what must have seemed like an earthquake or explosion. "The boarding house," Damon decided. "And we better move fast. Those sirens are getting closer, and we have a lot to explain." Tired and battered, the unusual group made their way to their vehicles. The three rescued werewolves, Jade and two males introduced as Rafe and Connor, traveled with Tyler, who had regained consciousness but remained weak from blood loss. During the drive back to the Salvatore boarding house, Naruto examined the artifacts they'd recovered. Besides the Ascendant, there were 4 objects of varying design: a crystalline sphere that seemed to contain swirling mist, a metal cube covered in geometric patterns, a medallion inscribed with astronomical symbols, and what appeared to be a small mechanical clock with multiple faces. Dimensional tools, Kurama observed within Naruto's mind. Each manipulating a different aspect of reality. "The Hollow said she's been waiting centuries," Naruto murmured. "How long has she been collecting these?" "Longer than any of us have been alive," Catherine replied from the driver's seat. "Even me." Upon reaching the boarding house, they found Elena waiting anxiously on the porch with Jeremy. The relief on their faces quickly turned to concern as they took in the group's battered condition and the presence of the werewolves. "What happened?" Elena asked, helping Stefan with one of the injured werewolves. "We won the battle, lost the war," Damon summarized grimly. "Hollow escaped, mansion collapsed, typical Tuesday in Mystic Falls. The important thing is we recovered the artifacts," Bonnie added, nodding to the bundle Naruto carried. "And rescued some unexpected allies." Inside, they tended to wounds and settled the exhausted werewolves in spare bedrooms. Jade, despite her own injuries, insisted on joining the debriefing in the Salvatore library. Her presence added a new dynamic to the group. She carried herself with the natural authority of an alpha, and even Damon seemed to unconsciously defer to her. "The Hollow has been targeting werewolf packs across the country," Jade explained once everyone was assembled. "She needs our life force for her rituals. Something about the connection to nature makes our energy more compatible with dimensional magic." "That explains the sacrifices we interrupted," Stefan noted. "But not why she's so interested in dimensional travel in the first place." "She's hunting versions of herself," Naruto reminded them, recalling what they'd learned earlier. "Gathering power from other dimensions." "And your arrival weakened the barriers," Bonnie added, studying the artifacts spread on the table. "Created a resonance that she could exploit." "But we have her tools now," Jeremy pointed out. "Without these, she can't complete her ritual." "Don't underestimate her," Jade warned. "The Hollow is ancient and patient. She'll find another way." "What we need," Catherine interjected, is a way to neutralize her permanently. Killing her would be preferable, but I'm guessing that's easier said than done. In my world, we have sealing techniques for entities too powerful to destroy, Naruto offered. If I had more time to study this world's magic, I might be able to adapt one. That's where my pack can help, Jade said, leaning forward. We have grimoires, spell books, dating back centuries. Werewolves have been fighting magical threats since before vampires existed. Why would you help us? Damon asked suspiciously. We just met, and supernatural species aren't exactly known for their cooperation. Jade's amber eyes flicked to Naruto. Because he saved my life. And because we have a common enemy in the hollow. She hesitated, then added, and because of what his blood might represent for our kind. The real motivation emerged. News of Naruto's blood had reached the werewolf community too, it seemed. You want a cure for the werewolf curse, Elena realized. We want a choice, Jade corrected. Some of us embrace what we are. Others consider it a curse. Either way, the option to change our fate is compelling. We saw what happened with Tyler, Stefan reminded them. The process is different for werewolves. More complex. Not a simple cure like with vampires. But possible, Jade pressed, looking to Naruto. That's what matters. Naruto felt the weight of her gaze, the hope and desperation it contained. I can try, he said carefully. But I can't make promises. And right now, dealing with the hollow has to take priority. Jade nodded, accepting his terms. The full moon is in 3 days. More of my pack will arrive by then, they're scattered, hiding from the hollow. With them will come our grimoires and our knowledge. 3 days, Bonnie mused, looking troubled. That's not much time to prepare. Then we better get started, Naruto decided, standing. Bonnie, can you secure these artifacts somewhere safe? The rest of us should get some rest while we can. As the meeting dispersed, Jade approached Naruto privately. There's something else you should know, she said, her voice low. During the full moon, when we transform, our connection to nature is at its strongest. The hollow will almost certainly make her move then, trying to harness that power. You think she'll attack the werewolves during their transformation? Naruto asked, alarmed. I think she'll try to use us, Jade corrected grimly. Turned werewolves are dangerous, but also vulnerable in their own way. Our minds become more primal, our energies more raw. Easier to manipulate for someone with her skills. Then we need to prepare defenses, Naruto concluded. Somewhere to keep the transformed werewolves safe, both from others and from themselves. The old Lockwood property has containment cells, Tyler said, joining their conversation. He moved stiffly, still recovering from his injuries. They were built for generations of Lockwoods to weather their transformations. Will they be enough for an entire pack? Jade asked skeptically. No, Tyler admitted. But they're a starting point. We can reinforce them, add Bonnie's magic as an additional barrier. And I can create shadow clones to help contain any werewolves that break free, Naruto added. Jade studied him with renewed interest. These shadow clones, they're solid duplicates? With your abilities? Yes, though they dispel if hit hard enough, Naruto explained. They're one of my basic techniques. Nothing about you seems basic, Jade observed with a hint of a smile. The subtle shift in her tone wasn't lost on Naruto. In the short time he'd known her, Jade had demonstrated the pragmatic focus of a leader in crisis. This momentary softening suggested another dimension to her personality, one that recognized him as more than just a potential cure or ally. I should check on my pack mates, she said, breaking the brief moment. We'll talk more tomorrow about preparations. After she departed, Tyler lingered, his expression thoughtful. The werewolves arriving, it's going to complicate things. More than they already are. Naruto asked wryly. Different complications, Tyler clarified. Pack politics are intense. Territorial. Having multiple alphas in Mystic Falls will create tensions, especially around the full moon. And they'll all want access to my blood, Naruto concluded, understanding dawning. Each alpha wanting priority for their pack. Tyler nodded. Jade's reasonable, but others might not be. Just, be prepared for that. As Naruto finally retired to his room for the night, exhaustion hit him like a physical blow. The battle with the hollow, channeling Kurama's chakra so precisely, and the constant tension of navigating this world's complex politics had drained him thoroughly. You need rest, Kurama advised. That maneuver we pulled against the hollow required more precision than we've ever attempted. Did we hurt her? Naruto asked silently as he collapsed onto his bed. Or just inconvenience her? We wounded her, Kurama confirmed. Not fatally, but significantly. She'll need time to recover from having my consciousness invade her energy system. It was like a spiritual virus. Good, Naruto murmured, his eyes already closing. That buys us time. He drifted into sleep, dreams filled with swirling portals and howling wolves beneath a full moon. Morning arrived with new complications. Naruto woke to the sound of raised voices downstairs, unfamiliar ones, tense with barely contained aggression. He dressed quickly and headed down to find the Salvatore living room occupied by a new group of werewolves facing off against Jade and her packmates. This territory is unclaimed, a massive man with a shaved head and tribal tattoos covering his neck was saying. The crescent moon has no right to exclusive access. We arrived first, Ray, Jade replied coolly. And we've already established alliances with the local vampires and the cure-bearer. Ray's nostrils flared as he caught Naruto's scent, his head turning sharply. Speaking of which. The tension in the room shifted as all eyes turned to Naruto. He felt rather than saw Stefan and Damon moving subtly to flank him, a protective gesture he appreciated but didn't require. You must be Naruto Uzumaki, Ray said, his deep voice carefully controlled. I'm Raymond Sutton, Alpha of the North Atlantic Pack. We've come a long way to meet you. Word travels fast, Naruto observed neutrally. When it concerns a potential cure for our condition. Like wildfire, Ray confirmed. His gaze was assessing, calculating. They say your blood can end the curse. That you've already helped the Lockwood boy. Tyler stepped forward. It's true. I won't transform during the full moon anymore. The curse is dormant. Ray's pack members murmured among themselves, expressions ranging from hope to skepticism to naked hunger. We want the same opportunity, Ray stated, turning back to Naruto. My pack has suffered the curse for generations. We've lost children, parents, entire family lines to the violence of transformation. I understand, Naruto said carefully. But as I told Jade yesterday, treating werewolves is more complex than vampires. It requires direct intervention with my chakra, not just blood. And it's draining, I can't treat everyone at once. Then who decides the priority? Ray challenged, glancing pointedly at Jade. Those who arrived first. Those who offer the most in return. We need a system, Stefan interjected diplomatically. A fair way to determine who receives treatment when. The full moon is in 3 days, Damon reminded them. Maybe we table the cure discussion until after we all survive that. Ray's expression darkened. Easy for a vampire to suggest delay. You don't understand what the transformation means for us. Actually, I do, Damon countered. I've seen it up close. Nasty business. But there's a bigger threat right now, the Hollow. And she's particularly interested in werewolves during the full moon. This caught Ray's attention. The Hollow? She's here. She was, Jade confirmed. We disrupted her ritual last night, but she escaped. She's been targeting werewolf packs for their connection to natural energy. The hostility in Ray's posture diminished slightly, replaced by concern. We've lost 3 packmates in the last month. Disappeared without a trace. You think it was her? Almost certainly, Jade nodded. She needs werewolf energy for her dimensional magic. Rei absorbed this information, then turned back to Naruto. So you're fighting the hollow. That changes things. His voice lowered. My pack has experience with her kind. Ancient evils that feed on life force. We have knowledge that might help. As do we, came yet another new voice. All eyes turned to the doorway, where a woman stood flanked by two male werewolves. She was striking, tall, with copper skin and hair bound in intricate braids interwoven with feathers and beads. Her presence commanded immediate attention, a natural authority that even Rei seemed to respect. Ariadne, he acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head. Raymond, she returned coolly before addressing the room. I am Ariadne of the Crescent Moon. Not all of us follow Jade's leadership. Her gaze fixed on Naruto. We've come for our own reasons. The factional dynamics were becoming clear. Not only were there multiple packs arriving in Mystic Falls, but there were divisions within the packs themselves. The politics of werewolves seemed every bit as complex as those of vampires. Look, Naruto said, stepping forward. I understand everyone has their own priorities. But right now, we need to focus on two things, preparing for the full moon and protecting against the hollow. Everything else is secondary. Easy to say when you're not the one who'll be breaking every bone in your body in 3 days, one of Rei's packmates muttered. I've had my share of painful transformations, Naruto countered, thinking of his early days mastering Kurama's chakra. I understand more than you think. Ariadne studied him with sharp eyes. You're not a werewolf. Or a vampire. What are you? He's a shinobi, Jade answered before Naruto could. A warrior from another dimension with powers beyond anything in our world. And right now, he's our best hope against the hollow. And after? Rei pressed. After the hollow is defeated? What happens to the cure then? We'll establish a fair system, Naruto promised. No favoritism, no politics. But first, we need to survive the next few days. His directness seemed to resonate with the werewolves. For all their factional differences, they were practical people accustomed to harsh realities. The immediate threat took precedence over future possibilities. What do you need from us? Ariadne asked, her manner shifting from challenging to cooperative. Knowledge, for starters, Bonnie said, entering the room with an armful of grimoires. Anything your packs know about the hollow, dimensional magic, or protecting werewolves during transformation. And help reinforcing the Lockwood cells, Tyler added. We have dozens of werewolves arriving and limited containment space. We can assist with both, Rei decided after a moment's consideration. My pack includes skilled builders. And our lore keepers have extensive knowledge of magical defenses. As do mine, Ariadne added, not to be outdone. We've developed methods to maintain partial consciousness during transformation, techniques that might help resist the hollow's influence. The tense standoff gradually evolved into a planning session. Maps were spread out, cell phone numbers exchanged, and tasks assigned. The werewolves, despite their differences, fell into the comfortable patterns of preparation that transcended pack loyalties. A common threat united them, at least temporarily. As the morning progressed, more werewolves arrived in small groups, scouts and advance parties from various packs sensing the approach of the full moon. By noon, nearly 30 had gathered at the Salvatore house, straining its capacity. We need a central meeting place, Stefan observed. Somewhere larger than this. The old Lockwood property, Tyler suggested again. The mansion itself is intact, even if parts are run down. There's enough room for everyone, and it's close to the containment cells. Is it defensible? Naruto asked, thinking strategically. Very, Tyler confirmed. It was built with supernatural threats in mind. Thick walls, limited access points, and situated on a natural convergence of ley lines that can amplify magical barriers. Perfect, Naruto decided. Let's move operations there. Bonnie, can you set up protective spells at the new location? Already planning on it, she confirmed. I'll need help carrying the artifacts, though. They shouldn't be separated too far from each other. I'll handle that, Naruto assured her, creating 4 shadow clones with a casual hand sign. Each clone took charge of one artifact, while Naruto himself carried the ascendant. The werewolves watched this display with various reactions: surprise, wariness, and in some cases, naked envy. The ability to create perfect duplicates of oneself would be invaluable to pack leaders accustomed to managing scattered groups. Neat trick, Ray commented as they prepared to relocate. Any chance that blood of yours grants that ability too? My abilities come from lifelong training, not just my bloodline, Naruto explained. It's not something I can transfer. Pity, Ray grunted. Would have made full moons a lot easier to manage. By mid-afternoon, the group had established a base of operations at the Lockwood property. The mansion, while showing signs of neglect, proved surprisingly well suited to their needs. Large reception rooms became planning areas, bedrooms were allocated to the various packs, and the extensive grounds provided space for the werewolves to move freely without encountering the town's human population. Naruto found himself drawn to the containment facilities, a network of reinforced cellars and underground chambers built beneath the property. Tyler led him through the stone corridors, explaining their history and purpose. The Lockwood curse goes back generations, he said, unlocking a heavy door that led to a circular chamber ringed with cells. These were built in the 1800s, designed to contain transformed werewolves without killing them. Naruto examined the construction: thick stone walls reinforced with iron, heavy bars, and chains anchored deep into the bedrock. Will they hold against a full pack? Honestly? No, Tyler admitted. They were built for individual containment. A few werewolves at most. We're looking at potentially 50 or more by the full moon. Then we need to strengthen them, Naruto decided. And expand the space if possible. That's where I come in, said Bonnie, who had followed them down with her grimoires. I've been researching containment spells, barriers that can reinforce the physical structure. And I can create shadow clones to monitor each cell, Naruto added. If someone starts to break free, my clones can intervene. Tyler looked skeptical. You haven't seen a full transformation up close. Even with your abilities, containing a werewolf in full frenzy isn't easy. Show me, Naruto requested. Help me understand what we're facing. Tyler hesitated, then nodded. I can't transform at will anymore, not since your treatment. But I have videos. Documentation of my past transformations. He led them back upstairs to a private study, where he retrieved a laptop and pulled up video files. I recorded my transformations to study them, looking for ways to minimize the pain or maintain consciousness. The footage was difficult to watch. It showed Tyler in various stages of transformation, bones breaking and reforming, skin stretching unnaturally, his human cries giving way to animalistic howls. The agony was evident in every frame, as was the loss of human consciousness as the wolf took over. The whole process takes about an hour, Tyler explained quietly. Breaking every bone, restructuring muscle tissue, transforming internal organs. The pain is indescribable. And the loss of control? Naruto asked, studying the final stages where the fully transformed Tyler lunged at the camera. Complete, for most of us, Tyler confirmed. Some older werewolves claim they can maintain fragments of human consciousness, but it's rare. Mostly, the wolf takes over, all instinct, no reason. Naruto absorbed this information thoughtfully. The werewolf transformation seemed oddly similar to early Jinchuriki transformations, when a tailed beast's chakra overwhelmed its host's consciousness. He'd experienced that loss of control himself, before forming his partnership with Kurama. In my world, he said slowly, there are techniques for maintaining consciousness during similar transformations. They involve creating mental anchors, focusing points that the human mind can hold on to. Like meditation? Bonnie asked, intrigued. More active than that, Naruto explained. Training the mind to recognize itself even when the body changes. It's not easy, but it's possible. Could you teach these techniques? Tyler asked, hope edging into his voice. I can try, Naruto said. Though adapting them to werewolf physiology might be challenging. It would be easier to demonstrate than explain. I volunteer, came Jade's voice from the doorway. She'd been listening quietly. If there's any chance to maintain awareness during transformation, I want to learn. Naruto considered the offer. It would mean connecting our chakra, or in your case, whatever energy system werewolves use. I'd need to understand how your transformation works from the inside. Is it dangerous? Jade asked directly. Potentially, Naruto admitted. For both of us. I'd be linking to your consciousness during its most vulnerable state. I'll do it, she decided without hesitation. Better to risk one alpha than have an entire pack of mindless werewolves for the hollow to manipulate. Her courage impressed Naruto. We'll need a controlled environment. Somewhere I can work without interruption, but with safeguards in case something goes wrong. The old wine cellar, Tyler suggested. It's separate from the main containment facility, heavily reinforced, and private. Perfect, Naruto nodded. Bonnie, could you prepare protective wards? Just in case. Already thinking about it, she confirmed, her mind clearly racing through possibilities. I can create a boundary spell that contains magical energy without blocking it completely. That way, if something goes wrong, the effects won't spread beyond the cellar. As they finalized preparations for this experimental procedure, more werewolves continued to arrive. By evening, their numbers had swelled to over 40, representing at least 5 distinct packs. The Lockwood mansion buzzed with activity as newcomers were briefed on the situation with the hollow and assigned quarters. Naruto observed the interactions with fascination. Despite their territorial nature, the werewolves maintained a complex social order that transcended individual pack loyalties. There was a hierarchy based partly on strength, partly on age, and partly on knowledge, with specialists in various areas earning respect regardless of their pack affiliation. It's like watching village politics back home, he commented to Elena, who had arrived with supplies from town. Different clans with their own specialties, coming together when needed. Werewolves are surprisingly communal, Elena agreed, handing out bottles of water to a group of tired newcomers. For all their territorial instincts, they understand the value of cooperation during crises. Unlike certain vampires we could name, Damon added, appearing with a clipboard. Latest count is 47 werewolves from 7 different packs. Plus the Mystic Falls supernaturals, that puts us at nearly 60 people in the mansion. Any word from Klaus? Stefan asked, joining them. Surprisingly, yes, Damon replied, holding up his phone. He's aware of the werewolf convention happening here and has graciously offered to remain neutral, provided we share any findings regarding the hollow. Translation: he's watching from a distance, waiting to see how things play out, Stefan interpreted. Better than active interference, Elena pointed out. We have enough to manage without original hybrid complications. As night fell, the mansion settled into an uneasy rhythm. Patrols were established, with mixed groups of werewolves and vampires guarding the perimeter against potential hollow activity. Inside, Bonnie worked with werewolf knowledge keepers to develop protective spells that would shield the property during the full moon. Naruto found himself in the kitchen, preparing a massive pot of ramen to feed the hungry werewolves. Cooking had always calmed him, and the familiar ritual of preparing his favorite food provided a moment of normalcy amid the chaos. That smells amazing, said a voice behind him. He turned to find Jade leaning against the doorframe, watching him with interest. She'd changed from her tactical gear into more comfortable clothes, jeans and a simple tank top that revealed more of the intricate tattoos spiraling down her arms. Ramen, Naruto explained with a smile. Food of the gods, where I come from. Noodle soup is divine where you're from, she asked, approaching to peer into the pot. When you've been training all day or fighting for your life? Absolutely. He offered her a taste from the stirring spoon. She sipped carefully, her eyes widening in appreciation. That's surprisingly good. Secrets in the broth, Naruto confided. Slow cooked with just the right balance of flavors. Jade hopped up to sit on the counter nearby, watching as he continued cooking. So, shinobi from another dimension who makes excellent ramen. You're full of surprises. I could say the same about alpha werewolves with advanced magical knowledge, Naruto countered good-naturedly. My pack values learning alongside strength, she explained. We believe knowledge is just as important as physical power. Where I'm from, that's how the best shinobi think too, Naruto said, adding vegetables to the broth. Power without wisdom is just destruction waiting to happen. You speak from experience, Jade observed perceptively. Naruto nodded, memories of past battles flashing through his mind. I've seen what happens when power becomes the only goal. It never ends well. They fell into comfortable conversation as Naruto finished preparing the meal. Jade helped distribute bowls to the hungry werewolves gathered in the dining room, earning grateful nods from even rival pack members. Food, it seemed, transcended political divisions. Later that night, Naruto met with Bonnie in the wine cellar to prepare for the experimental procedure with Jade. The space had been cleared of old racks and barrels, replaced with a simple futon mattress in the center of a complex magical circle Bonnie had drawn on the floor. The boundary spell is ready, she reported, lighting candles at specific points around the circle. It will contain any energy discharge without blocking your connection to Jade. And if something goes wrong? Naruto asked, examining her work. I've created a failsafe, Bonnie explained, showing him a small crystal on a chain around her neck. If I break this, it will disrupt all magical energy within the circle, forcing a separation. Good thinking, Naruto approved. Though hopefully it won't be necessary. Jade arrived punctually, her expression resolute despite the obvious tension in her shoulders. How does this work exactly? You'll lie in the center of the circle, Naruto explained. I'll establish a chakra connection, think of it as a bridge between our minds. Then I'll guide you through the mental techniques for maintaining consciousness during transformation. Will I actually transform? She asked, eyeing the reinforced walls. No, Bonnie assured her. This is just mental preparation. But your body might respond as if beginning transformation, which is why we have the containment spell. Jade nodded and moved to the center of the circle, settling on the futon. I'm ready when you are. Naruto knelt beside her, placing one hand gently on her forehead and the other over her heart. Try to relax. This will feel strange at first. He closed his eyes, focusing his chakra into fine, controlled streams that extended from his palms into Jade's body. The connection formed slowly, her energy system was different from the chakra networks he was used to, more primal and less structured. Careful, Kit, Kurama advised. Her energy resists conventional channeling. You'll need to adapt. Naruto adjusted his approach, making his chakra more flexible, less directive. Instead of creating pathways, he allowed his energy to flow alongside hers, observing its natural patterns before attempting to influence them. Your energy, Jade gasped, her eyes widening. I can feel it. Like fire, but it doesn't burn. That's good, Naruto murmured, maintaining his focus. Now, I want you to think about the transformation. Not fighting it, but observing it. As Jade concentrated, Naruto could sense her energy shifting, becoming wilder, more chaotic. This was the beginning of the transformation response, her body remembering the patterns of change even without the full moon's trigger. I can feel the wolf stirring, she whispered, her voice strained. Wanting to take control. Don't resist it, Naruto instructed. But don't surrender to it either. Observe it, like watching a river flow past you. Through their connection, he could feel her struggle, the wolf aspect of her nature pushing against her human consciousness, trying to overwhelm it as it did during physical transformation. This was the critical moment. Now, Naruto said, channeling more chakra into the connection, I'm going to show you a technique we call mindscape anchoring. Imagine a physical object that represents your human consciousness, something meaningful to you. Jade's brow furrowed in concentration. Through their connection, Naruto could sense her focusing on an image, a silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, clearly an object of personal significance. Good, he encouraged. Now imagine that pendant is unbreakable, unchangeable. No matter how the world around it transforms, it remains exactly what it is. As she focused on this image, Naruto carefully introduced a strand of Kurama's chakra into the connection, just enough to stabilize the mental construct she was forming. The fox's energy, accustomed to maintaining consciousness through transformations, provided a template for Jade's mind to follow. The wolf can change your body, Naruto continued softly, but it cannot change that pendant, your core self, unless you allow it to. Through their connection, he could sense her grasping the concept, not just intellectually, but experientially. The mental anchor was forming, establishing itself as a fixed point in her consciousness. I can feel it, Jade murmured, her voice steadier now despite the sweat beading on her forehead. The wolf is still there, still powerful, but separate somehow. I can observe it without being consumed by it. That's exactly right, Naruto confirmed. With practice, you can maintain this separation even during full physical transformation. They continued the exercise for nearly an hour, Naruto guiding Jade through progressively deeper states of pre-transformation while helping her strengthen her mental anchor. By the end, she could maintain her human consciousness even when her energy had shifted significantly toward its wolf aspect. Enough for tonight, Naruto decided, gradually withdrawing his chakra. You need to rest and integrate what you've learned. As their connection dissolved, Jade took a deep, shuddering breath. Her eyes, which had taken on a golden glow during the process, gradually returned to their normal amber color. That was intense, she said, sitting up slowly. I've never experienced anything like it. How do you feel? Bonnie asked, checking her pulse. Different, Jade replied, searching for words. Like I understand the wolf better now. Not as something separate from me, but as another aspect of myself. That's progress, Naruto confirmed. With practice, you might be able to maintain partial consciousness during the full transformation. Could this work for others? Jade asked, her leader's instincts immediately considering her pack. In theory, yes, Naruto said cautiously. But it requires both participants to have significant mental discipline. And it's draining for me, I couldn't do many sessions like this in a short time. But if it works for even a few key pack members, Bonnie pointed out, it could make a huge difference during the full moon. Transformed werewolves with human consciousness could help control those who can't maintain awareness. Jade stood, still a bit unsteady but recovering quickly. I need to process this, but, thank you, Naruto. This could change everything for werewolves. After she departed, Bonnie turned to Naruto with concern. Are you okay? That looked like it took a lot out of you. I'm fine, he assured her, though fatigue pulled at him. Just need some rest. Connecting to a different energy system is more challenging than working with someone who has chakra. You're doing incredible things here, Bonnie said softly. Helping people in ways no one else could. Naruto smiled tiredly. It's what I do. In any world, apparently. The next morning brought a flurry of activity as final preparations for the full moon intensified. Rei's pack members, skilled in construction, had worked through the night reinforcing the containment cells. Ariadne's knowledge keepers collaborated with Bonnie on protective spells, while scouts from various packs patrolled the perimeter in widening circles, alert for any sign of the hollow. Naruto, having recovered from the previous night's procedure, met with the pack alphas to discuss the results. Jade's experience had generated intense interest, with every leader wanting similar training for key members of their packs. I can work with a limited number, Naruto explained in the mansion's main study, now serving as a war room. Maybe 6 or 7 more before the full moon. We should prioritize those with the strongest mental discipline. My beta, Marcus, has trained in meditation techniques for years, Ray offered. He's maintained partial awareness during previous transformations. Elise from my pack was a practicing witch before her curse was triggered, Ariadne added. She understands magical energy manipulation better than most. The selection process continued, with each alpha nominating candidates based on Naruto's criteria. By noon, they had identified 7 werewolves who would undergo the mindscape anchoring process over the next 2 days. What about the others? Asked a young alpha named Korra, whose small pack had arrived that morning. Those who can't maintain consciousness will still be vulnerable to the Hollow's influence. That's where the containment strategy comes in, Stefan explained, gesturing to the map spread across the table. Reinforced cells, magical barriers, and Naruto's shadow clones monitoring each section. And a last resort if all else fails, Damon added grimly, pointing to a red circle on the map marking the far edge of the Lockwood property. A secondary boundary spell that can contain the entire transformed pack if necessary. At what cost? Ray demanded, bristling at the implication. No cost to the werewolves, Bonnie assured him. The boundary wouldn't harm anyone, just prevent movement beyond the property lines until sunrise. It's a precaution, Naruto emphasized. One we hope not to need. But with the Hollow potentially targeting transformed werewolves, we need all possible safeguards in place. The Alphas grudgingly accepted this logic, though tensions remained. The full moon heightened werewolf emotions even days before the actual transformation, making diplomacy increasingly challenging as the clock ticked down. Throughout the day, Naruto conducted 3 more mindscape anchoring sessions. Marcus, Ray's beta, proved particularly adept at the technique, grasping the concept quickly and forming a strong mental anchor. Elise from Ariadne's pack struggled more but eventually succeeded in maintaining her consciousness through pre-transformation states. The third candidate, a solitary werewolf named Grayson who belonged to none of the established packs, showed remarkable natural ability. His anchor formed almost instinctively, as if some part of him had been seeking this technique for years. You have a gift for this, Naruto told him as they concluded the session. With practice, you might achieve near-complete consciousness during transformation. After 15 years of losing myself to the wolf every month, Grayson replied, his voice rough with emotion, the possibility of remaining myself is hard to describe. Why haven't you joined a pack? Naruto asked curiously as they left the wine cellar. Most werewolves seem to prefer the community. Grayson's expression darkened. My first transformation killed my brother. Some burdens are better carried alone. The simple tragedy of his words struck Naruto deeply. He understood isolation, had lived it in his early years as Konoha's Jinchuriki. Being alone doesn't make the burden lighter, he said quietly. Just lonelier. Grayson studied him with newfound interest. You sound like you know something about that. Where I come from, I was different too, Naruto explained. Feared because of what I contained. It took time to find people who saw beyond that. And did you find them? Naruto smiled, memories of Team 7, of Iruka, of all his precious people warming him despite the dimension between them. I did. Family isn't always blood. Maybe, Grayson allowed, his usual reserve softening slightly. I'll think about it. As evening approached on the day before the full moon, a new crisis emerged. 2 younger werewolves from Korra's pack had ventured into town despite explicit instructions to remain on the Lockwood property. They returned in panic, reporting a disturbing encounter. We saw her, gasped one, a girl barely in her 20s. The Hollow. In town, at the grill. She was just, sitting there, the other added, wide-eyed. Drinking coffee like a normal person. But then she looked at us and smiled, and her eyes. What happened exactly? Jade demanded, as the Alphas gathered to hear the report. She called us over, the first girl explained. Said she had a message for the fox child and his wolves. What message? Naruto asked, pushing through the group. She said, tell him the moon brings change to all things. Even plans. Even promises. The girl shivered. Then her eyes went black, and she just vanished. Like she was never there. The implications weren't lost on anyone. The Hollow's promised week-long grace period was ending early. She planned to make her move during the full moon, as they'd suspected. We need to accelerate everything, Naruto decided. Bonnie, are the containment spells ready? Nearly, she confirmed. I need a few more hours to finalize the outer boundary. Tyler, what's the status on the cells? Reinforced and ready, he reported. We can hold about 40 transformed werewolves securely. The rest will need to be contained by the backup boundary spell. And the artifacts? Naruto asked, turning to Elena and Jeremy, who had been tasked with their protection. Secured in the panic room beneath the east wing, Elena assured him. Triple warded and under constant watch. Naruto nodded, mind racing through contingencies. The Hollow's appearance in town changes things. She's getting bolder, more public. We need to assume she'll attack during the height of the transformation, when the werewolves are at their most vulnerable. And most powerful, Ray added grimly. Don't forget, our energy peaks during the full moon. That's what she wants to harvest. Then we need more anchors, Naruto decided. More werewolves who can maintain consciousness during transformation. You said yourself you can't handle many more sessions, Bonnie reminded him. You've already done 4 today. I'll manage, Naruto insisted. Every werewolf who keeps their human mind is one less the Hollow can manipulate. Despite concerns about his stamina, Naruto conducted 3 more anchoring sessions that night, pushing himself to the limit. By midnight, he had worked with 7 werewolves in total, each now possessing at least the fundamental technique for maintaining consciousness during transformation. That's enough, Stefan insisted, finding Naruto exhausted after the final session. You need to rest before tomorrow night. There are still more who need help, Naruto argued, though he swayed slightly on his feet. You won't help anyone if you collapse, Stefan countered, supporting him toward the stairs. The full moon rises in less than 24 hours. We need you at full strength. Reluctantly, Naruto allowed himself to be led to his room. Fatigue pulled at him, the cumulative effect of channeling his chakra so precisely for so many hours. The vampire is right, Kurama rumbled within him. You're approaching your limits, even with my regenerative abilities. Rest now, or tomorrow will find you unprepared. Wake me at dawn, Naruto murmured as he drifted toward sleep. Still much to do. He woke to morning light and the sound of voices outside, tense, urgent voices. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 9. Someone had let him sleep far longer than he'd intended. Dressing quickly, Naruto hurried downstairs to find the mansion in controlled chaos. Werewolves moved with purpose, carrying supplies to the containment area or reinforcing windows and doors. Bonnie and a group of magically inclined pack members were completing protective sigils at key points throughout the property. What's happening? He asked Elena, who was coordinating activities from the main hall. Reports from town, she explained grimly. The Hollow's been spotted 3 more times since last night. And she's not alone anymore, she has followers. Humans, mostly, but acting strange. Like they're in some kind of trance. Mind control, Naruto concluded. She's building an army. That's our assumption, Stefan confirmed, joining them. The sheriffs established a curfew, but people are still disappearing. At least a dozen since yesterday. The situation was deteriorating faster than they'd anticipated. The Hollow was making bold moves, gathering power and followers in plain sight rather than operating from the shadows. Where are the alphas? Naruto asked, needing to coordinate their defense. War room, Stefan replied, leading him toward the study. They've been waiting for you. Inside, the pack leaders were gathered around the table, tension evident in their postures. They looked up as Naruto entered, expressions ranging from relief to impatience. Finally, Ray growled. We've been debating our options for hours. What options? Naruto asked, scanning the maps and notes spread across the table. Whether to stay and fight or evacuate, Jade explained. The Hollow's movements suggest she's preparing for something bigger than we anticipated. Some think we should scatter the packs, make it harder for her to target us all at once. That would be suicide, Ariadne countered. Isolated werewolves during transformation would be even more vulnerable. At least here we have defenses, allies. What do we know about her current capabilities? A ritual site, Grayson suggested from his position by the window. Cemeteries have natural magical properties, especially ones as old as Mystic Falls. So she's preparing a ritual, Naruto summarized, gathering followers, and targeting the full moon when werewolf energy is at its peak. He studied the map thoughtfully. Her goal remains the same, access to other dimensions using the artifacts and my chakra. But her approach has changed. She's being more direct, Stefan observed. Less subtle. Because time is running out, Bonnie realized. The dimensional alignment that your arrival weakened, it's temporary. She needs to act during this full moon, or wait for another opportunity. This new understanding shifted the strategic landscape. The Hollow wasn't just opportunistically targeting the werewolves, she was operating under a cosmic deadline, which made her both more dangerous and more predictable. We don't run, Naruto decided firmly. We prepare, we defend, and we counterattack at the right moment. His confidence seemed to steady the room. Even the alphas who had been arguing for evacuation straightened, responding to his natural leadership. What's the plan? Jade asked, deferring to him despite her own alpha status. Three-layer defense, Naruto explained, gesturing to the map. First, the containment cells for werewolves during transformation. Second, a defensive perimeter around the property maintained by those who've learned the anchoring technique and can control their wolf forms. Third, a counterstrike team ready to move on the cemetery if the Hollow initiates her ritual. Who leads the counterstrike? Ray asked. I do, Naruto replied without hesitation. With Stefan, Damon, and any werewolves who can maintain complete control during transformation. The alphas exchanged glances, measuring the plan against their own instincts. One by one, they nodded agreement. Even in this world of supernatural politics, true leadership recognized itself. The day passed in a blur of final preparations. Naruto conducted one last anchoring session with Korra herself, whose determination compensated for her less developed mental discipline. The containment cells were stocked with water and first aid supplies for the morning after. Bonnie completed the boundary spells, creating layered protections that could be activated in sequence if needed. As sunset approached, a tense calm settled over the Lockwood property. Werewolves gathered in small groups, many performing personal rituals in preparation for the transformation. Some meditated, focusing on the anchoring techniques Naruto had taught. Others said goodbyes to friends, knowing that for most, consciousness would soon give way to primal instinct. Naruto found Jade on the mansion's back terrace, watching the sky as daylight faded. She'd changed into simple clothes that would be easily discarded during transformation, a practice all the werewolves followed. Nervous? He asked, joining her at the railing. About transforming? No. I've done that hundreds of times, she replied. About maintaining consciousness while transformed? Terrified. She offered a wry smile. But also hopeful. You have a strong anchor, Naruto assured her. If anyone can maintain control, it's you. She turned to face him fully. Whatever happens tonight, thank you. Not just for the anchoring technique, but for everything you've done. Most outsiders wouldn't risk themselves for werewolves. Where I come from, I learned that differences don't matter when you're fighting for the same cause, Naruto replied simply. Werewolf, vampire, witch, shinobi, we're all trying to stop the hollow from destroying this world. Jade studied him with those perceptive amber eyes. You really believe that, don't you? That people can overcome their differences. I've seen it happen, Naruto confirmed. Over and over. Something shifted in her expression, a softening, a warmth. She stepped closer, her hand rising to touch his cheek. You're unlike anyone I've ever met, Naruto Uzumaki. The moment stretched between them, charged with possibility. Then the first distant howl broke the stillness, a werewolf somewhere in the woods, feeling the moon's pull as it rose over the horizon. Jade's eyes flashed golden in response, her body tensing. It's starting, she whispered, dropping her hand. The moon is rising. Throughout the property, werewolves began moving toward their designated areas, most to the containment cells below, those with anchoring training to strategic positions around the perimeter. The non-werewolf allies took up their supporting roles, Bonnie activating the first layer of protective spells while the Salvatore brothers prepared for potential combat. Good luck, Naruto said, squeezing Jade's shoulder gently. Remember your anchor. She nodded, already fighting the initial waves of transformation. Be careful with the hollow. She'll be at her strongest tonight. As Jade departed for her position, Elena approached Naruto with a worried expression. Tyler says the transformations are starting earlier than expected. The moon's influence is stronger than normal. The hollow's doing, Naruto guessed. She's amplifying the moon's effect somehow. Bonnie thinks so too, Elena confirmed. She says the magical energy in the area is fluctuating abnormally. Tell Bonnie to activate the second barrier now, not later, Naruto instructed. We can't risk transformed werewolves breaking free early. As Elena hurried to relay the message, Naruto created a dozen shadow clones with a single hand sign. Monitor the containment cells, he ordered them. Report any unusual activity immediately. The clones dispersed, racing toward the underground facility where most of the werewolves were already beginning their painful transformations. Screams and howls echoed across the property, a chilling soundtrack to the unfolding drama. Naruto made his way to the command center they'd established in the mansion's study. Maps and communication equipment had been set up, allowing them to coordinate their response as events unfolded. Stefan was already there, monitoring reports from scouts positioned around Mystic Falls. Activity at the cemetery, he reported as Naruto entered. Large gathering of entranced humans. The hollow is definitely preparing something. Any sign of her targeting the mansion yet? Naruto asked, studying the tactical display. Nothing direct, Stefan replied. But our magical sensors are picking up probing attempts against Bonnie's barriers. A scream from outside interrupted them, not the cry of a transforming werewolf, but a human in terror. They rushed to the window to see one of the perimeter guards collapsing, clutching his head as blood streamed from his eyes and ears. She's here, Naruto realized, sensing a familiar malevolent presence. Not physically, but her influence is. More guards began dropping, affected by some invisible attack that bypassed Bonnie's protective barriers. Through the window, Naruto could see dark shapes moving at the edge of the property, humans with vacant expressions, walking in unison like puppets on strings. The entranced followers, Stefan identified. They must be amplifying her power somehow, acting as conduits. Naruto's shadow clone stationed near the east barrier dispelled suddenly, sending its memories back to him in a rush. The image was clear, transformed werewolves breaking through their restraints, their eyes glowing an unnatural blue rather than the typical gold of werewolf transformation. She's controlling the transformed werewolves, Naruto reported grimly. Using them to break out of containment from the inside. How is that possible? Stefan demanded. Bonnie's spells should prevent external magical influence. She's not controlling them directly, Naruto realized, remembering the hollow's message. The moon brings change to all things. She's altered the moonlight itself somehow, infused it with her control. Before Stefan could respond, an explosion rocked the mansion. They rushed outside to find one of the containment entrances blown open, transformed werewolves pouring out. Their movements were unnatural, coordinated in a way transformed werewolves should never be, eyes glowing that telltale blue. Fall back to the second barrier. Naruto shouted to the defenders. Activate the containment spell. Bonnie, positioned at a strategic point on the grounds, began the incantation that would activate the secondary boundary. Golden light rose from the earth, forming a dome-like structure over the central portion of the property. Some of the controlled werewolves hurled themselves against this new barrier, while others began a systematic attack on its foundational points, behavior far too strategic for mindless beasts. This isn't random aggression, Stefan observed, backing toward the mansion. They're following a plan. The Hollow wants the artifacts, Naruto concluded. She's using the werewolves to get to them. As if confirming his theory, the largest group of controlled werewolves converged on the mansion's east wing, directly above the panic room where the dimensional artifacts were secured. We need the anchored werewolves, Naruto decided. They're our best defense against these controlled ones. On cue, several partially transformed figures emerged from the tree line, werewolves in various stages of transformation, but with human awareness still evident in their eyes. Jade led them, her form more wolf than human now but her movements deliberate, controlled. She approached Naruto, her transformed mouth struggling to form words. The anchors are holding, she managed, her voice a guttural approximation of her human speech. But, difficult. You're doing amazing, Naruto encouraged her. We need you to help contain the controlled werewolves. They're targeting the artifacts. Jade nodded, signaling to her conscious packmates. They moved with coordinated purpose toward the controlled werewolves, engaging them in a bizarre battle of beast against beast, some fighting with strategic intelligence, others with magically directed purpose. This won't hold them for long, Stefan warned, watching as more controlled werewolves emerged from other containment areas. There are too many. Naruto made his decision. I'm going after the Hollow. This ends tonight. You can't go alone, Stefan objected. I won't be, Naruto replied, creating another shadow clone. This clone will help coordinate the defense here. The real me needs to stop the Hollow at the source. I'm coming with you, Damon announced, appearing beside them with blood on his clothes from fighting at the perimeter. Someone needs to watch your back, and I've got a personal score to settle with mind controllers. Naruto nodded acceptance. Bonnie should come too. We'll need her magical knowledge to counter whatever ritual the Hollow is performing. As they gathered their strike team, the battle around the mansion intensified. The conscious werewolves fought valiantly against their controlled brethren, but they were outnumbered and fighting an enemy directed by a singular intelligence. The east barrier is failing, reported one of Naruto's clones, appearing beside him. Too many concentrated attacks at the weak points. Tell Jade to fall back to the mansion itself, Naruto instructed. Make a last stand around the artifact room. Buy us time to stop the Hollow. With their plan set, Naruto, Damon, and Bonnie slipped away from the embattled mansion, heading toward the cemetery where the Hollow was conducting her ritual. They moved swiftly through the woods, avoiding the roaming groups of entranced humans that patrolled the area. The full moon hung heavy in the sky, casting an unnatural blue-tinged light over Mystic Falls. Even Naruto, with no werewolf blood, could feel its pull tonight, a magical pressure that weighed on his senses. The cemetery's just ahead, Damon whispered as they approached the edge of the woods. And it looks like the party's in full swing. The scene before them was nightmarish. Dozens of entranced humans stood in concentric circles around a central altar, swaying in unison and chanting in a language none of them recognized. Atop the altar stood the Hollow, her form fluctuating between human and something else, something ancient and terrible that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. She's channeling the moon's energy, Bonnie observed, her witch senses detecting the magical currents. Using these people as conduits, just like she's using the controlled werewolves. Can you disrupt it? Naruto asked, assessing their options. Maybe, Bonnie replied uncertainly. But there are so many channels. Break one, and the others compensate. Then we need to break them all at once, Naruto decided, forming hand signs. Or better yet, redirect them. He closed his eyes, connecting to the natural energy around him. This world's nature chakra felt different from home, wilder, less structured, but the principle remained the same. He began gathering it, preparing for sage mode. As the natural energy flowed into him, Naruto's senses expanded dramatically. He could feel the magical currents Bonnie had described, lines of power connecting the entranced humans to the hollow, and beyond her to the werewolves back at the mansion. More disturbingly, he could sense another current flowing upward, connecting the hollow to the moonlight itself. She's not just using the moon, Naruto realized, his eyes opening to reveal the horizontal pupils of sage mode. She's changing it. Corrupting its natural energy. Is that even possible? Damon asked skeptically. With enough power and the right ritual, yes, Bonnie confirmed grimly. Celestial bodies can be influenced by sufficiently powerful magic. Then that's our target, Naruto decided. Not the hollow directly, but her connection to the moon. With sage mode enhancing his abilities, Naruto could now see the specific point where the hollow's energy merged with the moonlight, a swirling vortex of power directly above the altar where she stood. I need to get closer, he told his companions. Close enough to disrupt that connection. The entranced humans will attack the moment we approach, Damon warned. And there are a lot of them. Then we need a distraction, Naruto replied, forming his signature hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of clones appeared around them, far more than he'd created previously. In sage mode, his chakra reserves expanded dramatically, allowing for this mass deployment. Attack from all sides, he instructed his clones. Draw their attention everywhere except the eastern approach. The clones nodded and dispersed, circling the cemetery before launching a coordinated assault from multiple directions. The entranced humans responded immediately, breaking their circular formation to defend against this unexpected threat. Now! Naruto urged, leading Damon and Bonnie toward the momentarily neglected eastern perimeter. They slipped through the chaos, Damon using his vampire speed to neutralize any entranced humans who noticed their approach. As they neared the central altar, the hollow's chanting grew louder, her form flickering more rapidly between human and other. Whatever she's doing, she's nearly finished, Bonnie warned, sensing the building magical pressure. Then we interrupt now, Naruto replied, forming a Rasengan infused with nature energy, a technique that had proven effective against godlike entities in his own world. The hollow sensed their approach too late. As she turned, eyes widening in recognition and fury, Naruto leapt toward her with the spiraling sphere of energy aimed not at her body, but at the point above where her connection to the moonlight was strongest. Sage art, massive Rasengan, he shouted, driving the enhanced technique into the vortex of energy. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Natural energy collided with corrupted moonlight, creating a backlash that shattered the hollow's carefully constructed magical network. The entranced humans collapsed like puppets with cut strings, while the hollow herself was thrown backward off the altar, her form destabilizing further. No! She shrieked, her voice distorting into something inhuman. The alignment. You've ruined it. Bonnie seized the opportunity, beginning a chant of her own. The magical energies released by Naruto's disruption swirled chaotically, and she worked to redirect them, containing the hollow within a hastily constructed magical circle. Damon, the salt, she called urgently. The vampire produced a bag of ritual salt they'd brought for this purpose, quickly pouring it in a circle around the fallen hollow as Bonnie continued her incantation. The salt glowed with magical energy, forming a temporary containment barrier. The hollow rose to her knees, her human appearance faltering to reveal glimpses of her true form, something ancient and monstrous, with too many limbs and eyes that burned like dying stars. You cannot hold me, she hissed, voice echoing from multiple mouths. I am eternal. I am inevitable. You are contained, Naruto countered, maintaining his sage mode to reinforce Bonnie's spell with natural energy. And you've lost your connection to the moon. As if to confirm his words, the unnatural blue glow faded from the moonlight, returning to its natural silver radiance. In the distance, howls changed in tenor, from coordinated hunting cries to the more chaotic sounds of normal transformed werewolves. Your control over them is broken, Bonnie told the hollow, continuing to strengthen the containment spell. Your ritual has failed. The hollow's form continued to destabilize, flickering between human and monstrous with increasing rapidity. This vessel fails, she acknowledged, her multiple voices blending discordantly. But I endure. I will find another. Not if we seal you first, Naruto replied, beginning the hand signs for a containment jutsu. Before he could complete the technique, the hollow's human form collapsed entirely, dissolving into a swirling mass of dark energy. This essence rose upward, straining against Bonnie's containment spell. She's trying to escape. Bonnie cried, the effort of maintaining the barrier clearly taxing her. Naruto redirected his jutsu, adapting it on the fly to target the energy mass rather than a physical form. Sealing technique, spectral containment. Chains of glowing chakra manifested from his outstretched hands, wrapping around the dark essence. For a moment, it seemed to work, the hollow's essence slowed, partially contained by the unfamiliar energy. But then the darkness pulsed, expanding against the constraints. Cracks appeared in Bonnie's barrier, and Naruto's chakra chains began to shatter. She's too strong in this form, Bonnie gasped, blood trickling from her nose with the strain of maintaining her spell. We need something more powerful. Let me help, Kurama growled within Naruto's mind. My chakra against her essence. Direct confrontation. Naruto understood immediately. He closed his eyes, diving into his mindscape where Kurama waited. Are you sure? Last time we tried this, it was just to disrupt her. This would be a direct battle. I am the nine-tailed fox, Kurama replied, baring his massive teeth. Ancient spirits are my specialty. Naruto nodded, reaching out to bump fists with the massive fox. In the physical world, his body began to glow with orange-red chakra, forming the distinctive cloak of Kurama's power. Stand back, he warned Damon and Bonnie. This is going to get intense. With a roar that was equal parts human and fox, Naruto released a concentrated stream of Kurama's chakra directly at the swirling darkness. The two energies collided with a sound like thunder, sending shock waves across the cemetery that knocked over headstones and uprooted smaller trees. The hollow's essence fought back, tendrils of darkness lashing against the fox chakra. But Kurama's power, honed through centuries of existence and strengthened by his partnership with Naruto, proved the greater force. Slowly, inexorably, the darkness was pushed back, compressed, contained. Now, Bonnie. Naruto called through gritted teeth. Your strongest binding spell. Bonnie, understanding his strategy, began a new incantation, one of the ancient spells she discovered in the werewolf grimoires. As she chanted, the salt circle transformed, symbols appearing within it that glowed with increasing brightness. By earth, by air, by fire, by water, she intoned, her voice resonating with power. By the blood of the witch, by the light of the moon. I bind you, I contain you, I commit you to this vessel. She thrust her hands toward a crystal vessel they had brought specifically for this purpose, an enchanted containment object capable of holding spiritual entities. The hollow's compressed essence, already weakened by Kurama's assault, was drawn inexorably toward the crystal. No. Multiple voices screamed from the darkness. I cannot be contained. I am eternal. Not anymore, Naruto replied, channeling one final surge of Kurama's chakra to push the essence completely into the crystal. With a sound like a distant scream fading into nothing, the hollow's essence was sealed within the crystal vessel. Bonnie immediately placed a spelled cap on it, completing the containment. The cemetery fell silent. The entranced humans lay unconscious, beginning to stir as the hollow's influence faded. In the distance, the howls of werewolves continued, but they were now the normal sounds of transformation, not the coordinated cries of controlled beasts. Naruto released Kurama's chakra mode, his body returning to normal as exhaustion hit him like a physical blow. The combination of Sage mode and Kurama's power, used so intensively, had drained him significantly. "Did we do it?" Damon asked, eyeing the crystal vessel warily. "Is she really contained?" For now, Bonnie confirmed, her own voice weak with fatigue. "This binding won't hold forever, nothing could contain something that ancient permanently, but it should last long enough for us to find a more permanent solution. Or send her somewhere she can never return from," Naruto suggested, thinking of the dimensional artifacts they still possessed. They made their way back to the Lockwood mansion, Damon supporting Bonnie who was nearly as exhausted as Naruto. The scene that greeted them was one of controlled chaos. Transformed werewolves still roamed the grounds, but without the hollow's influence, they had reverted to normal werewolf behavior. Those with anchored consciousness helped contain the others, while the Salvatore boundary spells kept them from leaving the property. Elena rushed to meet them, her expression shifting from worry to relief as she saw the crystal vessel. "You did it? You contained her?" "For now," Naruto confirmed wearily. "How are things here?" "Under control," she reported. Once the blue glow faded from their eyes, the transformed werewolves became much more manageable. "The anchored ones have been invaluable, they're actually helping herd the others away from the mansion." "Any casualties?" Bonnie asked anxiously. "Minor injuries mostly," Elena assured her. "A few more serious cases, but Dr. Fell arrived with medical supplies. Everyone should recover." As dawn approached, the transformed werewolves began the painful process of returning to human form. Those who had maintained consciousness through Naruto's anchoring technique were the first to transform back, their control over the process giving them an advantage. Jade found Naruto on the mansion's terrace, where he sat watching the sunrise. She was wrapped in a blanket, her body exhausted from the transformation but her eyes clear and alert. "You did it," she said simply, sitting beside him. "You actually maintained consciousness all night." "It worked better than I expected," she admitted, a note of wonder in her voice. "I was, myself. Still a wolf, still feeling those instincts, but able to think, to choose." "That's exactly how it's supposed to work," Naruto told her with a tired smile. "The anchor gives you a foothold for your human consciousness, even when your body changes." "It's revolutionary," Jade said quietly. "Do you understand what this means for werewolves? Not a cure, but control. Choice. The ability to transform without losing ourselves." "I hoped it might help," Naruto acknowledged. "Though my primary goal was just keeping everyone alive through the night." "Well, you succeeded at both," she replied, bumping her shoulder against his companionably. "The Pack Alphas are already talking about establishing a formal training program. Teaching others the anchoring technique. It won't be easy without someone who can form the initial connection," Naruto cautioned. "The technique requires guidance at first. Then perhaps you could train some werewolves more thoroughly before you leave," Jade suggested. "Teach them enough that they could guide others." The question of leaving hung between them. With the hollow contained, at least temporarily, Naruto's thoughts naturally turned to his own world, to finding a way home using the dimensional artifacts they had secured. "I'll help as much as I can," he promised. "However long I'm here." Jade studied him with those perceptive eyes. "You're going to try to go back to your dimension, aren't you?" "I have to try," Naruto replied honestly. "I have people counting on me there. A battle I left unfinished." She nodded, understanding in her expression. "Of course you do. Heroes always have unfinished business." A small smile curved her lips. "But in the meantime, there's a mansion full of grateful werewolves who owe you their lives and their sanity. Including me." "I just did what needed to be done," Naruto demurred. And that's exactly why you're a hero, Jade replied, leaning in to press a gentle kiss to his cheek. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki. From all of us. As the sun rose fully over Mystic Falls, bringing the night of the full moon to a close, Naruto felt a complex mixture of emotions. Pride in what they had accomplished, relief at having contained the hollow, satisfaction at helping the werewolves gain control over their transformations. But also an undeniable longing for home, for his own world and the people he'd left behind. The crystal vessel containing the hollow sat heavily in his pocket, a reminder that their victory was temporary, that challenges remained. The dimensional artifacts still needed protection, the Augustine Society and Klaus remained wild cards in the complex politics of this world, and the question of his blood's use as a cure remained unresolved. Yet for this moment, watching the sunrise with Jade beside him and knowing that everyone had survived the night, Naruto allowed himself to simply appreciate how far they'd come. One crisis at a time, he murmured to himself, an old shinobi saying from his world. What was that? Jade asked. Just something we say where I come from, Naruto replied with a small smile. A reminder to celebrate the victories we have, even when there's still work ahead. She nodded, understanding perfectly. Wise words from a wise fox. Together they watched the new day dawn, the hunter's moon now set beyond the horizon, its influence waning until the next cycle. Whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, they had survived the night, and in doing so, changed the future for werewolves in this world forever. Chapter 4, Bonds Beyond Blood. Morning sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the Lockwood mansion, illuminating a scene that would have been unimaginable just days ago. Werewolves from rival packs shared coffee and conversation, compared notes on their transformation experiences, and treated injuries sustained during the chaotic night. The air hummed with an energy unlike anything Naruto had felt since arriving in this dimension, not tension or fear, but something approaching hope. He leaned against the doorframe of the main hall, observing the activity with quiet satisfaction. 7 werewolves had successfully maintained consciousness throughout their transformations using his anchoring technique. Those 7 had managed to help control dozens more, preventing what could have been a massacre. And together, they had weathered the hollow's assault. You should be resting, Elena chided gently, appearing at his side with a steaming mug. After what you did last night, containing the hollow, maintaining all those shadow clones, you must be exhausted. I've had worse, Naruto replied with a tired smile, accepting the coffee gratefully. Besides, I wanted to see this. He nodded toward where Jade stood surrounded by werewolves from various packs, all clamoring for details about maintaining consciousness during transformation. Despite her obvious fatigue, she answered their questions with patience and quiet authority, occasionally demonstrating the mental visualization techniques Naruto had taught her. They're calling it the Uzumaki method, Elena informed him, a hint of amusement in her voice. Words already spreading through the supernatural community. By this afternoon, every werewolf in the country will have heard about what happened here. Great, Naruto sighed. More attention is exactly what I need. Fame has its downsides, Stefan agreed, joining their conversation. But in this case, it might work in our favor. The werewolves are united in a way they haven't been in centuries. That's a powerful alliance. Speaking of alliances, Damon interjected, approaching with his phone in hand, our friendly neighborhood original hybrid is requesting an audience. Seems Klaus caught wind of our little victory and wants to discuss the implications. Naruto fought back a groan. Just what they needed, more supernatural politics. Tell him tomorrow. Everyone needs rest first. Already did, Damon confirmed with a smirk. Though I was less diplomatic about it. Also, Dr. Fell called. The council is convening an emergency session to discuss, and I quote, the unprecedented werewolf gathering and reports of magical disturbances in the cemetery. Can't we have one day without a crisis? Elena asked wearily. Apparently not in Mystic Falls, Stefan replied. As the others discussed managing these new developments, Naruto felt a familiar presence approach. Bonnie looked as tired as he felt, dark circles under her eyes testifying to the magical exertion of the previous night, but her expression was determined. "We need to talk about the hollow," she said without preamble. "The containment spell won't hold forever." Naruto nodded, following her to a quieter corner of the house. The crystal vessel containing the hollow's essence sat on a small table, surrounded by protective sigils. Even contained, it radiated malevolence, a dark weight that pressed against the senses. "How long will it hold?" he asked quietly. "A week. Maybe 2, Bonnie estimated, studying the swirling darkness within the crystal. "Her power is immense. Ancient. She's already testing the boundaries of the containment." "And the artifacts?" Naruto asked, referring to the dimensional tools they had recovered from the Fell Mansion. "Secure for now," Bonnie confirmed. "But they're responding to her proximity, even through the containment. There's a resonance between them." "She created them," Naruto guessed. "Or at least, modified them for her purposes." "I think so," Bonnie agreed. "Which means they might be our best chance at dealing with her permanently." She hesitated, then added carefully, "They might also be your best chance at finding a way home." Home. The word stirred a complex knot of emotions in Naruto's chest. Konoha seemed simultaneously a lifetime away and achingly close, as though if he just turned the right corner, he might find himself back on the familiar streets of his village. "You've been studying them?" he asked, pushing the homesickness aside. Bonnie nodded. "The Ascendant is the key. It's designed to locate and access dimensional doorways. With the right spell and enough power, it could open a pathway to my world," Naruto finished. "Theoretically," Bonnie cautioned. "But there's a problem. The same spell that might send you home could also free the hollow from her containment. Opening dimensional pathways would weaken all magical barriers, including the one holding her. So we need a more permanent solution for her first," Naruto concluded grimly. "Exactly. And that's why I want to run some experiments with your blood and chakra. If we understand exactly how they interact with supernatural entities in this world, we might find a way to neutralize the hollow permanently." Before Naruto could respond, Tyler approached with a concerned expression. "Sorry to interrupt, but we've got a situation. Some of Rei's pack members are getting restless, wanting treatments for the werewolf curse now that the full moon crisis is over." "Already?" Naruto sighed. "It's barely been 12 hours. Werewolves aren't known for their patience," Tyler replied wryly. "And they've just experienced a full moon transformation. The memory of that pain is still fresh." "Tell them I'll meet with the pack alphas this afternoon," Naruto decided. "We'll work out a fair system for treatments, but not before I've had some rest." Tyler nodded and departed to deliver the message, leaving Naruto and Bonnie to continue their discussion of the hollow and the artifacts. "I need to understand your chakra better," Bonnie said thoughtfully. "The way it affected the hollow was unlike anything I've seen magic do. It didn't just counter her power, it seemed to rewrite it somehow." "That's Kurama's influence," Naruto explained. Tailed beast chakra has unique properties. It can transform, heal, or destroy depending on how it's used." "Could it transform the hollow?" Bonnie wondered. "Not just contain her, but change her fundamental nature." "Maybe," Naruto admitted, intrigued by the possibility. "In my world, I've helped turn enemies into allies by understanding their pain and connecting with them. But the hollow is different, older, more fundamentally corrupt." "Still worth exploring," Bonnie insisted. "Once you've rested, of course." Rest, however, proved elusive. Throughout the day, Naruto found himself pulled in multiple directions, mediating between werewolf factions, reassuring the Mystic Falls Council via phone that the supernatural gathering was temporary, and checking on those injured during the night's events. By late afternoon, his fatigue was evident enough that Elena physically steered him toward an empty bedroom, insisting he sleep for at least a few hours before the meeting with the pack alphas. Too tired to argue, Naruto collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep, dreamless sleep almost instantly. When he woke, twilight had fallen. The mansion was quieter now, many of the werewolves having departed for their own territories once assured that the anchoring technique would be taught more widely in the coming weeks. Those who remained were primarily the alphas and their immediate packs, awaiting the discussion of Naruto's blood treatments. He found them gathered in the Lockwood study, Jade, Ray, Ariadne, and Cora, along with Tyler representing the local interests. The Salvatore brothers flanked the doorway, their presence both supportive and slightly territorial. Finally, Ray remarked as Naruto entered. "Sleeping Beauty awakens." "I needed the rest," Naruto replied evenly, taking a seat at the head of the table. "And so did all of you, after last night." "True enough," Jade acknowledged with a faint smile. "How are you feeling?" "Better," Naruto said, touched by her concern. "Ready to discuss what comes next?" "What comes next is fulfilling your promise," Ray stated bluntly. "Our packs helped defend against the Hollow. Now we want the treatment for the curse." "I haven't forgotten," Naruto assured him. "But as you saw with Tyler, the process for werewolves is more complex than for vampires. It requires direct intervention with my chakra, not just blood. And it's not a complete cure, more of a suppression of the curse." "We understand that," Ariadne replied. "And for many, that's enough. The choice not to transform is valuable, even if the werewolf remains part of our nature." "The question is priority," Cora interjected. "Who receives treatment first, and on what basis?" "I suggest those most recently turned," Tyler offered. "They've had the least time to adapt to the curse, and often suffer the most during transformation." "Unacceptable," Ray countered immediately. "Age and pack hierarchy should determine priority. Alphas and their seconds first, then down the chain." "Why?" Jade challenged. "Because you're afraid of losing your power if your betas are treated before you?" Ray's eyes flashed dangerously. "Watch yourself, Crescent." "Or what?" Jade replied coolly. "You'll challenge me? Here and now." "Enough," Naruto interrupted, his voice cutting through the rising tension. "This is exactly why we need a system that doesn't favor any particular pack or hierarchy." "What do you suggest?" Ariadne asked, her tone more reasonable than Ray's. Naruto considered for a moment. "A lottery. Equal numbers from each pack, selected randomly. No preference for rank or age or any other factor. Completely fair." The alphas exchanged glances, measuring the proposal against their own interests. Finally, Jade nodded. "I can accept that." "As can I," Ariadne agreed. Cora, the youngest alpha, nodded as well. "My pack will agree to these terms." All eyes turned to Ray, who looked distinctly unhappy with the arrangement. After a tense moment, he gave a curt nod. "Fine. But I want assurances that all packs will receive equal treatment numbers in each round." "You have my word," Naruto promised. "Equal numbers, chosen fairly." With that fundamental issue resolved, they moved on to logistics. Given Naruto's limitations, each treatment required significant chakra expenditure and personal attention. They agreed to an initial round of 16 treatments, 4 from each represented pack. The first would begin the following morning, after Naruto had fully recovered his strength. As the meeting concluded, Stefan pulled Naruto aside with a concerned expression. "Klaus just called again. He's insisting on meeting tonight. Says it can't wait." "What's so urgent?" Naruto asked warily. "He wouldn't say, but he mentioned the Augustine Society is on the move. Apparently they've been working with samples of your blood and have made some kind of breakthrough." Naruto frowned. "That couldn't be good news. Tell him I'll meet him at the boarding house in an hour. Better neutral territory than here with the werewolves." After Stefan departed to make arrangements, Naruto found himself momentarily alone in the study. The events of the past few days weighed on him, the constant demands, the political maneuvering, the battles fought and yet to come. In moments like these, homesickness hit him hardest. He missed the straightforward nature of his world, where enemies were clear and friends were steadfast. "You're doing well, Kit," Kurama's voice rumbled within him, the fox apparently sensing his melancholy. This world's complexities would challenge even the most skilled diplomat. "I'm not a diplomat," Naruto replied silently. "I'm a shinobi. Fighting is easier than all this talking." "Yet you've managed both," the fox observed. "The werewolves follow your lead now. The vampires respect your strength. Even the witch defers to your judgment on matters of chakra. You've built alliances in days that would take others years." "Not by choice," Naruto sighed. "I just want to find a way home." While helping everyone you meet along the way, Kurama added with what sounded suspiciously like affection. "Some things never change, no matter what dimension we're in." The fox's observation brought a small smile to Naruto's face. Perhaps some things really were constants across dimensions. His moment of reflection was interrupted by Jade's arrival. She carried 2 steaming mugs, offering one to him with a knowing look. "You look like you could use this," she said. "It's just tea, but it helps after chakra depletion." "Thanks," Naruto replied, accepting the mug gratefully. "How did you know about chakra depletion?" "I didn't, exactly," she admitted, settling into a chair across from him. "But werewolves experience something similar after transformation. A emptiness that needs filling. I thought it might be comparable." "Good instinct," Naruto acknowledged, sipping the fragrant tea. "It is similar." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the tension of the earlier meeting dissipating in the quiet companionship. "The others have gone to make preparations for tomorrow's treatments," Jade finally said. "Rei's still grumbling, but he'll honor the agreement." "And you?" Naruto asked. "What will you do now?" "Stay, for a while at least," she replied. "My pack can manage without me for a few days, and I want to help establish the training program for the anchoring technique. Make sure it's passed on properly." Naruto nodded, appreciating her commitment. "It won't be easy to teach without someone who can form the initial connection." "That's why I've been thinking," Jade said, leaning forward slightly. "What if you could teach someone, a werewolf with strong mental discipline, to form that connection themselves? To serve as a guide for others?" "It might be possible," Naruto admitted, intrigued by the idea. "It would require someone with exceptional control, and extensive training." "I volunteer," Jade said immediately. "After maintaining consciousness through the full transformation, I believe I could learn the technique from the other side, as it were." Naruto studied her thoughtfully. She had indeed shown remarkable control during the full moon, and her leadership abilities were evident in how even rival alphas like Rei afforded her a certain respect. "It would be intensive training," he warned. "More challenging than the anchoring itself." "I'm not afraid of challenges," she replied with a smile that transformed her serious face. "In case you hadn't noticed." Something warm unfurled in Naruto's chest at that smile, a feeling he hadn't expected to encounter in this strange dimension. Before he could examine it further, his phone buzzed with a message from Stefan. Klaus was waiting at the boarding house. "Duty calls?" Jade asked, noting his expression. "Unfortunately," Naruto confirmed, rising reluctantly. "Klaus wants a meeting." "The original hybrid," Jade said, her expression darkening slightly. "Be careful with that one. His reputation among werewolves is complicated. Some see him as a savior, others as our greatest betrayer." "I'll keep that in mind," Naruto promised. "We'll talk more about the training program when I get back." "I'll be here," she assured him. The drive to the Salvatore boarding house gave Naruto time to gather his thoughts. The past few days had been a whirlwind of new relationships and revelations. Despite the constant crises, he had somehow found himself becoming integrated into this world, forming bonds that went beyond mere alliance. The boarding house was quiet when he arrived, though lights burned in the windows. Stefan met him at the door, his expression grim. "Klaus is waiting in the study," he reported. "And he brought company," his sister Rebecca and his hybrid, Tyler's friend Adrian. Should I be worried? Naruto asked quietly. Always, with Klaus, Stefan replied. But he seems more interested in sharing information than making threats, for once. Klaus rose as Naruto entered the study, offering a glass of bourbon that Naruto politely declined. The original hybrid looked exactly as he had during their previous encounters, confident to the point of arrogance, with a predatory grace that reminded Naruto of the most dangerous shinobi from his world. Naruto Uzumaki, Klaus greeted with his usual charming smile. Congratulations on your victory over the Hollow. Quite impressive for someone so new to our world. It was a team effort, Naruto replied neutrally. And she's only contained, not defeated. Modest as well as powerful, observed a blonde woman lounging on the sofa, Rebecca, presumably. How refreshing. Klaus shot his sister a quelling look before returning his attention to Naruto. Indeed. But contained is better than free to wreak havoc. Now, to business. The Augustine Society has been busy with the samples they acquired from you. So Stefan mentioned, Naruto said. What exactly have they discovered? They've developed a way to track your unique energy signature, Klaus explained. A device that can detect your presence from considerable distance. More concerning, they believe they've isolated the component in your blood that neutralizes vampirism. That's impossible, Stefan interjected. Naruto's blood works because of his unique chakra system and the nine tails. They can't replicate that. Perhaps not entirely, Klaus conceded. But they've created a synthesized version that, while not a cure, can temporarily suppress vampire abilities. A weapon, in essence. The implications were troubling. If Augustine could weaponize even a fraction of what made Naruto's blood special, it could shift the balance of power significantly. Why tell me this? Naruto asked directly. What's your stake in all this? Klaus smiled thinly. Self-interest, naturally. Augustine has no love for original vampires, and a weapon that could suppress even my abilities is concerning. Additionally, they've shared their findings with certain elements at Whitmore College who have an unhealthy interest in dimensional travel. The Hollow's allies, Naruto realized. They're working together. Not officially, Klaus clarified. But there's overlap in their interests. Particularly where you're concerned. So you're warning me out of self-preservation, Naruto concluded. Partly, Klaus acknowledged. But also because our arrangement remains in effect. You promised to help develop a treatment for my hybrids. I promised protection. This qualifies as a warning. The conversation continued, Klaus sharing details about Augustine's activities and their suspected connection to the Hollow's remaining servants. Rebecca occasionally interjected with additional information gleaned from her own sources, while Adrian remained silent, watching Naruto with undisguised curiosity. There's one more thing you should know, Klaus said as the meeting drew to a close. The council is divided on how to handle the werewolf situation. Some view your anchoring technique as a positive development. Werewolves with human consciousness are less likely to cause civilian casualties during transformation. Others see it as a threat, werewolves maintaining their powers without the vulnerability of mindlessness. Politics again, Naruto sighed. Always politics. Welcome to the supernatural world, Rebecca commented dryly. Where living forever means accumulating endless political entanglements. As Naruto prepared to depart, Klaus moved to intercept him at the door. One last thing, the hybrid said quietly. Be cautious about who you trust with your blood and techniques. Not everyone's motivations are transparent, even among those who seem allied with you. Is that a threat? Naruto asked evenly. A friendly warning, Klaus corrected with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I've lived 1,000 years by recognizing betrayal before it occurs. There's a familiar scent in the air these days. With that cryptic remark, Klaus and his entourage departed, leaving Naruto with Stefan in the suddenly quiet house. What do you make of that? Stefan asked after a moment. He's playing his own game, as usual, Naruto replied. The information about Augustine is probably accurate, but shared to serve his purposes, not mine. And the warning about betrayal? Naruto frowned, considering. That felt more personal. Almost like he knows something specific. Klaus loves sowing seeds of doubt, Stefan cautioned. It's one of his favorite tactics. Divide and conquer. Still, Naruto said thoughtfully, it might be worth reviewing our security measures. Especially around the artifacts and the contained hollow. They spent the next hour discussing precautions, Stefan sharing his extensive knowledge of Mystic Falls' vulnerabilities and defenses. By the time Naruto headed back to the Lockwood mansion, night had fallen completely, a crescent moon hanging in the sky, a welcome change from the full moon's oppressive presence the night before. The mansion was mostly dark when he arrived, with just a few lights glowing in windows. Most of the remaining werewolves had either departed or retired for the night, exhausted from the previous day's events. Naruto found Bonnie in the basement, carefully monitoring the crystal vessel containing the hollow. Any changes? He asked quietly, not wanting to break her concentration. Subtle ones, she replied, not looking up from her work. The essence shifts patterns occasionally, testing boundaries. She's patient, methodical. Like a predator looking for weakness, Naruto observed. Exactly, Bonnie agreed, finally meeting his gaze. How was the meeting with Klaus? Naruto summarized the conversation, watching Bonnie's expression grow increasingly troubled as he described Augustine's progress with the blood samples. That tracks with what I've been sensing, she admitted when he finished. There's been magical activity at Whitmore, probing spells, similar to what the Hollow used but less refined. Someone's looking for you, or more specifically, for your energy signature. Klaus mentioned a tracking device, Naruto recalled. Could that be what you're sensing? Possibly, Bonnie nodded. A hybrid of science and magic would be typical Augustine methodology. She hesitated, then added, there's something else. The artifacts are responding to your proximity. Especially the Ascendant. She led him to the adjacent room where the dimensional artifacts were secured. True to her word, the Ascendant seemed to vibrate slightly as Naruto approached, its intricate mechanisms shifting subtly without being touched. It recognizes your chakra, Bonnie explained. Or more precisely, it recognizes you as a dimensional traveler. I think it might be trying to calibrate itself to your home dimension. Hope surged through Naruto. Could we use that? To find a way back? Maybe, Bonnie said cautiously. But remember what I said about dimensional pathways potentially freeing the hollow? That risk remains. And now with Augustine developing tracking technology. We'd need to address all those threats first, Naruto concluded, the hope tempered by practicality. Exactly. But I have been working on something that might help. Bonnie gestured to her notebooks, filled with complex diagrams and spell notations. A way to combine your chakra with my magic to create a controlled dimensional aperture, small enough to send a message, perhaps, but not a person. A message? Naruto repeated, the implications dawning. You mean I could contact my world? Let them know I'm alive? Theoretically, Bonnie emphasized. It would require precise control and perfect timing with celestial alignments. But yes, it might be possible to send a message across dimensions. For the first time since arriving in this world, Naruto felt a concrete connection to home, not just the abstract possibility of return, but a tangible link, however tenuous. The thought of his friends knowing he was alive, that he hadn't abandoned them, lifted a weight he hadn't fully acknowledged was there. When could we try? He asked, unable to keep the eagerness from his voice. There's a celestial alignment in 3 days that might work, Bonnie replied. But we'd need to prepare carefully. And she hesitated, we'd need a personal anchor, something or someone from this world that you've formed a strong connection with. To stabilize the aperture. Like what? A person you've bonded with, Bonnie explained. Someone who's shared their energy with you in some way. The stronger the connection, the more stable the aperture. Naruto considered this requirement. He'd formed numerous connections since arriving, with Elena and the Salvatore brothers, with Bonnie herself, with Tyler through the partial cure, and most recently with Jade through the anchoring technique. I'll figure that part out, he assured her. Just tell me what else we need to prepare. They spent the next hour discussing the technical aspects of the dimensional messaging attempt, the specific chakra control required, the magical elements Bonnie would contribute, the timing with celestial forces. It was complex, dangerous work, but the possibility of contacting home made the risks worthwhile. By the time they finished, it was well past midnight. Naruto made his way upstairs, intending to get some rest before the werewolf treatments scheduled for the morning. As he passed the mansion's kitchen, he noticed a light still burning. Jade sat at the island counter, a mug between her hands and a thoughtful expression on her face. "Can't sleep?" he asked, pausing in the doorway. She looked up, a small smile replacing her pensive expression. "Too much to process. Yesterday was transformative, in more ways than the obvious." Naruto understood completely. "Mind if I join you?" "Please," she replied, gesturing to the stool beside her. He settled next to her, the companionable silence between them comfortable in a way that surprised him, given how recently they'd met. Perhaps shared battle created bonds faster than ordinary interaction, a truth he'd experienced many times in his own world. "I've been thinking about what you said," Jade finally spoke. "About teaching someone to form the anchoring connection from the werewolf side. If it's possible, it would change everything for our kind." "It is possible," Naruto confirmed. "Difficult, but possible. In my world, techniques like this are passed from master to student over years of training. We don't have years, but we might manage a simplified version in a few weeks of intensive work." "A few weeks," Jade repeated thoughtfully. "I can stay that long. My second can manage the pack's day-to-day operations." She turned to face him directly. "When can we start?" "Tomorrow is dedicated to the curse treatments," Naruto reminded her. "But we could begin the day after, if you're sure." "I'm sure," she said firmly. "This is too important to delay. A chance to transform our relationship with the curse forever." Her dedication impressed him. Unlike Rei, who seemed primarily interested in personal advantage, Jade consistently prioritized her pack's welfare and the broader werewolf community. "There's something else you should know," Naruto said, deciding she deserved full transparency. "Bonnie thinks she's found a way for me to send a message home, to my dimension. We're going to attempt it in 3 days, during a celestial alignment." Something flickered in Jade's eyes, understanding mixed with what might have been disappointment. That's wonderful, Naruto. Your people must be worried about you." "They might not even know I'm missing," he admitted. Time could flow differently between dimensions. "But yes, if they do know, they're probably worried." "And if the message works? If you can communicate with them?" "Then we'll try to find a way for me to return," Naruto said honestly. "That's always been my goal." Jade nodded, her expression carefully neutral. "Of course it has. You have a life there, responsibilities. People who need you. But that doesn't mean I'll abandon what I've started here," he added quickly. "The werewolf training program, the treatments, I promise to help, and I will. For as long as you're here," she completed the thought. The unspoken reality hung between them, that his presence in this dimension, and all the changes he'd initiated, might be temporary. The bonds formed, the techniques shared, the possibilities opened, all contingent on time they might not have. "Jade," Naruto began, not entirely sure what he wanted to say, but feeling the need to bridge the sudden distance between them. "It's okay," she interrupted gently. "Really. I understand better than most what it means to belong somewhere. To have people counting on you." She offered a small smile. "Let's focus on what we can accomplish in the time we have, however long that turns out to be." Her pragmatism and grace touched Naruto deeply. In another world, another life, things might have been different between them. But the reality of his situation, stranded in a dimension not his own, with responsibilities in both worlds, created boundaries that even the strongest connection couldn't simply ignore. "Thank you," he said simply. "For understanding." "That's what friends do," she replied, though something in her eyes suggested she might have chosen a different word under different circumstances. "Now, we should both get some rest. Tomorrow will be demanding, with 16 treatments scheduled." They parted at the top of the stairs, Jade heading toward the east wing where the remaining Crescent Moon Pack members were quartered, Naruto to the guest room he'd been assigned. Sleep came easier than expected, his mind settling into the calm that sometimes followed difficult conversations where truth was spoken and accepted. Morning brought renewed activity to the mansion. The selected werewolves from each pack gathered in the main hall, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension evident on their faces. Dar. Fell arrived early to assist with medical monitoring, setting up equipment in the rooms designated for treatments. Naruto met with her before the procedures began, explaining the process and potential complications. "It's not like the vampire cure," he emphasized. "The werewolf curse is more deeply integrated into their physical makeup. My blood alone isn't enough, it requires direct chakra intervention." "Similar to what you did with Tyler?" she asked, reviewing her notes from that earlier procedure. "Essentially, yes," Naruto confirmed. "Though I've refined the technique somewhat based on what I learned then. The curse won't be completely removed, more like suppressed to a dormant state." "And the risks?" "Physical strain during the procedure," Naruto listed. "Potential rejection of the chakra integration. In the worst case, a partial transformation might be triggered." Dr. Fell nodded, making additional notes. "I've prepared sedatives and anticonvulsants, just in case. And the council has authorized me to document the procedures for medical records." "No video," Naruto stipulated firmly. "Written observations only. The technique isn't something that should be widely distributed." "Agreed," she said, somewhat reluctantly. "Though the scientific value isn't worth the potential misuse," Naruto completed firmly. "Some knowledge needs to be controlled." With the ground rules established, they began the treatments. Each procedure took approximately 30 minutes, with Naruto requiring a short rest between patients. The werewolves responded variably, some experiencing significant discomfort as his chakra interacted with the curse energy, others reporting only a warm tingling sensation throughout their bodies. By midday, they had completed 8 treatments. Naruto took a longer break then, replenishing his energy with food and a short meditation session to center his chakra. The treated werewolves were recovering in a makeshift observation area, where Dr. Fell monitored their vital signs and documented the changes in their physiology. "The results are remarkable," she reported during Naruto's break. "The curse energy is still present but contained, almost like an encapsulation at the cellular level. They retain heightened senses and strength, but the transformation trigger appears neutralized." As expected, Naruto nodded. "It's a balance, suppressing the curse without removing the aspects of werewolf nature that many consider beneficial. The council will want a full report," Dr. Fell noted. "This changes our understanding of supernatural conditions fundamentally. If one condition can be modified this way, it raises questions about the permanence of all supernatural states." Naruto completed her thought. "I understand the implications. But remember what I said about controlled knowledge." She nodded soberly. "Some doors, once opened, can't be closed again. I'll be discreet in my reporting." The afternoon saw the completion of the remaining treatments. By sunset, 16 werewolves had been successfully treated, the curse within them rendered dormant. The impact on the pack dynamics was immediately apparent. Treated wolves were celebrated by their packmates, their new status both enviable and slightly unsettling to those still bound by the full transformation. As the day's work concluded, Naruto found himself utterly drained. The sustained chakra output, carefully controlled and precisely directed for hours, had depleted his reserves significantly. Even with Kurama's remarkable regenerative abilities, he needed real rest to recover fully. He was making his way to his room when a commotion near the front of the mansion caught his attention. Raised voices, one of them belonging to Daemon Salvatore, suggested some new crisis had emerged. With a weary sigh, Naruto redirected his steps toward the disturbance. The scene in the entrance hall was tense. Daemon stood confronting a disheveled Alaric swordsman, who looked like he hadn't slept in days. Elena hovered nearby, her expression worried. "What's happening?" Naruto asked, joining them. "Alaric has news," Elena explained quietly. "About the Augustine tracking device Klaus mentioned. It's operational," Alaric confirmed grimly. "And currently pointing directly at this mansion. They know you're here, Naruto. How long do we have?" Naruto asked, fatigue forgotten in the face of this new threat. "Hard to say," Alaric replied. "I only learned about this because one of my contacts at Whitmore overheard two Augustine researchers discussing deployment schedules. Could be hours, could be days. We should move the artifacts," Daemon suggested immediately. "And the Hollow's containment vessel. Can't risk Augustine getting their hands on either." "Agreed," Naruto nodded. "But where?" "The caves beneath the falls," Stefan proposed, joining the conversation. "They're naturally shielded from most tracking methods, and Bonnie could add magical protection." As they discussed evacuation plans, Bonnie arrived with more troubling news. "The Hollow's containment is weakening faster than I expected," she reported quietly to Naruto. "The vessel won't hold for 2 weeks, more like 3 days at the current rate of deterioration." The timing couldn't be worse. 3 days coincided exactly with the celestial alignment they needed for the dimensional messaging attempt. If the Hollow broke free during that vulnerable moment, the consequences could be catastrophic. "We need to accelerate our plans," Naruto decided. "Move the artifacts tonight, reinforce the Hollow's containment if possible, and prepare for the messaging attempt immediately." "You're already exhausted from the treatments," Elena pointed out with concern. "Attempting something as delicate as dimensional communication in this state is dangerous." "We may not have another chance," Naruto countered. "If Augustine is coming, and the Hollow's containment is failing, our window is closing fast." The urgency of the situation overrode further objections. They quickly organized into teams. Stefan and Alaric would secure transportation for the artifacts, Bonnie would prepare additional containment measures for the Hollow, and Daemon would coordinate with Sheriff Forbes to delay any Augustine incursion through official channels. As the others dispersed to their assignments, Elena pulled Naruto aside. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she said quietly. "Even with your abilities, there are limits." "I know," he acknowledged. "But the stakes keep rising. If Augustine gets hold of the artifacts, or if the Hollow breaks free while I'm trying to contact home." "Just be careful," Elena urged. "This world needs you too, you know. Not just as a cure or a weapon, but as a person. You've changed things here, Naruto. Made a difference." Her words touched him, reinforcing the increasingly complex relationship he felt with this dimension and its inhabitants. What had begun as a simple desire to return home had evolved into something more nuanced, a sense of responsibility toward the people and causes he'd become involved with here. "I'll be careful," he promised. "But we need to move quickly." The next few hours passed in carefully controlled chaos. The artifacts were packed for transport, each one handled with extreme caution given their unpredictable dimensional properties. The Hollow's containment vessel was reinforced with additional magical barriers, though Bonnie warned these were temporary measures at best. As midnight approached, they were nearly ready for departure to the cave location. Naruto stood in the basement, observing final preparations, when Jade found him. "I heard what's happening," she said without preamble. "Augustine coming, the Hollow's containment failing. What can I do to help?" "Your pack should leave," Naruto advised. "Augustine has no quarrel with the werewolves, and there's no reason to endanger your people further. My pack is already preparing to depart, Jade confirmed. But I'm staying. You need all the allies you can get right now. It's too dangerous, Naruto objected. If Augustine captures you, they won't, she interrupted confidently. And I'm not the only one staying. Grayson has volunteered as well, and a few others who've been treated. We owe you, Naruto. Let us help. The determination in her eyes made further argument futile. And truthfully, he was grateful for the support. With the werewolves' enhanced senses and newly retained human consciousness during transformation, they represented valuable allies against both Augustine and the Hollow's potential escape. Thank you, he said simply. Besides, she added with a small smile, you promised to teach me the anchoring technique from the werewolf side. Can't do that if I leave. Her ability to maintain optimism even in crisis reminded Naruto of his own tendency toward stubborn hope. Perhaps that was part of what drew him to her, a recognition of kindred spirit despite their different origins. Transportation's ready, Stefan announced, appearing at the basement entrance. We should move now, while we have the cover of darkness. The convoy departed the Lockwood mansion shortly after midnight, 3 vehicles moving in different directions as a precaution against interception. Naruto traveled with Bonnie and the Hollow's containment vessel, their route taking them through the dense woods surrounding Mystic Falls toward the hidden cave system. They drove in tense silence, Bonnie occasionally murmuring reinforcement spells when the darkness within the vessel seemed to pulse more strongly. In the back seat, Jade kept watch for pursuit, her enhanced werewolf senses alert to any unusual movement. Something's wrong, she said suddenly, about 20 minutes into their journey. There's a vehicle following us. It's hanging back, but definitely tracking our movements. Bonnie checked the rearview mirror, though the dark road revealed nothing to her human eyes. Augustine. Can't tell, Jade replied, continuing to monitor through other senses. But they're being careful, too careful for a coincidence. Naruto made a quick decision. We need to split up. Bonnie, you and Jade continue to the caves with the vessel. I'll create a diversion, draw off any pursuit. That's too risky, Bonnie objected. If it is Augustine, I can handle Augustine, Naruto assured her. And this way, if they are tracking my chakra signature specifically, I'll lead them away from the artifacts and the vessel. The logic was sound, though neither woman liked it. At the next curve in the road, they slowed just enough for Naruto to slip out, immediately creating a shadow clone to take his place in the vehicle. My clone will dispel once you reach the caves safely, he told them. That way I'll know you made it. Be careful, Jade said, her eyes conveying more than her words. Always, Naruto replied with a confidence he didn't entirely feel. As the car continued toward the caves, Naruto moved perpendicular to the road, heading deeper into the forest. If Augustine was indeed tracking his chakra signature, they would have to abandon the vehicle pursuit and follow him on foot, a scenario that favored his shinobi training over their technology. For nearly 10 minutes, he detected no pursuit. Then, just as he was beginning to think their concerns might have been unfounded, his senses picked up movement, coordinated, careful movement of multiple individuals converging on his position. They're surrounding us, Kurama observed. At least 8 humans, using some kind of technology to mask their approach. They know what I can do, Naruto realized. They're being cautious. He considered his options. Direct confrontation risked escalation, these were humans, after all, not supernatural entities he could fight without restraint. But allowing himself to be captured was equally unacceptable, especially with the Hollow's containment failing and the dimensional messaging attempts so close. A compromise, then. He created 3 shadow clones, sending them in different directions to confuse the pursuit, while he himself doubled back toward the road. If he could reach one of the other vehicles in the convoy, he could regroup with his allies and form a better plan. He had nearly reached the road when the first dart struck him, a small, almost imperceptible prick against his neck. Instantly, he felt his chakra network disrupting, similar to what his clone had experienced during the Augustine infiltration. Chakra suppressant, he muttered, reaching to remove the dart. But the damage was done, the compound was already spreading through his system, making it difficult to focus his energy. More darts followed, fired from multiple positions with precision that suggested professional training. Naruto dodged most, but two more found their mark, one in his shoulder, another in his thigh. The cumulative effect was devastating, his normally boundless energy faltering like a flame in strong wind. "Kit, my chakra," Kurama urged. "Use it before you can't access it at all." Naruto reached for the fox's power, feeling it respond more sluggishly than usual but still accessible. The red-orange chakra cloak formed around him, pushing back against the suppressant compound. For a moment, it seemed to be working, his systems clearing, strength returning. Then a new type of projectile struck him, not a dart but something larger that exploded into a cloud of gas upon impact. The gas shimmered with an unnatural blue light that looked disturbingly similar to the glow that had emanated from the controlled werewolves during the Hollow's attack. Magical suppressant, Naruto realized, his voice rough as the gas invaded his lungs. They've combined science and magic. Even Kurama's chakra struggled against this dual assault. Naruto's vision began to blur, his movements becoming uncoordinated as the combined suppressants overwhelmed his system. He fought to stay conscious, to form hand signs for a final jutsu that might allow escape, but his fingers wouldn't cooperate. Through dimming awareness, he sensed rather than saw figures approaching, humans in protective gear, moving with the confidence of those who know their quarry is neutralized. The last thing he registered before darkness claimed him was a familiar voice, one he hadn't expected to hear in this context. "Careful with him," Dr. Fell instructed. "Augustine wants him intact and undamaged." The betrayal cut through even the chemical haze, a sharp pain that had nothing to do with physical injury. Dr. Fell, who had worked alongside him treating werewolves just hours earlier, who had promised discretion and respect for his wishes, had delivered him to Augustine. Then consciousness slipped away completely, leaving only darkness and the distant echo of Kurama's frustrated roar. Awareness returned in fragments, clinical lights, antiseptic smells, the murmur of scientific discussion. Naruto found himself secured to some kind of examination table, his limbs restrained with both physical restraints and what felt like magical bindings. His chakra was suppressed but not completely blocked, he could sense it, but accessing it required more focus than his currently muddled mind could manage. "Subject is regaining consciousness," noted a dispassionate voice. "Remarkable recovery rate, even with the suppressants active." "Increase the dosage," ordered another voice, Dr. Fells, he recognized with renewed betrayal. "We need him fully cooperative for the initial examinations." "That would be inadvisable, Doctor," countered a third voice, this one cultured and vaguely familiar. "Too much suppressant might damage the very systems we wish to study." Naruto forced his eyes open, blinking against the harsh laboratory lights. The room came into gradual focus, a state-of-the-art medical facility, filled with equipment both recognizable and utterly foreign. Several white-coated researchers moved around the periphery, while three figures stood closer to his table, Dr. Fell, looking clinical and detached, a severe woman he recognized as Trish, the Augustine Society leader, and a third person whose presence was genuinely shocking. "Elijah?" Naruto croaked, his throat dry from the suppressants. The original vampire inclined his head slightly. "Mr. Uzumaki. I apologize for these circumstances. I advised a more diplomatic approach, but was overruled." "What is this?" Naruto demanded, pulling against his restraints experimentally. They held firm, the magical components flaring slightly at his resistance. "This is scientific necessity," Trish replied coolly. "Your blood and abilities represent the most significant supernatural discovery in decades. Perhaps centuries. Did you really think we would be satisfied with a few vials of blood and quarterly examinations?" "We had an agreement," Naruto reminded her, glaring. "Circumstances changed," she replied without remorse. The werewolf development accelerated our timeline. A treatment that allows supernatural beings to retain their abilities while eliminating their weaknesses. Too valuable to leave in the hands of one individual, no matter how cooperative. So Dr. Fell was your spy, Naruto concluded, looking at the doctor who had betrayed him. Reporting everything while pretending to help. It wasn't pretense, Dr. Fell insisted, a flicker of genuine regret crossing her features. I do want to help, both the werewolves and you. But some knowledge is too important to be controlled by one person. You said so yourself. Not like this, Naruto countered. Not through betrayal and imprisonment. A temporary situation, Trish assured him with clinical detachment. Once we've completed our analysis and developed reliable methods to replicate your treatments, you'll be released. And I'm supposed to believe that? Naruto asked incredulously. Your belief is irrelevant, Trish replied. Your cooperation, however, would make the process considerably less unpleasant. Throughout this exchange, Elijah had remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Now he stepped forward slightly, drawing Trish's attention. I believe I've fulfilled my part of our arrangement, he said smoothly. The tracking technology functioned as promised, leading you to your prize. Indeed, Trish acknowledged. The Augustine Society appreciates your assistance, Mr. Michelson. The resources promised will be transferred as agreed. Naruto stared at Elijah with renewed betrayal. You helped them capture me. After everything your brother said about Augustine being a threat. My brother and I often find ourselves working toward different ends, Elijah replied enigmatically. Though in this case, appearances may be deceiving. His gaze flickered momentarily to a security camera mounted in the corner of the room, then back to Naruto with such subtle emphasis that Naruto almost missed the implied message. Before he could decipher Elijah's cryptic behavior, the facility's alarms activated, shrill, pulsing sounds accompanied by flashing lights. What's happening? Dr. Fell asked, startled. Security breach in the East Wing, reported a researcher, checking a monitoring station. Multiple intruders. Impossible, Trish snapped. This facility is secured against both conventional and supernatural intrusion. Nevertheless, Elijah observed mildly, it appears you have visitors. The monitors displayed chaos, security personnel engaged in combat with shadowy figures moving with supernatural speed. Vampires, Naruto realized, watching the distinctive blur of their movement. And something else, larger forms that moved with primal ferocity. Werewolves, Dr. Fell identified with alarm. But how? The full moon has passed. A researcher manning the security station suddenly stiffened, then collapsed forward, revealing a familiar figure standing behind him. Hello, Augustine, Catherine Pierce purred, her image now clear on the monitor. Miss me? Pierce, Trish hissed. How did she find this facility? I may have mentioned its location during our earlier conversations, Elijah admitted with aristocratic nonchalance. An oversight on my part. Trish's expression transformed from professional detachment to cold fury. You betrayed us. I honored our agreement to the letter, Elijah corrected. You asked for assistance tracking and acquiring Mr. Uzumaki. You didn't specify exclusive knowledge of his location thereafter. The implications crystallized for Naruto. Elijah had played a double game, helping Augustine capture him while simultaneously ensuring his allies knew where to find him. It was the kind of calculated manipulation that only an immortal with centuries of political maneuvering could execute so flawlessly. Secure the subject. Trish ordered as alarms continued to blare. Prepare for facility evacuation. Protocol Omega. Dr. Fell moved to adjust Naruto's restraints, presumably to prepare him for transport, but Elijah intercepted her with casual vampire speed. I think not, he said pleasantly. Mr. Uzumaki's associates were quite insistent about his immediate release. You dare. Trish challenged, though she took an involuntary step backward from the ancient vampire. I dare many things, Dar. Augustine, Elijah replied, using her organizational title rather than her name, a subtle reminder of just how much he knew about her. Including suggesting you evacuate while you still can. Niklaus is among the rescue party, and his mood is volatile, shall we say. The mention of Klaus seemed to decide the matter for Trish. Initiate full facility lockdown after we exit, she ordered the remaining staff. Release the containment countermeasures. As she and most of the researchers hurried from the room, Dr. Fell lingered momentarily, conflict evident on her face as she looked at Naruto. For what it's worth, she said quietly, I am sorry it came to this. I truly believed we were working toward the same goal, helping people. The next time you want to help, Naruto replied coldly, try asking instead of betraying. She accepted his rebuke with a nod, then followed the others, leaving Naruto alone with Elijah. Your timing is impeccable, Naruto commented as the original vampire moved to release his restraints. A talent developed over centuries, Elijah replied, easily breaking the physical bindings. The magical restraints proved more challenging, flaring with energy when he attempted to disrupt them. These, I believe, will require Ms. Bennett's expertise. As if summoned by her name, the door burst open and Bonnie rushed in, accompanied by Damon Salvatore. Naruto, she exclaimed with evident relief. Are you okay? Been better, he admitted as she immediately began working to dismantle the magical restraints. How did you find me? Your clone dispelled as soon as we reached the caves, Bonnie explained, her hands moving in precise patterns over the glowing magical bonds. We knew something had gone wrong. Then Catherine contacted us, saying Elijah had information about an Augustine operation. A carefully orchestrated series of events, Elijah commented smoothly. Yeah, which you set in motion by helping them capture him in the first place, Damon accused, glaring at the original vampire. A calculated risk, Elijah acknowledged without apology. Augustine would have captured Mr. Uzumaki eventually, their tracking technology has been operational for days. By controlling the circumstances, I ensured he would be found quickly and with minimal harm. Using me as bait, Naruto summarized, feeling the magical restraints finally dissolve under Bonnie's efforts. An inelegant but accurate description, Elijah conceded. Though I prefer to think of it as redirecting an inevitable outcome toward a more favorable conclusion. Before their conversation could continue, Stefan appeared at the doorway. We need to move, he urged. Klaus and the werewolves are holding the main entrance, but Augustine's security protocols are activating. Some kind of gas is filling the lower levels. Supernatural suppressant, Naruto guessed, remembering the blue-tinged gas that had helped incapacitate him. It affects vampire and werewolf abilities, and probably magic too. Then let's not stick around to test it, Damon suggested, helping Naruto to his feet. They moved quickly through the facility, which Naruto now recognized as an underground complex beneath what appeared to be an ordinary medical research building. The suppressant gas was indeed rising from lower levels, creating a visible blue haze that they struggled to stay ahead of. In the main atrium, they found Klaus directing a defensive action against Augustine's security personnel. Beside him fought several werewolves, including Jade, who had partially transformed despite the absence of the full moon. Her features showed a controlled hybrid state, with elongated teeth and claws but fully human consciousness evident in her eyes. You mastered partial transformation, Naruto realized as they reached her position. Necessity, she replied tersely, dispatching an Augustine guard with frightening efficiency. When your clone dispelled, I knew you were in trouble. The partial shift gives strength without losing control. Touching reunion, Klaus commented sardonically, but perhaps save it for when we're not surrounded by people trying to kill us. The escape was chaotic but successful, Augustine's remaining security overwhelmed by the combined might of original vampires, transformed werewolves, and a very angry Bonnie Bennett, whose magic seemed particularly effective against the facility's technological defenses. They emerged into pre-dawn light, the facility, disguised as a nondescript medical research building on the outskirts of Mystic Falls, now receding behind them as they fled in various vehicles that had been positioned for the extraction. Naruto found himself in an SUV with Bonnie, Jade, and Stefan, the latter driving with the focused precision of someone accustomed to hasty retreats. "Are you really okay?" Bonnie asked once they were safely away, studying him with concern. "The suppressants they used." Already wearing off, Naruto assured her, though he still felt the lingering effects in his sluggish chakra network. "Kurama's working on neutralizing them. I'll be fine soon." Dr. Fell's betrayal was unexpected, Stefan commented grimly. "We trusted her as the council's medical liaison." "The council itself may be compromised," Jade suggested. "Augustine has always had connections in Mystic Falls governance." "One crisis at a time," Naruto sighed, rubbing his temples where a headache was forming, a side effect of the suppressants. "What about the hollow's containment? And the artifacts?" "Secure at the caves," Bonnie reported. "Elena and Jeremy are with them, along with some of Jade's pack members who stayed behind to guard them." "And the dimensional messaging attempt?" he asked. "How long was I held?" "Just overnight," Bonnie assured him. "The celestial alignment is still approximately 36 hours away. We haven't lost our window." Relief washed through him. Despite the betrayal, the capture, and the ongoing threats, their core objectives remained viable. They could still attempt to contact his home dimension, still find a more permanent solution for the hollow, still complete the werewolf training program. "Where are we going now?" he asked, noting they weren't heading toward either the Lockwood Mansion or the Salvatore boarding house. "A safe house Klaus provided," Stefan explained. "Off the grid, unknown to Augustine or the council." "Klaus helped?" Naruto asked skeptically. Enthusiastically, Stefan confirmed with a hint of surprise. "He was furious when he heard Augustine had captured you. Something about them violating his exclusive arrangement with you." "Of course," Naruto sighed. "It wasn't about helping me, it was about protecting his investment." "I wouldn't be so sure," Jade commented quietly. "The way he fought, it seemed personal, not just territorial." The safe house turned out to be a secluded lake cabin, situated on a wooded peninsula that offered both natural privacy and clear sightlines against approach. By mid-morning, their scattered allies had regrouped there, comparing notes on the Augustine facility and planning next steps. Catherine, it emerged, had been working with Elijah for longer than anyone realized, their collaboration extending back to the earliest days of Naruto's arrival in Mystic Falls. "You've been playing all sides from the beginning," Damon accused her as they gathered in the cabin's main room. "Of course I have," Catherine replied unapologetically. "It's how I've survived for 500 years. The difference this time is which side I ultimately chose." "And why did you choose our side?" Elena asked skeptically. Catherine's gaze flicked to Naruto. "Let's just say I've developed an interest in dimensional travel. The Hollow isn't the only one curious about other worlds." The implications were clear. Catherine still hoped to secure a vial of Naruto's blood as insurance, as she'd termed it earlier, but she also saw potential value in the dimensional artifacts and the knowledge they represented. Klaus and Elijah remained unnervingly cordial throughout the strategy session, their usual fraternal tensions temporarily set aside in favor of mutual opposition to Augustine. "They've overplayed their hand," Klaus observed, swirling bourbon in a crystal glass. "Capturing you so brazenly has exposed their operation and alienated potential allies." "They were desperate," Elijah added. "Your werewolf treatment accelerated their timeline. A partial cure for the werewolf curse, following so closely on the vampire cure discovery, it suggested your abilities might extend to other supernatural conditions as well." "Which they do," Naruto acknowledged reluctantly. "At least theoretically. My chakra and Kurama's influence can interact with most supernatural energies in this world." A universal cure, Bonnie realized. Or universal modifier, more accurately. That's what they're after, a way to control or alter any supernatural condition. "The implications would reshape our world," Elijah said soberly. Imagine vampirism without bloodlust, lycanthropy without the moon's control, witchcraft without the limitations of nature's balance. The fundamental rules that have governed supernatural existence for millennia, suddenly negotiable. That kind of power makes you the most valuable being in our world, Klaus concluded, raising his glass slightly toward Naruto. And the most dangerous. The weight of this perspective settled heavily on Naruto. He hadn't asked for this position, hadn't sought to become a linchpin in this dimension's supernatural balance. Yet here he was, his blood and chakra representing a transformation potential that terrified and enticed in equal measure. All the more reason to focus on sending that message home, he said finally. And finding a permanent solution for the hollow. The sooner both are accomplished, the sooner this world can return to its normal balance. The planning continued throughout the day, strategies forming and reforming as they considered the multiple threats they faced. Augustine would regroup, their scientific determination undiminished by this setback. The hollow's containment continued to weaken, necessitating a more permanent solution before the vessel failed completely. And the dimensional messaging attempt required careful preparation if it was to succeed without creating new vulnerabilities. By evening, exhaustion had claimed most of the group. Those not assigned to first watch retired to whatever sleeping spaces they could claim in the modest cabin. Naruto found himself on the small dock extending into the lake, seeking a moment of solitude to process the events of the past 24 hours. The betrayal by Dr. Fell still stung, though he recognized her motivation hadn't been malicious, merely pragmatic in a way that prioritized knowledge over individual autonomy. It was a perspective he'd encountered before, though usually in more openly villainous contexts. More troubling was the growing realization that his presence in this dimension was causing ripple effects far beyond his initial impact. The vampire cure, the werewolf treatment, the knowledge of chakra and its applications, each innovation shifted the balance of power, creating new possibilities but also new dangers. "Mind some company?" Jade asked softly from behind him. Naruto turned, offering a tired smile. "Not at all." She joined him at the edge of the dock, her feet dangling beside his above the dark water. For a while, they sat in companionable silence, watching the moon's reflection ripple across the lake's surface. "That partial transformation was impressive," Naruto finally said. "Especially without the full moon's influence." "I had a good teacher," she replied with a small smile. "Once I understood the anchoring principle, I realized it might work in reverse, not just maintaining human consciousness during full transformation, but accessing werewolf abilities while remaining mostly human." "That's brilliant," Naruto acknowledged, genuinely impressed. "I hadn't even considered that application." "It's still difficult and draining," she admitted. "But in a crisis, the advantage is worth the cost." She hesitated, then added, "When your clone dispelled and we realized you'd been captured. I would have paid any cost to help find you." The simple admission touched Naruto deeply. In just days, he'd formed connections in this world that rivaled bonds forged through years of shared experience in his own. Jade's loyalty, Bonnie's dedication, even Klaus and Elijah's complex investment in his welfare, all spoke to relationships that transcended mere alliance. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For coming after me. For risking yourself." "You'd have done the same," she replied with certainty. She was right, of course. In either world, Naruto would never abandon those he considered friends to danger. It was fundamental to who he was, perhaps the most consistent trait across dimensions. "Tomorrow we'll attempt the dimensional message," he said after another comfortable silence. "Bonnie thinks it has a good chance of succeeding, especially if we use the Ascendant to help focus the energy." "And if it works? If you establish contact with your world? Then we'll work on finding a way for me to return," Naruto replied honestly. "But not before we deal with the hollow permanently. I won't leave that threat behind." Jade nodded, accepting his priorities without question. "Bonnie mentioned you need an anchor for the messaging attempt, someone you've formed a strong connection with in this world." "She did mention that," Naruto confirmed. "I'd like to volunteer," Jade said simply. If you'll have me. The offer hung between them, weighted with significance beyond the practical consideration. To serve as his anchor would mean opening a deeper connection, allowing their energies to intertwine in a way that was both intimate and vulnerable. It would be an honor, Naruto replied softly. But you should know the risks. The process will expose you to dimensional energies we don't fully understand. It could be dangerous. Life is dangerous, she said with a slight shrug. Some risks are worth taking. Something shifted between them in that moment, a recognition of feelings that had been building since their first meeting, accelerated by shared battle and mutual respect. Jade moved closer, her hand finding his on the weathered wood of the dock. In case I don't get another chance to say this, she began quietly, meeting you has changed everything for me. Not just the anchoring technique or the pack politics, though those are significant. But something more personal. Her eyes, amber in the moonlight, held his steadily. You've reminded me that there are still wonders in this world. New possibilities. Hope. Naruto found himself at a rare loss for words, moved by her sincerity and the connection humming between them. In another life, another world, this moment might have led to something profound and lasting. Even now, stranded between dimensions with crises mounting, he couldn't deny the pull he felt toward her. Words failing him, he responded in the most honest way he could, leaning forward to press his lips gently to hers. The kiss was tentative at first, then deepening as she responded with equal feeling. For a brief, perfect moment, dimensional barriers and supernatural politics faded away, leaving only this connection, this shared warmth against the cool night air. When they finally separated, Jade's smile held both joy and a tinge of sadness. That was either very brave or very foolish, she murmured. Starting something when you might be leaving soon. Maybe both, Naruto admitted. But I've never been good at denying how I feel, even when it's complicated. Another quality we share, she replied, resting her head against his shoulder as they gazed out at the moonlit lake. They remained there for some time, speaking occasionally but mostly sharing comfortable silence, both aware that these quiet moments were precious commodities in their chaotic circumstances. Eventually, responsibility called them back to the cabin. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, the dimensional messaging attempt, continued vigilance against Augustine, and the increasingly urgent need to address the Hollow's weakening containment. But for now, in this brief interlude of peace, Naruto allowed himself to simply appreciate the unexpected gift of connection he'd found in this strange dimension. Whatever came next, these bonds, with Jade, with Bonnie, with all those who had become allies and friends, would remain part of him, treasured across whatever dimensional barriers might ultimately separate them. Dawn broke clear and cool, the lake mist rising in ethereal tendrils around the cabin. Preparations for the dimensional messaging attempt began immediately after breakfast, with Bonnie directing the arrangement of magical components while Naruto centered his chakra through meditation. The celestial alignment peaks at noon, Bonnie explained to the gathered group. That's our optimal window for dimensional communication. We'll need absolute focus and minimal disruptions. Which means the rest of us should make ourselves scarce, Damon interpreted. Fine by me. Someone needs to check on the artifacts and the Hollow's containment at the caves anyway. I'll go with you, Stefan volunteered. Elena and Jeremy are probably ready for a break from guard duty. Klaus and I will monitor Augustine activity, Elijah offered smoothly. They'll be regrouping, perhaps seeking alternative approaches now that direct capture has failed. And I'll stay here, Jade stated firmly. As Naruto's anchor for the attempt. With responsibilities assigned, the others departed, leaving Naruto, Bonnie, and Jade to complete the final preparations. The ascendant had been brought from the caves, deemed necessary for the attempt despite the risk of moving it, and now sat at the center of an intricate array of symbols Bonnie had drawn on the cabin floor. The theory is straightforward, Bonnie explained as she made final adjustments. The ascendant can locate dimensional pathways, your chakra can open them, and Jade's connection to you provides stability, a tether to this world so you don't get pulled through completely. And the message itself? Naruto asked, examining the prepared scroll on which he would write his communication. Think of it like a spiritual telegram, Bonnie suggested. The aperture won't be large enough or stable enough for physical transfer, but energy impressions, thoughts, images, written words, should be able to pass through. Should? Jade questioned, raising an eyebrow. This isn't exactly standard practice, Bonnie admitted. We're improvising based on theoretical principles. But the fundamentals are sound. As noon approached, they took their positions around the ascendant. Naruto sat cross-legged directly before it, the scroll unfurled on his lap. Jade knelt behind him, her hands resting lightly on his shoulders. Bonnie completed the triangle, her grimoire opened before her as she prepared to channel the magical aspects of the attempt. Remember, Bonnie cautioned, focus on a specific location or person in your world. The more precise your mental image, the better chance the message has of reaching its intended recipient. Naruto nodded, closing his eyes to visualize Konoha, the Hokage Tower specifically, where Kakashi would likely be coordinating efforts following the battle with Kaguya. He imagined his sensei's chakra signature, focusing on that unique energy pattern as a destination for the message. I'm ready, he said, opening his eyes. Bonnie began her incantation, the Latin phrases flowing in a rhythmic cadence that seemed to resonate with the ascendant. The device began to move of its own accord, its intricate parts rotating and realigning as it responded to the magical energy. Naruto channeled his chakra, directing it through the ascendant as Bonnie had instructed. The device absorbed the energy eagerly, its rotations accelerating as blue chakra flowed into its mechanical heart. Behind him, Jade tightened her grip on his shoulders, her own energy, the wild, primal force of werewolf nature, flowing into him and stabilizing the connection. The sensation was intimate in an unexpected way, their energies intertwining at a fundamental level. The ascendant's rotations reached a fever pitch, then suddenly stopped. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a small point of light appeared above the device, a pinprick in reality itself, widening slowly into a swirling vortex barely the size of a coin. It's working, Bonnie whispered, her voice strained with the effort of maintaining the spell. The aperture is forming. Naruto focused intensely on the tiny portal, directing his thoughts, emotions, and the contents of the scroll toward it. He poured his consciousness into the message, his arrival in this dimension, his experiences, his determination to return, his assurance that he hadn't abandoned them. The aperture pulsed, absorbing the energy of his communication. For a moment, Naruto felt something respond from the other side, a flicker of familiar chakra, a sense of recognition so brief he might have imagined it. Someone's receiving, he reported, excitement building. I can feel. The cabin door burst open with a crash. Catherine stood in the doorway, her expression wild with uncharacteristic panic. Stop, she shouted. The hollow, she's free. The disruption shattered their concentration. The aperture flickered dangerously, expanding suddenly before collapsing with a sound like distant thunder. The backlash sent all three of them sprawling, the ascendant spinning violently before falling still. What happened? Bonnie demanded, recovering first. Catherine, what do you mean she's free? The containment vessel shattered, Catherine reported grimly. 1 minute it was secure, the next, explosion. Elena and Jeremy barely made it out. The hollow's essence escaped completely. When? Naruto asked urgently, helping Jade to her feet. 20 minutes ago, Catherine replied. Just as Klaus and Elijah left to monitor Augustine. Convenient timing, don't you think? The implication was clear, the original brothers' departure might not have been coincidental. Either they had known the containment would fail, or they had somehow facilitated it. Where is she now? Jade asked, already moving to gather her belongings. Heading for town, according to Elena, Catherine answered. And she's not alone. The essence has already possessed a host, some unfortunate hiker who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. We need to intercept her before she reaches populated areas, Naruto decided, his mind racing through tactical options. If she's in a human host, she'll be vulnerable, physically at least. Don't be so sure, Bonnie cautioned, examining the Ascendant for damage. The host body is just a vessel. Her power remains intact, maybe even strengthened by the time in concentrated containment. Then we need everyone, Naruto concluded. Call the others back. We'll make our stand before she reaches town. As they hurried to prepare, a thought nagged at Naruto. The timing was too perfect, the hollow escaping precisely when they attempted dimensional communication, when the barriers between worlds would be temporarily weakened. She planned this, he realized aloud. She knew about our attempt somehow. But how? Jade asked. Only those in this cabin knew the details. Not quite, Catherine corrected grimly. Klaus and Elijah knew too. I told them myself. And you're just mentioning this now? Bonnie demanded incredulously. Catherine shrugged. They're original vampires with a vested interest in dimensional travel. It seemed relevant to their involvement. Or they've been working with the Hollow all along, Jade suggested darkly. Using us to gather the artifacts, contain her temporarily while she regained strength, then releasing her at the perfect moment. The betrayal seemed plausible, yet something didn't quite fit. Klaus had invested too much in Naruto's abilities, in the potential treatments for his hybrids. Unless. That was never his real goal, Naruto said slowly, pieces falling into place. The hybrid treatments were just a cover. What Klaus really wants is the same thing the Hollow wants, access to other dimensions. But why? Bonnie wondered. What could original vampires possibly want with dimensional travel? Power, Catherine suggested immediately. Other worlds to conquer, perhaps. Or escape from enemies in this one. We can figure out motivations later, Jade interrupted practically. Right now, we need to stop the Hollow before she reaches Mystic Falls. She was right. Whatever Klaus and Elijah's true agenda, the immediate threat was clear. They gathered weapons, magical components, and communication devices, preparing for what might be their final confrontation with the ancient entity. As they hurried toward the vehicles, Naruto paused, looking back at the Ascendant still sitting on the cabin floor. Had the message reached Konoha? Had that brief flicker of recognition been real, or merely wishful thinking? He might never know. Naruto, Jade called softly from the doorway. We need to go. With a nod, he turned away from the device and followed her outside. Whatever happened next, his path was clear: protect this world that had become unexpectedly precious to him, even if it meant delaying or sacrificing his return home. They drove toward Mystic Falls at dangerous speeds, Bonnie continually attempting to contact the others by phone. Stefan and Damon confirmed they were intercepting Elena and Jeremy, while attempts to reach Klaus and Elijah went unanswered, further fueling suspicions about their involvement. There, Catherine said suddenly, pointing ahead where the forest road joined the main highway. That's not normal. A fog had gathered at the intersection, unnaturally thick and tinged with that now familiar blue glow that characterized the Hollow's magic. Within it, shadowy figures moved with jerky, unnatural motions. She's already gathering vessels, Bonnie realized. Entrancing humans like she did at the cemetery. How many? Naruto asked, trying to count the figures through the obscuring fog. At least a dozen, Catherine estimated, her vampire vision penetrating the murk better than human eyes. And something else, something larger in the center. They parked at a safe distance, approaching on foot with weapons ready. As they drew closer, the fog parted briefly, revealing a disturbing tableau. Entranced humans stood in concentric circles, swaying rhythmically around a central figure, a middle-aged man whose body seemed poorly fitted, like clothes a size too small. His movements were fluid yet wrong, his eyes solid black. The Hollow, Jade whispered, her hand unconsciously seeking Naruto's. In her new host. The possessed man turned, seeming to sense their presence despite the distance and cover. A smile spread across his face, too wide, too knowing for the human features it inhabited. "Fox child," the hollow called, her ancient voice incongruous coming from the hiker's body. "How kind of you to join us. And you brought the Ascendant, I see." Naruto froze. The Ascendant was still at the cabin, deliberately left behind for safety. How could the hollow sense it? Then horror dawned as he felt movement in his jacket pocket. Somehow, impossibly, the Ascendant was there, though he had no memory of taking it. "Bonnie," he whispered urgently, "the Ascendant, impossible," she breathed, seeing the device as he withdrew it. "I never saw you pick it up." "Neither did I," Naruto confirmed grimly. "Memory manipulation," Catherine guessed. "One of the hollow's talents, apparently." The hollow laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally. "So suspicious, these vampires. Always looking for deception." Her black eyes fixed on Naruto. "The truth is simpler. You took the Ascendant because deep down, you know it belongs with me. Just as the Nine-Tails' power belongs with me. Together, they will open the way." "The way to what?" Naruto challenged, buying time as he sensed the others approaching, Stefan and Damon from the east, Elena and Jeremy from the west. "To everything," the hollow replied, spreading her host's arms wide. "Every dimension, every world, every version of power that exists. An infinity of possibilities, of energies to consume." Her gaze sharpened. "Including your home, Fox child. The world of shinobi, of chakra giants and gods. So much power, ripe for harvesting." The casual reference to his world, details she couldn't possibly know unless she had somehow glimpsed through the dimensional aperture during their messaging attempt, chilled Naruto to the bone. She had been watching, sensing, gathering information all along. "You'll never reach my world," he stated firmly, chakra beginning to swirl visibly around him as his resolve hardened. "This ends here." "Does it?" the hollow asked, sounding genuinely amused. "Look around you, child of prophecy. My servants approach from every direction. Your friends are scattered or turned against you. And you still don't understand the true nature of what you face." As if on cue, new figures emerged from the tree line, not entranced humans but familiar faces. Klaus and Elijah Michaelson, moving with purposeful strides to flank the hollow's position. "Right on schedule," the hollow acknowledged with a nod to the original brothers. "Did you bring what I requested?" Klaus smiled thinly. "As agreed." He held up an ornate wooden box, its surface carved with symbols similar to those on the Ascendant. "The final component," the hollow explained to Naruto. "The counterpart to your device, not an Ascendant, but a Descendant. One opens the door, the other stabilizes the passage." "You've been working with her all along," Bonnie accused the original brothers. "Everything, helping capture Naruto, the rescue, the safe house, it was all to position us exactly where you wanted." "Not exactly," Elijah corrected smoothly. "We have been pursuing our own agenda, certainly. But the alliance with the hollow is recent. A matter of pragmatic necessity." "What did she offer you?" Catherine demanded, hurt and betrayal evident beneath her anger. "What could possibly be worth this?" "Freedom," Klaus answered simply. "From a curse more binding than vampirism or lycanthropy, the curse of limitation. One world, one life, one set of rules. The hollow offers access to infinite worlds, infinite possibilities." "And you believe her?" Naruto challenged. "An ancient entity that consumes life force and corrupts everything she touches. You think she'll share this power once she has it?" A flicker of something, doubt, perhaps, crossed Elijah's aristocratic features. Klaus, however, remained unmoved. "We've taken precautions," he assured them coldly. "The Michaelsons have survived 1,000 years through careful planning and insurance policies. This arrangement is no different." The standoff intensified as Stefan and Damon arrived, quickly assessing the situation and moving to support Naruto's group. Elena and Jeremy appeared moments later, armed with weapons clearly designed for the confrontation. How touching, the Hollow observed. The gang's all here. Well, almost all. Her black eyes fixed on Jade with sudden interest. Where is the doctor who served me so well? Dr. Fell should witness the culmination of her contributions. Dr. Fell? Jade repeated, confused. She betrayed Naruto to Augustine, not to you. The Hollow laughed, the sound like breaking glass. Oh, my dear wolf. So loyal, so fierce, so utterly blind. Dr. Fell has been mine since before your fox friend arrived in this dimension. Who do you think ensured his blood samples reached the right researchers? Who monitored his techniques and reported every detail? A double agent, Bonnie realized. Working for both Augustine and you. Augustine is short-sighted, the Hollow dismissed. Concerned with petty advantages in this one limited world. I offered Meredith a grander vision, knowledge that spans dimensions, power beyond human comprehension. The revelation of Dr. Fell's deeper betrayal stung, though less sharply than the initial shock of her Augustine connection. More concerning was the growing power Naruto could sense gathering around the Hollow, energy drawn from her entranced servants, from the earth itself, and from something else, something familiar. You're channeling the dimensional aperture we created, he realized with dawning horror. The connection to my world, you're using it somehow. Very good, the Hollow praised, as one might compliment a clever child. The pathways between worlds never fully close once opened. Your attempt to send a message home left a thread I could follow. Weak, certainly, but sufficient for my purposes when combined with the Ascendant and its counterpart. While they had been talking, more entranced humans had emerged from the fog, surrounding their group in an ever-tightening circle. Stefan and Damon moved protectively to cover Elena and Jeremy, while Catherine shifted subtly into a fighting stance. Enough talk, Naruto decided, forming a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen clones appeared around him, each prepared for combat. At the same moment, Jade partially transformed, her features taking on the controlled werewolf aspects she had mastered. Bonnie began chanting, raising magical barriers to protect their group. Finally, the Hollow sighed with theatrical relief. I was beginning to think we'd talk ourselves to death. She raised her host's hands, blue energy crackling between her fingers. Let's proceed with the main event, shall we? The battle erupted with supernatural fury. Entranced humans surged forward, surprisingly dangerous in their single-minded devotion to the Hollow's will. Naruto's clones engaged them, using non-lethal techniques to incapacitate rather than kill these unwitting pawns. Klaus and Elijah moved with original vampire speed, targeting Bonnie specifically, recognizing her magic as the greatest threat to the Hollow's ritual. Stefan and Damon intercepted them, the four vampires becoming a blur of violence too fast for human eyes to track. Jade and Catherine fought back-to-back, the werewolf's raw physical power complementing the vampire's centuries of combat experience. They carved a path through the entranced humans, trying to reach the Hollow directly. Naruto himself focused on the ancient entity, gathering natural energy to enter Sage Mode, his most balanced combat form, offering both power and precision. The Ascendant remained in his pocket, its weight a constant reminder of what was at stake. Your resistance is admirable, the Hollow called to him as they closed distance. But ultimately futile. The convergence has already begun. She gestured skyward, where the noon sun seemed to distort, its light bending unnaturally as if passing through glass. The air itself felt thin, reality stretched to transparency in places. The barriers weaken, she continued, her host's body moving with unnatural grace as she evaded Naruto's initial attacks. Soon, they will rupture completely. Every dimension connected, every power accessible. And every monster like you free to roam between worlds, Naruto countered, landing a solid hit that sent the possessed hiker staggering. Not going to happen. He formed a Rasengan, the swirling chakra sphere compacted tightly in his palm. With Sage Mode enhancing his speed, He drove forward, aiming for the center of the hollow's borrowed chest, not to kill the innocent host, but to disrupt the energy pathways the entity was using to channel her power. At the last possible moment, the hollow's form seemed to shift, becoming partially intangible, allowing the Rasengan to pass through with minimal effect. The possessed man's face contorted in a smile that stretched the human features beyond natural limits. Physical attacks, she mocked. Against a being of pure energy? You disappoint me, fox child. She countered with a blast of blue energy that caught Naruto squarely, sending him flying backward through several entranced humans. The impact was jarring, but Sage Mode had reinforced his body enough to prevent serious injury. Across the battlefield, their allies weren't faring much better. Bonnie maintained her protective spells, but the strain was evident on her face as she countered the Hollow's increasingly powerful magic. Stefan and Damon fought valiantly against the original brothers, but the age difference was telling. Klaus and Elijah moved with the casual confidence of immortals who had survived every imaginable combat scenario. Only Jade seemed to be making progress, her partial transformation granting her enhanced strength and reflexes without sacrificing tactical thinking. She had fought her way to within striking distance of the Hollow, coordinating seamlessly with Catherine despite their historical enmity. The werewolf, the Hollow noted with interest as Jade approached. Your connection to the fox is intriguing. More than mere alliance, isn't it? How poetic, the dimensional traveler finding love in a foreign world. Jade didn't respond to the taunt, instead launching a coordinated attack with Catherine that momentarily caught the Hollow off guard. The possessed hiker's body staggered under their combined assault, black blood seeping from injuries that would have incapacitated a normal human. Enough, the Hollow snarled, her composure finally cracking. Blue energy exploded outward in a concussive wave that threw everyone back, allies and entranced servants alike. Only Klaus and Elijah remained standing, protected by some arrangement with the ancient entity. In the sudden stillness, the Hollow raised both the descendant box and her free hand, gesturing imperiously toward Naruto. The Ascendant, she commanded. Bring it to me now, or watch your werewolf die first. With horrifying speed, Klaus moved to capture Jade, his hand around her throat before anyone could react. Elijah similarly secured Bonnie, neutralizing their two most effective allies in an instant. Don't do it, Naruto, Jade managed despite Klaus's grip. Whatever happens to me, touching, the Hollow interrupted coldly. But ultimately irrelevant. The Ascendant, fox child. Now. Naruto's mind raced, searching for options. The Ascendant was powerful, yes, but it was the combination with his chakra and the Descendant that truly threatened dimensional stability. If he could destroy one component. Last chance, the Hollow warned, nodding to Klaus who tightened his grip on Jade's throat. The device, or she dies painfully. With seeming reluctance, Naruto reached into his pocket and withdrew the Ascendant. Its intricate mechanism seemed to pulse with anticipation as he held it up. Let them go first, he demanded. You're hardly in a position to negotiate, the Hollow pointed out. But very well, a gesture of good faith. She nodded to Elijah, who released Bonnie with obvious reluctance. And Jade, Naruto insisted, not moving forward. The wolf remains insurance until the exchange is complete, the Hollow countered. Surely you understand simple transaction protocol. Naruto took a step forward, then another, the Ascendant extended before him. The Hollow's borrowed face split in a triumphant grin as he approached, her free hand reaching eagerly for the device. At last, she breathed as her fingers closed around the Ascendant. The final key. In that moment, Naruto struck. Not at the Hollow, who was expecting betrayal, but at the Descendant box still clutched in her other hand. His attack was precisely targeted, a needle-thin chakra projection that pierced the ornate wood and disrupted the energies contained within. The Hollow screamed in genuine alarm as the box shuddered, cracks appearing across its surface. No. What have you done? Disrupted your ritual, Naruto answered grimly, already moving to his next target, Klaus, who still held Jade captive. But he had underestimated the Hollow's desperation. With shocking speed, she abandoned interest in the damaged Descendant and focused entirely on the Ascendant, pouring corrupted energy into the device. It began to spin wildly in her grasp, blue light emanating from its core. "If I cannot have controlled passage," she snarled, "I will tear the barriers down completely." The air above them seemed to split, not a controlled aperture like their earlier attempt, but a jagged wound in reality itself. Through it, Naruto glimpsed swirling chaos, fragments of different dimensions bleeding into one another in nauseating patterns. "Stop!" Bonnie shouted, her hands raised as she attempted to counter the Hollow's magic. "You'll destroy everything, including yourself." "Then we burn together," the Hollow replied with mad determination. "All dimensions, all realities, reduced to primordial chaos from which I will reshape existence." The dimensional rift widened, its edges fluctuating wildly as it struggled to stabilize. Wind howled from nowhere, pulling at them with increasing force as the tear in reality grew. Entranced humans were the first to be affected, their lighter bodies dragged screaming toward the rift and through it, vanishing into the swirling maelstrom beyond. "Naruto!" Jade cried out, still struggling in Klaus's grip. "The Ascendant, you have to destroy it completely." He knew she was right. The Ascendant was the focal point for the dimensional energy, destroying it might collapse the rift before it expanded beyond control. But reaching it meant confronting the Hollow directly, at the center of the growing maelstrom. "Use my chakra," Kurama urged within him. "Full power, no restraint. It's our only chance." Naruto nodded, closing his eyes briefly to center himself. When he opened them again, they had transformed to the fox's red-slitted pupils, his body enveloped in the golden chakra of their perfect Jinchuriki form. With this enhanced power, he moved faster than even the original vampires could track, a golden blur streaking toward the Hollow. The ancient entity sensed his approach and turned, still clutching the Ascendant which now spun so rapidly it was merely a circle of light in her grasp. "Too late," she taunted as he reached her. "The cascade has begun. Soon, all barriers fall." Naruto didn't waste breath arguing. Instead, he formed a tailed beast Rasengan, his most destructive technique, compressed chakra from both himself and Kurama combined into a sphere of devastating potential. The Hollow attempted to dodge, but Naruto had anticipated this. A chakra arm extended from his golden cloak, grasping the possessed hiker's body and holding it firmly in place. With his primary hand, Naruto drove the Rasengan directly into the Ascendant. The impact was cataclysmic. The Ascendant shattered, releasing the dimensional energies it had been channeling in an explosive backlash that engulfed both Naruto and the Hollow. Golden chakra met corrupted blue energy in a blinding conflagration that momentarily outshone the sun itself. When vision cleared, the possessed hiker lay unconscious or dead on the ground, the Hollow's essence visible as a swirling darkness hovering above the body. The dimensional rift remained, though its expansion had halted, now a jagged tear approximately 10 feet across, its edges fluctuating but no longer growing. "It's not closing," Bonnie called out, her voice barely audible over the howling dimensional winds. "The damage is done, the rift is self-sustaining now." The Hollow's essence seemed to rally, coalescing into a more defined shape, something vaguely humanoid but with too many limbs, too many eyes, features that hurt to look upon directly. "You've merely changed the method," her voice echoed, no longer requiring a human host to project. "The barriers fall regardless. And now, I take my leave, to your world first, I think. So much delicious chakra to consume there." The essence began moving toward the rift, drawn by the dimensional currents toward the tear in reality. If she passed through, Naruto realized with horror, she would emerge in some dimension, possibly his own, with nothing to contain or counter her. "No," he shouted, launching himself after her. His golden chakra form extended, chakra arms reaching to grasp the fleeing essence. "Naruto, wait!" Jade cried out, having finally freed herself from Klaus in the confusion of the explosion. "If you follow her into the rift," but he was already committed, his momentum carrying him after the hollow's essence as it approached the dimensional tear. His chakra arms managed to grasp the writhing darkness, but rather than stopping her flight, he found himself pulled along with her, the rift's gravitational force now affecting them both. In a desperate move, Naruto formed a chakra tether, anchoring himself to the ground of this dimension while still maintaining his grip on the hollow. The result was a bizarre tug-of-war, the rift pulling the hollow toward interdimensional space, the hollow pulling Naruto with her, and Naruto's chakra tether straining to keep them both in this reality. "I can't hold both," he shouted, feeling his chakra tether beginning to fray under the opposing forces. "The rift's too strong." Suddenly, he felt new energy flowing into his tether, warm, wild, familiar. Jade had grabbed the visible manifestation of his chakra anchor, her partially transformed hands glowing with the same energy she had contributed during their dimensional messaging attempt. "Not alone," she called to him, her voice strained with effort. "Never alone." More hands joined hers, Bonnie, adding her magic to the tether, Stefan and Damon, lending their vampire strength, Elena and Jeremy, their human determination somehow translating into tangible support. Even Catherine, after a moment's hesitation, added her centuries of survival will to the effort. Only Klaus and Elijah remained apart, the original brothers watching with expressions that mixed calculation with something that might have been regret. The combined energies strengthened Naruto's tether, allowing him to begin pulling back against the rift's inexorable draw. The hollow fought viciously, her essence lashing out with tendrils of corrupted power that cut and burned wherever they touched. "You cannot win," she hissed, her voice now a cacophony of different tones speaking in unison. "I am eternal. I am inevitable. I exist in all dimensions, all realities." "Not in this one," Naruto countered, drawing on Kurama's deepest reserves. "Not anymore." With a final, tremendous effort, he yanked the hollow's essence away from the rift's edge and toward himself. As she collided with his golden chakra form, he executed the technique he had been preparing throughout the battle, a sealing jutsu modified to contain spiritual entities, similar to the one used to imprison tailed beasts. "Sealing technique, spectral prison," he called out, chakra symbols manifesting around the hollow's essence, constricting like a net drawing closed. The hollow screamed, a sound that transcended dimensional boundaries, as the sealing technique took hold. Her essence compressed, contracted, forced into a contained form that Naruto then drew into himself, not merging with it as with Kurama, but imprisoning it within a separate chakra space he had created specifically for this purpose. The effort was monumental, draining his reserves beyond what should have been survivable. Even Kurama's vast chakra was nearly depleted by the combined tasks of maintaining the tether against the rift's pull and executing the sealing technique. As the last of the hollow's essence disappeared into the seal, Naruto felt his consciousness fading, his golden chakra form flickering like a candle in strong wind. The rift remained open, still a threat to dimensional stability, but the immediate danger of the hollow escaping through it had been neutralized. With the last of his strength, he released his grip on the chakra tether, allowing his allies to pull him back from the rift's edge. As darkness claimed him, he was vaguely aware of Jade catching his falling form, of voices calling his name with increasing urgency, of the rift beginning to fluctuate more violently without the hollow's controlling influence. His last conscious thought was one of grim satisfaction: the hollow was contained, sealed within him where her power could harm no one else. Whether that would be enough, whether the rift could be closed, whether he would survive the sealing, those were questions for later, if later came at all. Then everything faded to black, and Naruto knew no more. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.